morning, everybody, and warm welcome to the Impact Festival 2024.
Well, this is looking good. You're looking great. Perfect. Good morning, everyone. I think you can repeat the sentence. The applause was so loud.
Well, let's start with an applause. Oh, it's always good, right? So warm welcome, everybody, here in Frankfurt for the Impact Festival 2024. I hope you're ready to get started. Yeah. Quick check.
So early in the morning. Perfect, perfect. Yeah, dear audience in front of the Impact stage here in Frankfurt, and we would also like to welcome all the online viewers as the Impact stage program is being streamed live online. Hi everyone out there, good morning.
Good morning and warm welcome. So, Impact Festival, what is this all about? I mean, we're in the middle of a massive transformation. Actually, not just one transformation, multiple transformations going on at the same time. And Impact Festival, once a year, we bring you all together to kind of reflect, discuss, challenge the status quo of this transformation. Where are we? But also to define the way forward. What do we need to do, right, to master this transformation? Massive task ahead of us. We bring together startups, SMEs, corporates, investors, the ones with the money, foundations, social entrepreneurs, the impact world, to really come together here for 2 days, and bring them all together.
Yeah, and the Impact Festival brought us together, at least on this stage. The handsome young man to my side is Leonhard Niemer. My name is Janina Klaves, and we're absolutely thrilled to be your Impact stage hosts for the next 2 days. I gotta admit, I'm completely new to this event, but Leonhard, you had the honor of moderating the Impact Festival in recent years. So as a veteran host, what can we expect?
Veteran host, I learned before that I'm not supposed to say old rabbit. That's not even an English saying. Well, one thing just to emphasize what's new venue, right? So we moved from Offenbach, Fredenhagen to Messe, Frankfurt here. And this time we have 4 stages. So you are here at the Impact stage. There's the transformation stage, we have the solution stage, and the Impact Invest stage. So multiple things going on, but also a lot more over the course of the 2 days. Big venue, we tell them a little bit more later, but now full focus here, Impact stage.
Right. And the festival was launched in 2021 and is organized by Neosphere. Neosphere is a Frankfurt-based corporate venture capitalist with the declared aim of driving forward the sustainable and digital transformation of our society. And it's the home of an extremely inspiring and motivated team. And I would like to invite 2 team members here on stage, Mara Steinbrenner and Linda Köpper, the project leads of the Impact Festival. But before we welcome them on stage with a warm applause, we will see them on this very big screen.
What's next? Are we really prepared for tomorrow? How can we create impact and ensure the existence of a world we all want to live in? At the Impact Festival, we strive for the answers. Wow. It's always crazy to be standing here and opening this festival. And seeing this little snippet from last year's festival edition really takes us back and brings back memories. And it's hard to believe that just a year ago, we were in that space trying to make most out of every corner, rolling around barrels, trying to find lost furniture, climbing up on exhibition booths to fix things ourselves. And I guess trying to figure out everything on the go, hands-on, while we're doing it, and while we're creating Europe's biggest B2B event for sustainable innovation. And now we're here at Messe Frankfurt.
I definitely agree. We've been in these rough industrial halls in Fredenhagen, in Offenbach for 3 continuous years. And looking at it now, it really seems crazy to how far we've come. Now staying on this huge stage, in this huge space, a huge screen behind us, and being actually here in the middle of Frankfurt am Main. I actually would like to ask you a question. Who of you has joined a previous Impact Festival edition? Maybe you can just quickly raise your hands. Okay, quite a few. And another question to those who just raised their hands. Did you actually notice that it did not take place in Frankfurt? Well, we've always claimed it. Now we are actually here. Welcome to the 4th Impact Festival, the Impact Festival 2024 in Frankfurt am Main.
I hope everybody got the memo and nobody went to Offenbach today.
Maybe someone can send a shuttle.
Even though we loved Friedenhagen, and of course we loved Offenbach, we've grown out of that space and into so much bigger now. And honestly, this is a bit personal, but it also reflects our own journey. From a very chaotic first year, in the midst of a COVID pandemic, where we only had a little idea of what we were doing, to now hosting an event with more than 4,500 people here, filling in an entire exhibition space at the Messe. The festival has grown so much, and we've grown with it. And of course, we didn't get here alone.
From the start, we've been supported by an incredible group of partners. The Startup Hesse and the Hessian Ministry of Economics, Energy, Transport, Housing and Rural Areas, as well as Commerzbank, have supported us and trusted us since year one. This year, we have the PwC Germany with us as our strategic partner, also supporting our vision of a sustainable transformation. But also, of course, countless other partners and individuals, advisors, family and friends, team members who've given their name, their energy, their motivation to shape the Impact Festival to what it is today. So a big thank you to everyone who's helped us along the way.
This brings me to our amazing team. Most of you know that we're a very small team compared to what we're trying to achieve with the festival, but also all year round with the many events and formats we've initiated over the last 2-3 years. So a big thanks to our team for pouring their hearts into this. We appreciate everything you do and all the extra miles you've been taking throughout the year. Having said that, shout out to Neosphere, who's been providing the space for the festival to grow and develop.
So, with the move to Messe Frankfurt, we've been reflecting a lot on our own impact. We constantly ask ourselves, is this the right thing? Are we really driving the change that matters? And while we love to dive into the complexity of sustainable transformation, at the end of the day, what we are all really here for is bringing people together, leading to new collaborations, new businesses, new deals. And ultimately, actually, leading to your company establishing a sustainable way of doing business, or you finding a company to scale an idea with, or you to inspire your network for a sustainable business. So that's what we are here for. We provide a platform, we create a program, and give everyone the tools that they need, and empower you to drive change forward.
Yeah, as you just said, Linda, in the end, lasting impact and change depend on each and every one of you. So that's why we've created some new targeted formats designed to bring the right people together here at the festival. For example, we've got an SDG 17 Connect Lounge, so a space that's solely focusing on fostering partnerships for the goals. So if you want to connect with people, they'll set you up with the right people there. Same goes for our table captain formats, all the tailored side events we've been hosting this year outside of the festival. And all these little to-dos and tasks, so connecting with people, joining our stages, joining masterclasses, are underlined with our impact mission. That's a little game you can access via Talk that connects tasks you have to do, such as connecting with new people, and it triggers a donation which is made by us when you fulfill the task. So in a nutshell, we've tried to upgrade and improve everything we've been doing and have taken a chance to think outside the box again, I guess. And yeah, I think we could be standing here for ages telling you about our vision, all the ideas we're having with the festival, but our stage manager will kick us off stage soon. So quickly, Linda, what is your top highlight of this year's edition?
New Year, same question. My highlight, I guess, is that we actually managed to incorporate a lot of very tangible formats with our partners. For example, we've teamed up with Enkelfähig for a full day of program on the management routine of the future. So really trying to bring profitability and values together. We also have our solution stage, where we provide you with a full day of concrete examples on how corporates and startups can work together and give you some best practices. Working together from our perspective is key for our economy, for making our economy more sustainable. By joining forces, we can create new solutions and make faster progress for both the planet and the people. and actually practice what we preach. But of course, there are many more highlights that we could tell you about. Maybe you have another one for us.
One of my personal highlights is how we've been embracing diversity and women's empowerment at the festival. Since year one, we've pushed for a gender-balanced stage, and it hasn't always been easy, to be honest. But we finally got there this year. And the same goes for supporting women-led startups, having them represented in our solution exhibition. And that also brings me to our Impact Women display, where we highlight amazing women and explore their impact. In the same exhibition, we also present some facts on how women are disproportionately affected by the climate crisis and how a world with gender equality could look like. If you want to see that and check it out, it's just outside of this space. So, and I know this seems like a little highlight dropping, but it is a topic that is very close to our heart. And being two young female leaders and working in a very male-dominated industry, we feel like to have to use the leverage we've got with this festival.
I couldn't agree more. So, I think we should kick it off, actually, and get this Impact Festival started.
Let's dive in, let's connect, and most importantly, let's create some impact together.
Thanks for being here.
Thank you very much, Mara and Linda, and big thanks, of course, to the entire Impact Festival team. A lot of people involved, a lot of hard work, and big thanks to all of you for bringing us all together here. Maybe two things to mention. We will have most of the program in English. Some of the sessions will be in German, but don't worry, we got you covered. We have a translation app for you. There's the QR code you can scan that will be shown here, but you'll also find it on the screens in the entry area. The online viewers, you can just easily switch between the languages. And second, Talk. This is our event platform and app. I mean, you mentioned there are some things already that you need to check out. You'll find all the program. You'll find who is here as well. So make sure you use it for the matchmaking. Make sure you use it for signing up for the masterclasses. And you have the floor plan. That is important because there's a lot going on here.
Absolutely important, because the new location is absolutely huge. It's 7,500 square meters. Enough space for all the 4,500 visitors. Before I give you a quick overview over the location, I want to tell you a short story. I woke up yesterday with the face of one of our today's speakers on my phone. Professor Latif was displayed on Spiegel Online. And in about 14 days, there will be the COP29 in Azerbaijan. And he called the conference necessary, but not very promising. The 1.5 degree target is no longer achievable, as we all know. And the discussion is, I quote him, is ridiculous. So he is counting and hoping for technical solutions. How great that we have over 200 of such solution providers on the bottom floor in the exhibition area. You will also find the solution stage on the ground floor. And theoretically, you could sit there and listen for 2 days, getting entertained in front of the stage. And after that, you know all our solution providers. Today is pitch day on that stage, and tomorrow is best practice day on the solution stage. Level 1 is for the masterclasses mainly. You will find the Innovation Hub and the Visionary Hub, and you can sign in for the masterclasses in the Talk app. Better be quick. Level 2 is basically for food, very important, and networking. Networking is super, super important on events like this, so please feel absolutely encouraged to talk to strangers. Just as important as open knowledge exchange. You will almost always have the opportunity to drop your questions after the program slots. So please don't hold them back whenever a question arises. Level 3, our level. On your right side, on the opposite side of this floor, you will find the transformation stage. It's the second main stage this year, where everything revolves around the transformation of companies and industries. Next door, you will find the Impact Invest stage. The access is reserved exclusively for investors, but you can still upgrade your business pass at the info booth. And this is the Impact stage. We will give you an overview over all the burning issues concerning transformation. And we have renowned speakers on that stage. For example, mentioned Professor Mujib Latif, Sascha Lobo, Bayer CEO Bill Anderson, and activist Clover Hogan will be on that stage. Leo, can you tell us something about the structure of that stage?
Well, here at the Impact stage, we have 6 innovation areas. Number 1, finance, risk, and regulation. This is how we're going to start soon. Then we're going to talk about people and organizations, circular economy and resources, cities and mobility. Then we have agriculture, biodiversity, and food, super important topic. And last but not least, we talk about energy, pollution, and water. So a lot of topics we got you covered. There's one more topic, kind of an overarching topic that we call shifting paradigms. And those of you who have been with us, they know it. We want to talk about the systemic dimension of this transformation as well. So a lot going on, a lot of topics here. Janina, shall we get started?
We should get started. It's time to start the Impact Festival on the Impact stage. We start with an opening keynote. And the opening keynote will be held by a woman with lots of exciting insights and valuable visions. As a spokeswoman of the management board PwC Germany and chairwoman of the management board at PwC Europe, Petra Justenhoven is leading a community of solvers of more than 13,000 people in Germany. As a proven expert on the status quo of digitalization, transformation, and sustainability in German companies and beyond, she says that many of the technologies and social practices needed for a fairer and more sustainable world have yet to be invented and scaled. Please welcome, with a warm applause, it's an honor to have her on that stage as our keynote speaker, Petra Justenhoven.
Ladies and gentlemen, the global economy is in the midst of a significant upheaval. The old rules-based international order centered around the US is in retreat, giving way to a much more fractured multipolar world. The rapid pace of technological change is stirring up great hopes and equally fast fears. And last but not least, an escalating nature, biodiversity, and climate crisis calls for a green transition of almost every business in every region and sector. So, despite all the gloomy op-eds about deindustrialization, it is not just Germany that is feeling the pressure. 52% of the companies represented in the Fortune 500 in the year 2000 have since gone bankrupt, been acquired, or otherwise ceased to exist. And according to our global CEO survey, 45% of today's CEOs believe that if their company doesn't change course, it will not be viable in 10 years. Most of you will already know where this is headed. Business as usual is over. With pressures mounting on all sides, you either set yourself up to succeed through these massive changes, or you risk being overturned and becoming obsolete. As a professional services firm, PwC knows this situation inside and out. We encounter it in our client work, and we are subject to the same dynamics. We administer the medicine and take it ourselves. Only that makes us credible consultants, advisors, and auditors. Take sustainability. Understandably, companies feel bombarded with red tape at the moment. There is the CSRD, the CSDDD, the EUDR, CBAM, and at least a dozen more acronyms. There is the Lieferketten-Sorgfaltspflichtengesetz, which led to many CFOs and German teachers tearing out their hair. And there is the EU greenwashing directive that challenges those who overpromise and underdeliver on their sustainability claims. We help companies implement these regulatory requirements. That takes time and effort. Yes, but there are upsides as well. The data companies collect on the way can also be used to improve their management. Energy efficiency, for example, is cost efficiency. A fact we happily discovered when we reduced our CO2 emissions per employee by more than 85% over the last 10 years. Switching to 100% renewable energy, adapting our travel behavior, all of that saves not just energy and CO2, but money as well. We also address the trust issues we and many other companies encounter in this increasingly volatile, politically charged environment. Is what this company reports about its sustainability progress true, or is it just greenwashing? Can you trust another organization's claims about its financial success? As auditors, we put them to the acid test. Yet, if they make it to the other side, the trust their stakeholders and society put in them will be measurably affirmed. But then come the next elections, an unforeseen change in economic policy, or the latest return in global events, technology, or extreme weather, all to remind us how VUCA, volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous things remain. My central thesis for today is that a bit of transformation, a bit of change, and a bit of adaptation won't suffice to overcome this deep-rooted polycrisis. After all, we've been doing a bit of environmental protection for decades. Just as there is hardly a company out that doesn't do at least something digital or a bit of AI. Heck, some of us have even written a LinkedIn post to save democracy. But for some reason, the challenges keep escalating. As business people, you probably know why a little strategy at best leads to a little success. That's why the most successful companies own their category. They have become synonymous with large parts of the internet, smartphones, electric cars, or intelligent chatbots. They are not just adapting to change, they are the change. With a little strategy or a bit of change, you might win a match, but the Grand Slam is certain going to somebody else. At PwC, we therefore no longer just talk about transformation. Transformation is everywhere, whether you want it or not. Instead, we are all about reinvention. We believe that for many companies and maybe even entire societies today, it's about reinventing ourselves, questioning our long-standing models, and installing new operating systems. How does that relate to us at the Impact Festival? To put it bluntly, organizations that view the changes happening around us as just another task they have to do are unlikely to become the global leaders in the massive shift of meaning and capital that's coming our way. We believe that the global economy is going through many reinventions right now. Take mobility. There are multiple changes going on at once. One, just like everything else, cars, phones, and bikes have become digital as much as physical products. Their UX has to stack up to that of Google, Apple, or GPT-4. And if they don't look great on Instagram or TikTok, their days might be numbered. Two, 2034, 2040, 2050, fossil fuels are on their way out. We are in the midst of the EV evolution, and the pressure for ships, trucks, and planes to stop using non-sustainable fuels is on. 3, hundreds of cities have implemented measures to reduce individual car use. I could go on, but the point is clear. Mobility is being reinvented as we speak. Or look at the way we build. Today, buildings account for about a quarter of global energy-related emissions. Cost and schedule overruns have become the norm in the construction sector. And the industry is still largely under-digitized and grappling with volatile material prices and increasing labor costs. Or in other words, it's an other industry ripe for disruption. And the same goes for healthcare, which is moving towards prevention and personalization. We believe that the entire R&D process will be reinvented beyond 2030. It goes for manufacturing, which must become cleaner, greener, and far more agile. For energy, that is shifting from central to distributed green generation. And it goes for food, a third of which is lost or wasted every day as millions go hungry and billions cannot afford to eat healthily. Soil erosion, climate change, and the loss of biodiversity also look like a recipe for disaster. All of these reinventions are demanding and capital intensive, but they offer considerable opportunities. Many technologies, products, and services needed for this future have yet to be scaled. Others have yet to be invented. And whoever gets there first will set new standards. The recipe for authentic, sustainable, long-term success. Remember that in our global CEO survey, 45% of CEOs felt their companies could cease to exist if they continued on their current path. That number shrinks for CEOs taking action to address climate-related opportunities and risks. These climate-forward CEOs also report higher profit margins and revenue growth than their peers. So, where does that leave us here at this startup fair for impact investing? I believe more organizations will transform themselves to avoid being left behind. These transformations will move beyond creating a few new products or optimizing a few processes. Increasingly, they will be about fundamentally rethinking and reinventing all parts of a business. And I believe that no company can do this on its own. These are network plays. They are about entire value chains, reaching from investors to corporates, alliance partners, startups, and back again. That's why we partner with big tech companies, invest in startups like Ecolytic, or in leading climate tech VC funds such as World Fund, or support initiatives like Enkelfähig. In other words, growing parts of the world economy will become a startup fair for impact investing. So we are just in the right place. Welcome to the Impact Festival 2024.
Thank you very much, Petra Justenhoven. Yes, exactly in the right place. Thanks for the opening keynote. A lot of topics that we will pick up over the course of the next 2 days. Now we dive into our first innovation area, which is finance, risk, and regulation. And for this, my big pleasure to welcome Christiane Vorspel. She's the COO of Commerzbank since September. But Christiane, you have a long track record in banking and IT for more than 2 decades. And now we're going to talk about the transformation from that perspective. Warm welcome on stage, big applause, and good to have you with us here at the Impact Festival. Hello. Seats. All right. We said it before, we have full house here today. I just mentioned you started in this new position 2 months ago, 8 weeks. What made you so eager to come to the Impact Festival right away early on?
Yeah, actually, it's first of all, it's my personal belief that sustainability is a very, very important goal that we should all work on. So that's the first part. The second part is that actually, as Commerzbank, we have the same opinion. So being a board member of Commerzbank, we've set ourselves very, very ambitious goals. For example, we want to transform our loan and investment portfolio in the long term to Z0 and really achieve that by 2015. So it still should be totally zero. Second ambitious goal we have, it's much more short term. We want to mobilize 300 billion euros by the end of next year in financial products. So that's very, very big volume. And actually, we are pretty much on track with that. So I'm very, very sure that we will achieve it. And thirdly, it's also very important to be, as a company itself, working on that. And as Commerzbank, we want to make sure that we will be net zero by 2014 with transforming our portfolio of suppliers to net zero portfolios. And the third reason why I love to be here actually is sustainability is not a task of a few people that you can delegate. And therefore, I really like this event because it brings together people with a lot of positive energy. And that's the reason why I really like to be here today.
Yeah, warm welcome. And in your role as Chief Operating Officer, I mean, IT is a big topic, right? And you mentioned sustainability for you also personally an important topic for the bank. How can we really make sure that we use all the technological advancements that we have to really drive the sustainable transformation, to achieve our sustainability goals, especially because we have time pressure, right? I mean, this is what everybody feels. We have a sense of urgency.
Yeah, absolutely. And first of all, today we live in a data-driven world in terms of digitalization. And that actually is a big lever we have to optimize, for example, our energy consumption. We can do a lot of analysis with AI to understand where do we have the energy consumption, how can we reduce our CO2 footprint. So that's one very important tool we have with the digitalization. But another example is actually blockchain. With blockchain-based transactions, you can much better understand where is the consumption, the energy consumption and the CO2 consumption. So you can again analyze that and have a much more transparency. So there's a lot of stuff that really helps us. And third topic is ESG regulation. We have to do the reporting, which is very important. And again, you need digital tools for that. But on the other hand, of course, digitalization also is energy consumption. So we have to make sure that we have a very efficient digital tools. Green coding is a hot topic here, and making sure that our data centers get more and more energy efficient as well. So it's on the both sides actually.
On both sides. So have you seen a lot of progress in these different fields? I mean, the data as a basis, right, to make sure that we can make good and informed decisions. You mentioned blockchain. Is there a lot of things have been happening in the last couple of years?
Absolutely. I mean, that's actually it's going through the roof always. I'm in IT since more than 30 years, and it was really when I started my career, it was a very small digital footprint we had, and now everything is digitalized. Therefore, it's really great progress. And again, you can use it for helping the sustainability, but you also have to be sure that you use it in a very efficient way.
Yeah, absolutely. And you mentioned you have a long track record. When did sustainability become a topic? Because 20 years ago, that was for sure not a mainstream topic. Yeah. That was for sure not a topic in IT, I would assume. Yeah. Did you see a tipping point somewhere where you felt like, this is where it kept changing?
Actually, it's just, I would say, just 3 or 4 years ago. So it was really, for a very long time, it can help us to be more efficient. And then realizing, I mean, now it's 3 or 4% of our worldwide energy consumption is based on digital, so it's driven by digital solutions. So that's a significant footprint. And 20 years ago, it was probably below 1%. And therefore, I think it's just a development of the last couple of years that we now look at that as well.
It's interesting probably for all of us to reflect also, when did these topics become more mainstream, and are we mainstream with these topics? It feels like the last 2-3 years, not only in IT, but sustainability in general became a mainstream topic just within recent years. You mentioned the downsides of IT, technological advancements. One, for sure, energy consumption. That has been growing significantly, probably will even increase further, right?
Yeah, it will. And therefore, we have to make sure that it's as efficient as possible. As I said, there are approaches like green coding, try to have a very efficient code that also helps on the user side, because efficient code is much more has a better performance. But on the other side, you also have to make sure again, that your data centers are reliable, that you maybe use the excess heat for heating other buildings, and stuff like that.
Is that also something, I'm very curious now, in the operations of such a big bank, where you really have to take the employees on board and educate in that direction probably as well?
Sure. That's one topic that we do trainings and help building the skills in the right way.
Second big field when it comes to banks, of course, the money part. I mean, you mentioned one objective, 300 billion. When we talk about sustainability and banks, I mean, one topic that we will for sure hear over the course of the 2 days is there's not enough money out there for the size and the scale of that transformation. So what's the role that banks play in this transformation and can play and need to play?
Yeah. And I think that's really important to understand. You could think, okay, we need some budget. Maybe the state can bring some budget up, and that's just not possible. We really have to transform all industries into a sustainable way of working and producing, and that requires a lot of money. And here the banks step in because we can help our customers on the way into transforming. And it's not only by giving loans. That's one important part, and I can touch on that topic later on a bit more. But it's also advisory, because we are really at the beginning or in the first part of a big journey. And you really see, if you talk to customers, they need advisory. How do I do that reporting? How can I transform my business? And we are bringing people together and helping our customers to go on that journey. That's one important part. And the second, of course, is providing the money in terms of loans, bonds, whatsoever, what the products are. And that, again, is very important, because it's not just I give you a loan, that's our basic business, but it's also about maybe we can incentivize. We have sustainable linked loans, where we really have KPIs, ambitious goals for the customer who's getting the loan that are linked to sustainability. And we look at that KPI. It's not just we do it in the beginning and then it isn't important anymore. It's really, we look at the KPIs at the end of the year, and then the loan is incentivized in a certain way to support the sustainability of that customer, of that chemical company, for example.
How much does that add to complexity of handling all these loans? I mean, that's probably the link to the data part as well. You need to have the KPIs ready, which maybe we don't have yet, or all of the customers not having them yet. How complex, how difficult do you find that to implement something like this?
Actually, sometimes I look at that, especially at the regulatory part, and say, oh, it's getting complex. That's for sure. In our reporting, we have about 800 data points that we collect, and we have to bring it together in a way that it works. So that, of course, adds to complexity. But again, here digitalization can help with analyzing all that stuff.
And maybe then come back to the point that you mentioned before on the advisory part. So it's not only the pockets of money, the loans that you can help with and that are fundamental, but the advisory services, especially in that regulatory change and period that we have right now, right? All the requirements. I think the big corporates are kind of able to handle this well, this
Yeah.
transformation? They have a lot of resources. Now think about the SMEs out there. How do you see this with all the different customers that you have? How much do you need really to help them and advise them?
And actually, the smaller the companies, the more they are really eager to get some support because they sometimes really struggle with fulfilling all these requirements, and because they don't just have the resources to do it. Yeah, and it's not a topic about being willing to go in that direction, because I think really a lot of people, a lot of companies say, okay, that's the right thing to do. It helps me on my own sustainability, but it's really, it's a complex topic, and you need the resources. And that's where we step in, and I think that's why events like this are very important, where people can come together and share their experiences.
Yeah, and synergies in this field, because especially the reporting field for some is seen as a curse, right? They don't have the resources, they kind of feel hesitant to do this. I mean, with all this reporting and all the regulations, we want to make sure that the companies also transform in the right direction, right? And this is where they need the help.
Yeah.
When it then comes to leveraging money, because again, this will also be, as I mentioned before, a big topic, no surprise here. What are the game changes that you see in the financial sector that can happen? I mean, now we have the loans that are KPI linked. What other mechanisms can really drive this transformation forward?
I mean, it's really about getting the wheel in motion, yeah. So that we, as the banks, do the advisory, but also implement the products, bring in the products. So, and the companies on the customer side say, okay, we have an idea how we can transform our business into a more sustainable way, and that's really all this interlinkage. Yeah? That's.
So the interlinkage of advisory and the finance is super important. Then we also have to see, and it's interesting, you mentioned the loans, because typically in the startup world, we talk a lot about equity funding, right? That's the one big thing where the VCs come in, the impact investors. I want to jump back to the IT part, and maybe here also to dive in. We talked about game changes in the financial sector, game changes in technology. If you could think of one thing, one technological advancement that you could invent to drive this transformation,
Yeah.
what would that be?
Okay. Now that's not totally serious. What I'm talking about. It's more a bit with a smile, because we live in a data-driven world right now, and actually I would like to connect a bit digitalization with my personal hobby, which is biking, road biking, gravel biking. I really love to do that, and I'm doing that, of course, because I'm a data person, with my computer on the bike, and I'm tracking my trips. So, and I'm looking at how much kilometer did I do, how much height did I have, and so on. I'm tracking that. I'm uploading that to these wonderful tools like Strava, Komoot, and all that stuff, and sharing it with other people, saying, okay, look at what I did. So that's my hobby. And what I would love to have, actually, if you think of CO2 certificates, we have them in the B2B business, where people or companies can sell and purchase CO2 certificates to reduce or uplift their CO2 footprint. I would like to transform that to the private world, to the personal people. So everyone gets a budget for CO2. I have a budget that I can use, and I can lift that budget by doing my road biking and just uploading the data from my Garmin to this CO2 certificate and maybe sell it. So, and connect the data. So that's something I would love to have, and because it would motivate me. If I do my cycling, I get some CO2 relief, and I can monetize it. So that would be great. And actually, it's a bit with a smile, but I think there's a grain of truth in it, because it's really about connecting all that data and using it in a way that we can support sustainability.
And maybe the underlying and overarching idea is to incentivize sustainable behavior.
Exactly. Exactly.
So maybe here on a personal note, it's just the two of us, nobody's listening. How much did you increase that CO2 budget that you have by biking this week? Did you do a lot of kilometers?
This week, 0.
Oh, okay.
But actually, this year, about 4,500 kilometers. So
that's quite a lot.
Yeah.
who can compete with that? Who loves biking? 4,500. See, we're collecting some data.
It's actually, if I look at Strava, if my Strava friends, it's horrible. So people are doing much more.
But here was a little bit hesitation also in the audience. All right, interesting thought, because maybe also to link this back to one of the previous Impact Festivals, you had Professor Hans-Joachim Schellenhuber, and those of you who have been there, have seen him, have heard him, and he also spoke about this idea, which you said it with a smile, can also be a radical idea. Maybe it's also good to have this food for thought, right? That we provoke a little bit and think about this. Is that feasible? Is that realistic? What do we want to achieve with this? So maybe we take that CO2 budget with us and discuss about this. And Christiane, I would say here we come to an end of our talk. Really enjoyed this discussion to dive into the world of IT. What can tech do to drive the sustainable transformation? What can banks do? Good to have you with us here, and thank you very much. And this is your applause.
Thank you very much.
All right, and we continue. We're still in finance, risk, and regulation, and we're going to talk about how we actually finance the future economy. And for this, my big pleasure to welcome Stephanie Pietsch on stage. Stephanie, come on stage. Warm welcome. This is your applause. Hello. She was angry with me this morning that, no, it was actually yesterday when you said, like, last year you called me an old rabbit. Don't call me an old rabbit again. You are an old rabbit. So we are both old rabbits when it comes to the Impact Festival, right?
True.
How many Impact Festivals have you attended?
Oh, it's the fourth one.
Also the
Crazy
fourth one.
good.
Coming back and coming back again.
Yes, yes.
Well, and now you have to do the work, right? You have a panel coming up on financing the future economy. Curious to hear about this. And I would say,
Absolutely.
stage is set. You're ready?
Awesome. Yes, we
Over
are.
to you. Yes.
Good morning, everyone. Hello. So please welcome with me on stage. Guys, are you ready? All right, come on up. Bülent, come join us. There we go. Then we have Jörg, and then we have Michael. All right. So, and what you guys can't see, but I can see, is Katharina's there as well. So please welcome Katharina back with me as well. There she is. Nice to see you. All right. So,
Hi, nice to be there.
hello, hello. This worked out very good. Good. So we've got 40 minutes. So let me just give you a really brief introduction to everyone. But as you know, we're all linked on Talk and also on LinkedIn. So I'm not going to go through all the details everybody's gone through and all the stages. So we can really make use of the time we've got to discuss how we are going to finance this transformation everybody's talking about. So Bülent, you're at Commerzbank. You are an ESG principal. You're managing director. And you focus on corporate and mid-cap companies and the transformation of them.
Exactly, yeah.
Perfect, good.
Happy to be here.
Yes, really nice to have you back. We'll just talk about it because you were here last year, seems like yesterday. Jörg, you're the CSO, Chief Sustainability Officer at Deutsche Bank. You've been with Deutsche Bank a couple of years, but you were recently announced, even though you've been taking care of the topic for a very long time. So I'm really curious to hear about your expertise. And before that, I really have to say you were a journalist. So I think we're going to see some investigative views as well, which I think is really great.
Thanks for having me, Stephanie.
Then Michael on stage, you're a founder, co-founder, and also co-CEO of Tomorrow. And for everybody who is not familiar with Tomorrow, Tomorrow is a bank, a neobank, which focuses on impact banking and is trying to go a very new and different way of banking. So we'll learn a bit about that. And then last but not least, I know it's not courtesy, but I thought I'd do it anyhow because I'm a woman and I can do it. Katharina, where are you sitting at the moment?
In my office at the German Bundestag.
Voila.
Hi.
Hi.
To Frankfurt.
Yes, so Katharina, as everybody might know, she's part of the Bündnis 90 Grüne, and she's, like she just said, part of the Bundestag. And before that, you were at Accenture, so you know both views. You know the politics, but you also know what's going on in the big firms. So awesome to have you on stage virtually as well.
Thank you.
So to kick it off, what I would like to do first is to understand a little bit of what is your narrative, what is your one statement thinking of this topic. And this I would like to give to you first, Katharina. Give us an insight of what you think is going on at the moment and what drives you the most.
Yeah, indeed, it's great that you're having an impact festival in these times. It's even somehow daring because impact is something so positive. And we are living right now in times that feel a little bit negative. But I'm extremely thrilled that you're doing this, apparently already the fourth time. And I think it couldn't be more timely because, as we all know, markets are also psychological. And when we only talk about negative things, and they are there. I mean, we have a war in Europe. We have very dangerous situation in the Middle East. We do have, through the war and some other structural problems in Europe right now, not the, let's say, prospects of prosperity that we would love to have better. But I do think that one of the answers is looking more into what we really want to achieve. What is a positive future and vision for Europe and for Germany? And that is a very much a related question to impact. So that's the core question, yeah, what it is that we want to achieve. And I think we all want to live in peace. We want to live in dignity. We want to live on an intact nature and planet. And therefore, congratulations. And I know that many people are there, wrote me before if we could meet in person. I'm so sorry not to be there in person, but want to just emphasize how important it is. Maybe one word also about finance. We right now see a lot of discussion around the regulation. And therefore, again, it's so important to talk about the impact because at the moment, the discussions in the political domain are a lot about the technical aspects of the implementation. And I do see that there are some question marks and some criticisms that are correct. Yeah, not everything in the legislation that I see right now is perfect. And I think it's our role not to say that in general, sustainability and impact rules, which help to have a comparable market, are wrong, but we have to make them right so that they work correctly and that they really help to fuel and channel all the capital that is there into a good impact direction. And there, I think there are some improvements needed. I don't know how much we want to go into the detail.
We're probably going to touch that topic, honestly. So thank you for this opening statement. Wow, what a statement, Bülent. What is your narrative? What is your heart wish? And I'm going to talk about what you told me last year, what you wished for, in a minute.
Well, it's obviously the same as it was last year because it's not a sprint. We are on a long walk. We look into the future, into the near future, maybe until 2030 when it comes to SBTi, until 2050 when it comes to net zero, which many banks contribute to or have stepped into the membership. And it's just another year, another 12 months that we have many initiatives and projects that we need to lift. And just looking forward, if you look back, it's just extremely interesting what boosters have already been conducted. At the same time, so much still to go and to work on. Happy to proceed here. Yeah.
Good. Jörg.
Yeah, first of all, I think we as humanity are terribly late in solving that issue, so we need a sprint. And we all know we need huge amounts of investments, and these huge amount of investment won't come if the incentives are not set the right way, and if we don't internalize the cost of doing business into the pricing system. At the same time, we see CEOs worldwide talking as few as in 2016 or so. Bain has just made a study. Very few people talk about sustainability. Politicians don't talk about sustainability. We all know that this is a race, and this is my second point. We see Johan Rockström in New York. I think he made the right metaphor. If this was Tour de France, the signs would have the maillot jaune, they would have the yellow shirt, then comes business, then comes a long time nothing, and then comes politics. Because governments have not done their job in sticking to their national determined contributions. They don't have transition plans. Even if they have transition plans, they don't stick to it. Now we come to the third point is we are completely unrealistic. CSRD, CS3D says we have to manage as a bank the economy towards 1.5 degrees. We are doing this. All our pathways are 1.5 degrees, International Energy Agency. We have linked it to our management board compensation. But what happens if the economy develops to 2.0 or 2.5? That would mean, by the way, you can have one simple alternative. Either you think that because we banks do this, the whole economy will change and to the right thing and will come to 1.5 degrees. That's the theory that banks, you just tackle banks and then everything will happen. That's naive. The truth is, we will start and have to fare well parts of the economy if this doesn't become realistic, which is needed for the transition. So we need to be realistic, and eventually we all need to agree, what do we steer towards? And I would like to steer towards 1.5, but do we really steer toward? Are you steering to 1.5? Are corporate steering to 1.5? Are government steering to 1.5? And this really needs to happen if we want to go along with that. Therefore, we need good regulation. We need principle-based regulation. We need the right incentives. The problem is if we have good ideas like taxonomy, like CSRD, which gets so nitty-gritty that we are completely distracted from the right things, then eventually we may have the opposite effect that people try and companies try to sneak out. And this is what we are seeing right now. You see a retreat from 1.5 degrees. Morgan Stanley just last week said, we are now going for 1.7. And this is super dangerous because we need a reliable environment, we need a level playing field, and we need to know towards what we are managing and how we can contribute to that. Only then we can make the change happen. Right now, this planet, humanity, is on the completely wrong way, on the complete wrong track, and we are risking to get it completely wrong by regulating it the wrong way.
Well, I guess it's a little bit preaching to the choir, but yes, it's definitely the clap worth, because I think that's the narrative here. So I think we're going to touch a bit about what have you been doing concretely? What's really the action plan that you guys been told?
Absolutely happy to how we operationalize.
Awesome. Michael.
Yeah, from my point of view, we saw that money was moving the world, but unfortunately into the wrong direction. And that was the reason why we started tomorrow. So we do believe that money can be a force for good or for bad, depending on how you use it. It's a huge driver of the world, of the economies. And that's why we started tomorrow, because we wanted to change that. And we also wanted to make it really easy for everyone out there to generate positive impact with their finances. In the past, it's been quite abstract. So people buy organic food, they go buy a bike. But, you know, with their finances, the biggest lever, they sometimes don't even know what's happening in the background. And that's what we want to change, what we want to enable. But I would also really like to say it's important that, you know, we as individuals contribute. But that is a narrative that's been very successfully planted by the big corporates, that it's you, the individual, who has to solve this problem. And yes, we should do what we can. However, we really need the support of politics and corporates to actually make this work.
Wonderful. But that's why we're all in one room together, virtually, partially, but I think it's exactly what we need to discuss now. So, Bülent, last year, actually, we were talking about what's the role of banks to transform organizations. So we were talking about what is the role, for example, of an advisor in a branch, talking about what is the role of somebody advising fund portfolio distribution. And at the end, I asked each person on the stage, what do you wish for? What would happen if you had one wish? And you said, I would love to have in every organization, not just one person you look at for ESG, but to have ESG all throughout the organization to really be impactful. Has your wish come true? Have you gone that way?
Definitely, we moved a couple of steps and some big steps forward on that one. It would be very hard at a company with 40,000 employees to have just one guy or lady being responsible for that. We have set up this decentralized approach a couple of years ago. I am still fully convinced this is the right way, rather than lifting everything up to an island where some experts and specialists care about those topics when it comes to financing and doing the framework in order to serve your clients. And this decentralized setup has grown in the last year. We have a couple of achievements which can really be seen as key and material. to again, it's not that we as a bank just reshape our model for ourselves, but rather it's to serve the clients. And which clients to be served is high emission sectors to be focused, net zero pathways, target pathways of peers to be compared. And therefore, it's the client engagement strategy that we have included. We have come quite a long way with regards to IT data landscape that we have improved, and there's still much way to go with regards to automation and system linkage. As such, I think it's quite some topics that has happened, and happy to take again some more steps here.
Okay, I know Deutsche Bank, you're reporting to the CEO, which I think is totally correct, and I think CSO has to report to CEO because that gives the focus. Are you set up pretty much in the same way, or are you able to, scale the knowledge and scale the approach as well?
Yeah, first of all, yes, the Chief Sustainability Officer needs to report to the CEO. I'm absolutely convinced, because you need the backing. A lot of the things you do as a CSO, you touch revenue streams. If you come with a pathway on coal, oil and gas, steel, automotives, it means eventually there need to be decisions made. And you need the backing of the CEO, you need to align it, and it's super strategic. And by the way, if you're taking, this is one of the positive things of CSRD, if you look at the materiality assessment we have to do, that's deeply strategic. You need to deep dive into that. You don't want to have a huge sustainability organization. You need to work with every department, with every business area, and you need to align. So what I have is a small strategy and sustainable finance team. Then I have an execution team, which is effectively a big project management office, which is doing cross-divisionally, cross-regionally, cross-functionally the work streams. And work stream is not, oh, we meet sometimes and discuss certain things and drink a cup of tea. It's really, you have a charter, you have ExCo milestones, you have milestones. And if we break an ExCo milestone, it's red in the performance management of the CEO. And you don't want to meet Christian Sewing if he is in the management board with a red indicator. So you really need to manage it. And then we call it group sustainability. This team is doing the policies and frameworks, and this team is doing all the deal validation and due diligences. So, and then finally you have a stakeholder engagement. This is what you need. This is not hundreds of people, this is rather 50 people. And then you need to manage it throughout the company, and you need to bring work streams together, very agile. You work them through, and once you have worked them, you've done all the milestones, you close the work stream and open up. For example, you have a corporate and investment bank net zero work stream. This will keep existing, but we are already very far in operationalizing it. We have 7 sectors we are measuring against, net zero pathways 2050. We have a group budget, we have divisional budget, and now we have linked it to the management board compensation. That means we are in the middle of the steering. And by the way, this is very important, this has been a self-regulation of the banking industry, Net Zero Banking Alliance, which has led to real steering on the management board level. And this is what we need to think about when we regulate. I'm not against regulation. I think we need a level playing field, but we need to think exactly about that. What does it mean for the steering? And steering doesn't mean I have 150 KPIs, like with CSRD, and eventually these are not KPIs, not key performance indicators, these are not performance indicators, these are just indicators, and against many of them, I just cannot steer the company, it would be impossible to do so.
Mm-hmm. So Michael, when you were just talking, you said, well, we want to steer the money that's in banking and in the capital markets in total into good. I know you guys are a startup. I think you guys are very proud because you're in positive numbers since a couple of months. Can you give us a little bit of insight what's going on at tomorrow and what you're looking at? And I think you also have something very special. You don't have the banking license, but you're working with a bank in Berlin who does the funding for you. So you really have to pay attention. How do they invest? Can you just give us some insights, please?
Absolutely. So yes, given that we're still fairly young, we don't have a banking license on our own, working together with Solaris Bank. And we do have several agreements with them that make sure that the money they hold for our customers is invested along tomorrow's sustainability criteria. And so that's our core value proposition also, right? So That's why it's quite important that we agree that this is a process that we follow, and that we also show that in a transparent way. That's why you can find in the Tomorrow app, on the Tomorrow website, where the money is invested, in which bonds, and so on. And I think what's really important is, how do you set these criteria? Because, I mean, there's still a lot of ESG going on. On the other hand, we really want to solve for impact. And I mean, you could say, you know, ESG is a first step in the right direction, or you can say it's a joke, maybe a bit of both. Because if I look at ESG funds of big banks, you find fossil fuels company in there after best-in-class system, or you'll find big pharma in there, or other banks that actually finance fossil fuels quite heavily. And so, unfortunately, this is still happening on a big scale.
Mm-hmm. When we were speaking, Katharina, I know you guys met just a couple of weeks ago, and there was some homework, some good given advice that Michael gave you, some points where he was really like, this is something politics needs to help us with. Can you give us some insights of what you guys are thinking? Where it changes? You were also in the introduction, you were talking about it. Were you really thinking what could change in the future and what would help all the things we've just heard?
Yeah, there has been some technical aspects about how bureaucratic sometimes things are, like Mitarbeiterkapitalbeteiligung. I really don't know the English terminology, but we have introduced something quite good there, but there's still one hurdle to be overcome, for example. And so it's a bit nitty-gritty banking stuff, and we are working on it. We are in contact about it, as you said. And so sometimes you do good things, and then there are in other areas, like in what you need to do with Notare, also some things I didn't know I needed to talk about today. I don't have the English terminology,
Notary.
but
Okay. It's
how
pretty much the same.
notary, how to reduce the administrative burdens there. I want to go back a little bit to what Mr. Eigendorf said in the beginning, and I heard a lot of finger pointing to how governments are not fulfilling their NDCs, and how governments are doing wrong regulation, and how therefore governments are somehow guilty for everything. And I made this is maybe a little bit zugespitzt, the essence I heard. And I think that we are all sitting in the same boat, and that it's about society, companies, and government. And I switched from being a little bit more of an activist to being part of a large corporation, and now being part of government, or at least of the legislator who controls government. And I think it's not that easy. Yeah, I mean, we tried to reduce fossil subsidies, which was a very big thing around Agrardiesel, so a subsidy for a fossil fuel subsidy for just the farming sector was, let's say, just 0.5 billion euros per year, and there have been, I mean, we were wished death as, yeah, I mean, we have to be honest about that, and there needs to be an honest discussion about, yes, of course, I want governments to do more, but it's also then the task of the society to back this up, and also with companies. I mean, a lot of banks, German banks, still finance fossil fuels, oil, and gas and coal, but I think oil is one of the big things. There has been a lot of profits after the outburst of the war. And of course, who says I don't want to have these profits? So we need to look into the responsibilities and decisions of each and every actor. And I'm not saying that governments are getting it right. I even said that I would improve and change some of the legislation. And I'm totally on the same page with Mr. Eigendorf when I don't agree with the nitty-gritty stuff of a lot of these things. But on the other hand, I think it's not only the responsibility of the governments, but we can only make courageous decisions and good decisions as a government if we are all advocating for that. And one example there, right now, we want to introduce a generational capital thing to co-finance the German pension system. And we will invest as a state around 200 billion euros. And right now, the law only includes a target to invest this profit-oriented. And I want to make it impact-oriented as well in the law. And I asked many CEOs also in banking if they wanted to co-author an article with me that this needs to be invested also impact-oriented or ESG-oriented at least, and everybody says no. So there needs to be then also a joint effort in really shifting capital and not leaving green politicians like me alone and fighting for that. So we need to do this together then.
Okay. Well, what you're practically saying is we got to do it together and we got to build bridges, right? I saw your post yesterday. I think it was yesterday. Everybody who follows Jörg Eigendorf on LinkedIn might have seen as well. There was something really, I think, brilliant announced that you're going to be helping together with DZ Bank to rethink and let's call it modernize. Is that a good word? Maybe ESG bond regulation, which I think can only be done together. So can you just elaborate a little bit?
First of all, I absolutely agree with Katharina Beck. We can only get it done together. And everybody has to take their share. The companies have to, the consumer have to, the governments have to. We rely on the governance for good regulation and principle-based regulation. I just want to give one example. It is absolutely clear that the Green Party was right to say we need to do something about the German building sector. Because if I took the same standards as we put right now in these 7 sectors against companies, against residential mortgages, we wouldn't hand out a loan anymore because all these mortgages won't be net zero by 2050. This is just very, very simple and clear. We need to have, and there needs to be support, and we need to have reliable systems. I think this was very detrimental discussion in Germany about the right thing. And we need, and I really ask Katharina Beck, and who I appreciate very much of her expertise, I don't want to get it wrong here. There's great political thinking, and often we see politicals don't even dare to do it anymore because the voters may say no, because companies, look what happens with e-vehicles in Germany, how they are talked out of the shops. I mean, this is just, to be honest, there is no reason against e-vehicles anymore. We should go for e-vehicles for our cities, for our environment, to manage it well. And if I hear all these arguments, it's just strange. So this is now what you talk about. We are supporting the German government now with the new green financing framework. This is super important because this needs to be updated regularly. So they have to mandate banks. They ask for our advice, but eventually the German government, and we appreciate it very much. I think we need to work closely with the German government, and we want to support the German government in these things which are very prudent and important. We need to determine what means transition. And let's face it, we are talking about 200 billion at least we need in Germany year by year to transform. Where is this money supposed to come from? And I understand your efforts, in which are incredibly good because they create transparency and we need all of that. But we need to get out of this, oh, you are a good manager, so you do this. Eventually, it must be absolutely clear for me strategically that I have to do it because otherwise I'm be out of the market. This needs to happen. This is not CSR. This is not corporate social responsibility only. It's not philanthropy. It must become reasonable economic thinking. And we need to do this together with the government. We want to support all of those, and Katharina Beck has many good ideas in the sense that we need to support this. And I don't know if you have asked us too about this article. It needs to be impact-driven, yes. If we have such a fund, if we think this is a societal goal, then we should say, okay, it's not only about creating wealth, it is also about being as responsible as possible, because this effectively is the wealth of the people, and we need to invest the wealth of the people for the good of the people. So, but you always need to be very clear, what are you steering against? And you need to have clear indicators, and sometimes then we are, again, overcomplicating it. So eventually, we do a lot on the green bond. We have, for example, issued for the city of Munich, the first green bond of a German city. And these green bonds are super important because they need to be effectively backed by green investments on the other side. And we, for example, issued our first social bond. We have green bond issuance for years now, but I'm permanently looking into, are we having enough green assets? How can I get more green assets? I would like to issue much more green bonds, green certificates, and all of that. And we need to manage it. And by the way, we subsidize every loan that is going on our balance sheet for the usage of green bonds, we subsidize internally. Yeah, and this is what needs to happen. We need to integrate it into our pricing system. And it needs to be the right incentives. And sometimes it's super simple. And unfortunately, we want to do super simple things and have super simple ideas. And then we make it super complicated. And by the way, it's not only politicians. And Katharina Beck, I don't want to point fingers. It's when you come with an initiative, there are many companies who come to you why this is impossible. And you shouldn't do this. And again, we talk and make it complicated. And you should do this and you should that. And it gets very detailed at the end. What we need to do is simple rules that align us and make the right thing for the environment, the economically right decision. Only then we will be able, that 200 billion of investment into our transition will happen. Nobody will do it because I want to be a good CEO or a good CSO. It will only happen if we have the right incentives, the right level playing field. And if I climb up that mountain, there are not plenty of others down there who get praised by analysts and investors for having a great party in the valley, while we tell the troops to move up the mountains, and they say, hey, have you seen the party down there? You told us that everybody has to go up the mountain. I will say, no, unfortunately, sorry, we missed it. They can stay down there. That won't work. Then the job of a CSO, by the way, becomes impossible.
That's true.
May I add on
Yes,
this?
please. I was about to ask about pricing, but you go ahead and then I'll...
Yeah, pricing, steering, portfolio management that you need to, at the end of the day, of course, conduct. And I assume this is pretty much the same with regards to other large banks. For me, the positioning and the discussion still is largely on green financing and a green transition. Commerzbank has had a unit named Center of Competence Renewable Energies since the 1990s. I don't know if some of the crowd here was on Mother Earth already in 1990s, but this is maybe the easier part, saying yes on an offshore wind parks, project financing. Maybe my colleagues will now be angry with me because it's not always easy. There are some complex parameters in that too, but this is the typical green financing that we conduct. And we are all happy to do more on that. The larger part is by far the transition finance, and all the way up to 2030, 2050, with regards to what was already mentioned before, coal, oil, high intensity, high emission sectors. We as Commerzbank have classified 8 sectors here and have committed to, for instance, not only the Net Zero Banking Alliance, but in addition, maybe you can consider it as a gold standard, the SBTI, meaning there is a science-based methodology behind to go that pathways, and then to look, do you finance companies as you have been doing this all the time before? Well, you finance companies if you see there is a tomorrow in that company. And the tomorrow is probably not the next coal project, it's not the coal mine, but we need to ensure that we stay at the side of our clients with the long-term relationship to ensure that the transformation can happen. And this is the way that banks can do. It's not that we have hundreds of engineers, but the solutions on the financial end. And it's not only loans and bonds, of course. What is it about carbon offsetting? What is it about emissions trading? There's much more. And we have, in the last 12 months, also enabled various products. You don't have to build up new products, new ESG products, but rather put that parameter to existing products so that the variety and the solutions can then be addressed to your client pretty much tailor-made rather than doing one size fits all.
Okay. So actually that's what my question would have been. For the pricing, because you also touched the topic of pricing and we had it a little bit last year. If you look at the portfolio, I mean, the common knowledge is at one point they're not going to get credit or credit is going to be super expensive, right? Are you already using quantitative and qualitative parts into, giving out pricing to customers? Does the customer really feel the efforts they're taking yet, or is it still a little bit early for that?
I wouldn't say it's too early. There has been a credit approval process ever since, and this is all based on parameters as you just mentioned. ESG aspects and parameters are just the addition and the embedded aspects that now need to be considered. And that is, as you say, so I can confirm that is qualitative as well as quantitative aspects. We hand out questionnaires and look on a qualitative level on what the ambition level of each and every company that we are working with is. Secondly, we have a ESG vote or a climate risk score, so to speak, where we embed all those data and parameters on a quantitative level, so that overall your credit approval process is just enlarged by those topics to then say it's going to be with that ambition level either a little more difficult for you on the long run. There's no pulling out and saying, okay, I will offboard you. This is the last exit, but rather enabling those and looking into everything that companies want to achieve by themselves without having the financial manager or consultant telling them, oh, this would be the right shift towards a more sustainable fundament on your end. And that's why, yes, this pricing is very important. It's going to be the bonus-malus system to say if that's KPIs that we, based on your business model, decide on and define whether you reach those KPIs. It's going to be a couple of basis points maybe better for you with regards to the financing. And if you miss them, then it's still some work to do, of course, altogether.
Okay. So looking at the time, everybody has like 1 minute just to give the audience something to think about, something to change when they come to their desk on Friday, something maybe to change when they look into their portfolio on tomorrow, I don't know. So Katharina, what is the one thing you want to give to the audience here, but also, of course, online, what they really should keep in mind for the next couple of days and put into action?
So to those in large corporations who do lobbyism, please, when there is a good idea finally from regulation that has a simple but effective rule, please don't lobby against it, but for it. That's very seldom, but it would be helpful. And second, to all those entrepreneurs in the audience and all those working every day on impact and not in lobbyism, thank you so much. And please be loud, be positive, bring across, build bridges and work together, and just know that we are all in this together, and that there's a big kudo and thank you for not giving up in these a bit negative times, and that we have the chance to shift them into positive momentum for Germany, Europe, and in the end, the world, so that in 4 years, hopefully, we might have been able to achieve the 1.5 degree target.
Okay, I see the positivity. I like that a lot. Thank you. Michael, what do you think? What do you want to give to the audience?
Yes, so from my point of view, the mountain that Jörg mentioned, we are climbing it ahead of everyone else, and we actually, don't care if everyone else stays in the base camp. I mean, hopefully we'll, inspire them actually to come along with us. But for now, we focus on ourselves. We believe it's the right thing. And we want to show, the nice view up there, the clean air, the exercise of getting up there has actually a positive thing to it. And so I would encourage everybody to, climb those mountains, go ahead of everyone else. Don't think too much about the others, and hope you inspire them as well.
Great. It's a really nice metaphor. I think it's going to stick. Jörg, you want to add to that? Or
stick to that metaphor. Let's point to those who do it successfully. And let's change the narrative. I learned now in the 8.5 years I'm responsible for sustainability in Deutsche Bank, and for 2 years now solely on sustainability. I learned the narrative, you do it for your children, your grandchildren, just doesn't work. Let's try to create it positively, try to praise those who do it right. You are a consumer, go to those. If a car company makes a transition successfully, you have a choice. If you do your job great, everybody has a choice. And this is, I think, we need to come with more positive. It needs to be the positive example, This is what I would ask everybody. Let's change the narrative. Let's fill this with positive. There are good enough positive stories out there, and we just need to bring them there so everybody wants to follow up the mountains, and there's no reason anymore to stay in the valley. That's the one thing, and then there's a very personal ask. I always say that just eat less meat and fish. You will do this world a big service if you... I'm always surprised. You have sustainability dinners, and then suddenly you see the salmon being served. I'm just very surprised because from a sustainability perspective, and if you see then this meat from some industrial meat production, you would say, is this really sustainable? No, it's not. It needed 16 times more land than if you eat the same protein, which is not used for feeding animals. So I think there we can also do a lot, each one of us. We can all do it together. As companies, as governments, as private consumer, we can have a lot of influence and we can decide with our feet and with our money. That's true.
Thank you. Bülent.
Yeah, I very much like what Jörg said, and I will just add on that. We are an ecosystem. Everybody has his or her spot with regards to, am I a consumer? Am I the financing? Am I the regulator, the politician? To maybe give also the vision. My wish would be to have that sort of change of perspectives and understanding for the overall ecosystem rather than sticking to their own goal and to their own path of the mountain. And as such, just have seen so many ideas outside. Be good role models in each function that you serve for, and continue the path.
Awesome. So everyone, let's wrap it up. Give a big applause. I'm very happy we got into some details of what's really happening. Katharina, thank you so much for joining us. I know you're also available on LinkedIn, so everybody who wants to reach out, I think you're always happy because I see your posts as well, and there's a lot going on which gives transparency, so feel free, and the same I think is for you as well. Thank you for joining us, and maybe next year we should talk about how to change the narrative of sustainable finance toward the positive. I think I would like that a lot. Have a wonderful day. See you around. And yeah, goodbye.
Thank you very much, Stephanie. Thank you very much to your panelists. That was a really great discussion. A lot of input I'm going to take with me into the next panel. Speaking of financing the future economy, we will talk about a related topic. We talk about a sustainable financial market. And we stick obviously to the topic of finance, risk and regulation. Aber wir ändern die Moderationssprache. Für die nächsten 30 Minuten sprechen wir auf dieser Bühne Deutsch. Die Finanzierungsentscheidungen von Banken und InvestorInnen, wir haben es gerade eben gehört, bestimmen die Investitionen von heute und damit natürlich auch unser Wirtschaftssystem von morgen. Geld und Investitionen sind damit bedeutende Stellschrauben für eine nachhaltige Zukunft einerseits. Auf der anderen Seite ist der Finanzmarkt als solcher vom Klimawandel auch enorm bedroht. Zentralbanker und BankerInnen sehen im Klimawandel eine der größten Bedrohungen für die Finanzstabilität und Volkswirtschaften insgesamt. Und wir haben gerade schon gehört, wir brauchen neue Narrative. Wir werden jetzt auf dieser Bühne über Zukunftsvisionen für einen nachhaltigen Finanzmarkt sprechen. Und ich darf auf dieser Bühne zwei Experten, eine Expertin begrüßen. Und Sie dürfen applaudieren für Silke Stremlau und Philipp Krohn. Bitte kommt zu mir auf die Bühne. Ja. Schön, dass ihr da seid. Vielen lieben Dank. Ich darf euch vorstellen, ich fange mal bei der Dame auch an, obwohl sie mir gerade nicht am nächsten sitzt. Silke Stremlau. Wer will mit mir eine Umweltgruppe gründen? Mit einem Zettel am schwarzen Brett fing, glaube ich, so sagt es die Sage, nach alles an. Mit 13 wurde Silke zur Umweltaktivistin, hat sich für Greenpeace an Atommüllfrachter gekettet, hat später Umweltwissenschaften in Oldenburg und auch noch Diplom Betriebswirtsmanagement studiert, hat danach bei einer ESG-Ratingagentur gearbeitet, war Vorständin der Hannoverschen Kassen, ist eine Pensionskasse mit streng nachhaltigen Richtlinien und heute berät berät sie als Vorsitzende des Sustainable Finance Beirates die Bundesregierung zum Thema grüne Finanzen. Außerdem ist Silke auch noch stellvertretende Aufsichtsratsvorsitzende bei der Umweltbank AG und der Norddeutschen Landesbank. Und ganz nebenbei evaluiert sie sich quasi auch noch selbst. Aktuell ist sie Fellow der Mercator Stiftung, das heißt, ein Jahr lang forscht sie daran, wie man sicherstellen kann, dass Initiativen wie der Sustainable Finance Beirat zu dauerhaften Veränderungen führen können. Herzlich willkommen, Silke Stremlau. Philipp Krohn, herzlich willkommen. Assoziierter Hamburger, so liest man es im Internet, lebt aber in Frankfurt und ist Wirtschaftsjournalist, Autor und Musiknerd, wenn ich das so sagen darf. Ist Volkswirt, Germanist, hat seine Diplomarbeit zum Thema Grenzen des Wachstums geschrieben und ist seit 2008, es gab noch einige Stationen davor, die überspringe ich mal kurz, in der Wirtschaftsredaktion der Frankfurter Allgemeinen Zeitung, wo er über Nachhaltigkeit und Finanzmärkte schreibt und für die Reportagenseite Menschen und Wirtschaft zuständig ist. Passenderweise hat er letztes Jahr auch noch ein Buch veröffentlicht mit dem Titel Öko-Liberal, warum Nachhaltigkeit die Freiheit braucht. Er fordert mehr Anreize und weniger Verbote und sagt, zwischen Ökomoralismus, der die soziale Marktwirtschaft in Frage stellt, und einem Freiheitsverständnis, das Änderungen des fossilen Wohlstandsmodells für unzulässig hält, muss ein neues Konzept entstehen, nämlich das des Ökoliberalismus. Was er damit meint, fragen wir ihn gleich. Herzlich willkommen, Philipp Krohn. Wir fangen mal etwas tiefer an. Ne? Wir ändern mal die Flughöhe ein bisschen, weil es vielleicht auch Menschen hier im Publikum gibt, die vielleicht bei dem Thema noch nicht ganz so hoch fliegen. Der EU-Aktionsplan Sustainable Finance 2018 entwickeln. Könnt ihr, einer von euch beiden, ihr dürft euch gerne abstimmen, wer es am besten erklären kann, was hat er gesollt? Und was hat er erstmal tatsächlich bewirkt und getan?
Okay,
Bitte.
ich fange an und du ergänzt. Also die EU-Kommission hat erkannt, dass wir Geld umlenken müssen und sie hat erkannt, dass wir diese Transformation Milliardensummen brauchen. Und sie haben die Kraft des Finanzmarktes erkannt und haben gesagt, okay, dafür braucht der Finanzmarkt mehr Transparenz. Wie nachhaltig sind die Unternehmen? Sind die auf dem Pariser Klimaziel? Erreichen die das? Die müssen also transparente Zahlen haben. Deswegen hat man die CSRD auf den Weg gebracht, dass alle Unternehmen, die eine Relevanz haben, die groß sind, Bericht erstatten, wie nachhaltig sind sie, wie gehen sie mit den ESG-Risiken und Chancen um. Und sie haben ferner dann, Jörg Eigendorf hat es gesagt, einen Green-Bond-Standard auf den Weg gebracht, damit klar ist, was kommt da rein, wenn ich so eine Anleihe emittiere. Und sie haben die sogenannte Offenlegungsverordnung auf den Weg gebracht, dass auch die Finanzinstitute und Akteure sagen, okay, wende ich Nachhaltigkeitskriterien an und wenn ja, welche und wie stark? Das ist die Offenlegungsverordnung. Und sie haben gesagt, okay, eigentlich muss es an dem Point of Sale in jedes Anlageberatungsgespräch, also wenn ihr zu eurer Bank geht und Geld anlegen wollt, dann muss die Bankberaterin fragen, ist Ihnen Nachhaltigkeit wichtig? MiFID II ist das Stichwort. Das sind 10 Regularien, die man auf den Weg gebracht hat in diesem Actionplan. Und wir wissen, wir sind noch mitten in der Umsetzung. Die CSRD ist noch nicht mal jetzt vom Deutschen Bundestag verabschiedet worden. Gibt es gerade noch große Aufregung, ob sie kommt, ob sie abgeschmolzen wird, etc. pp. Aber im Prinzip war das ein guter Plan. Ich sage immer, es ist so ein Haus, ja, und ein bisschen hängt noch die Dachlatte schief und der Keller ist noch feucht und das eine Fenster zieht noch. Aber im Prinzip war das eine ganz gute Idee. Taxonomie habe ich vergessen, ja, mal zu sagen, was ist eine nachhaltige Wirtschaftsaktivität? Das ist in Teilen sehr komplex. Also du hast auch gefragt, ne? Das war der Plan. Wo stehen wir? Ich habe so den Eindruck, wir haben so 40% gerade umgesetzt, aber eigentlich liegt der Großteil des Weges noch vor uns. Ich würde auch noch nicht sagen, das und das hat wirklich geklappt. Bei MiFID II, dieses Thema, wie ist das in den Privatanlegergesprächen in die Banken gekommen? Da gibt es erste wissenschaftliche Untersuchungen, dass das Ziel nicht erreicht worden ist und dass die Regulierung viel zu kompliziert ist. Bei der Taxonomie gibt es sehr unterschiedliche Wahrnehmungen. Jetzt müsste man die einzeln durchgehen, das bestimmst du, ob wir das so machen, aber ich würde sagen, deswegen 40% ist erreicht, 60% des Weges liegt noch vor uns.
Du hast gerade gesagt, eine große Herausforderung ist tatsächlich, es auch, so habe ich das verstanden, ins Gespräch zu bekommen mit den Kunden, das ganze regulatorische Thema. Was genau ist das Problem?
Wir haben eine Präferenzabfrage, wir haben die PAIs, wir haben die Taxonomie und wir haben Artikel 6, 8 und 9. Und weiß jemand von normalen Menschen, also ich nehme mal meine Eltern, die würden jetzt zu ihrer Sparkasse gehen und man fragt sie diese Dinge. Die können sagen, ja, nachhaltig ist mir wichtig, ja oder nein, oder ich möchte einen sehr strengen Ansatz, ich möchte in die Transformation investieren, ich möchte Wirkung erzielen, oder ich möchte eigentlich eher so einen hellgrünen Ansatz haben, so ein bisschen Beimischung. Auf der Ebene kann ich normale Menschen, die nicht aus dem Bereich kommen, abholen, aber nicht mit einer Präferenzabfrage und wie viel Prozent möchten Sie Taxonomiequoten haben. Also das heißt, die Regulierung war dazu komplex. Da ist eher einfach das, ja, ihr dürft klatschen.
Ihr dürft immer klatschen. Emotionen sind vollkommen in Ordnung, auch beim Thema Finanzen. Aber ich muss trotzdem noch mal nachfragen. Du sagst, auf der Seite der Kunden und Kundinnen ist es schwer zu verstehen. Aber würdest du sagen, dass die Berater und Beraterinnen denn auch überhaupt schon so weit sind, das vollumfänglich erklären zu können?
Jein. Einige ja, einige nicht. Auch das haben gerade aktuelle Studien der Wissenschaftsplattform ergeben. Die Bankberater kreuzen was anderes an, als der Kunde gesagt hat. Sie diskutieren in die Richtung der Fonds, die sie im Angebot haben, nicht in die Breite. Nein, nicht alle BankberaterInnen sind gut geschult worden. Bei den Nachhaltigkeitsbanken, die auch hier vertreten sind, ganz klar, da gehört es zu einer langen Tradition, da wächst man damit auf, da kennt man die Geschichten, da kennt man die Konzepte, man weiß, in welche Unternehmen investiert wird, aber nicht bei allen anderen konventionellen Banken.
Jetzt sah es ja aber erstmal so aus, jetzt frage ich mal Philipp, als hätte es ab 2018 einen totalen Aufwärtstrend gegeben. Ne? Möglicherweise war da ein offener Brief eines BlackRock Silberrückens, nicht ganz unschuldig mit daran. Er hat gesagt, dass tatsächlich Nachhaltigkeit zum Mittelpunkt des Investmentsansatzes von BlackRock wird. Larry Fink hat es gesagt, der CEO. Und die Märkte haben dann ja nachher erstmal das gemacht. Ne? ESG und die ganzen Themen waren Trend.
Naja, Finanzmärkte sind erstmal opportunistisch. Die gucken halt, was sind Trends, was kann ich den Leuten verkaufen als eine gute Idee. Und BlackRock hat nichts anderes gemacht, als zu sagen, wenn euch das Thema wichtig ist, dann nehme ich es jetzt auch wichtig. Und es war den Akteuren auf den Finanzmärkten eine Zeit lang sehr, sehr wichtig. Und ich glaube, man kann eigentlich den Moment, an dem es sich ein bisschen verändert hat, sehr klar benennen. Das ist mit dem Einmarsch Russlands in die Ukraine, diese Abhängigkeiten in der fossilen Wirtschaft nochmal sehr deutlich gemacht hat. Damit ging das runter. Jetzt die letzten Äußerungen von Larry Fink waren sehr viel weniger committed, sondern es geht mehr so in die Richtung, naja, also jetzt sind andere Themen wichtiger und jetzt machen wir halt auch andere Themen. Und man sieht da natürlich schon auch, dass wir unterschiedliche Regulierungswelten haben in den Vereinigten Staaten, wo man eben gar nicht darauf setzt, dass man irgendwie Unternehmen sanft schubsen will. Und in Europa, manche finden es nicht sanft genug, sondern ich meine, die Aufregung über CSRD im Moment in Deutschland ist extrem groß. Es gibt Mittelständler, die große Interviews führen darüber, dass sie glauben, sie müssen ihren Geschäftsbetrieb einstellen, weil sie CSRD einführen. Also da ist auch viel Übertreibung drin. Aber gleichzeitig ist es natürlich in Europa eine andere Art von Commitment durch die Fondsgesellschaften, durch die Vermögensverwalter erwartet. Auch dadurch, dass sie halt regulativ einfach sozusagen rangenommen werden. Und ja, das ist einfach ein Riesenunterschied. Und deswegen sollte man jetzt, glaube ich, nicht von BlackRock erwarten, dass sie die Pioniere in dieser Entwicklung sind.
Aber nichtsdestotrotz ist die Entwicklung ja in einer gewissen Weise komplett paradox. Ne? Auf der einen Seite, erst gab es diesen Trend, alles sah super aus, jeder hat gejubelt, auch die Klimaschützer, dann gab es den Einmarsch, dann ist alles wieder in den Keller. Aber die Realwirtschaft wird von dem Klimawandel komplett eingeholt. Und auch das ist ja etwas, was ich wieder... Silke hebt schon
Es geht nicht in den Keller, nee. Also die Zahlen der nachhaltig emittierten Anlagen sind gewachsen, die auch in den nachhaltigen Fonds, die Zahlen 23, sind positiv. Also es ist immer die Frage, also das geht nicht in den Keller. Ich glaube, die Stimmung ist gerade...
Das ist ein guter Punkt, absolut.
Die ist kontrovers.
Absolut.
Aber auch Pensionskassen, Versicherungen, die Nachhaltigkeitskriterien haben, die haben die nicht über Bord geworfen. Die investieren weiter, die suchen weiter Green Bonds und die sind auch teilweise wieder überzeichnet. Also das liest man ja dann immer. Von daher die realen Faktoren, aber die Stimmung und wie darüber geredet wird, das ist kritischer. Und das, was die Unternehmen gerade an Dampf machen und wie negativ und laut sie darüber reden, über die Berichterstattung, die da als Damoklesschwert kommt.
Und wenn man jetzt die Realwirtschaft mal mit einbezieht, dann muss man ja sagen, dass wir eigentlich schon seit 2005 eine unfassbare Klarheit darüber haben, wo die Reise hingeht. Und darüber wundere ich mich dann, also im Kontext mit dem Ukraine-Feldzug der Russen, dass doch große Teile der deutschen Wirtschaft plötzlich anfingen zu sagen, Moment mal, ohne das Öl oder das Gas aus Russland kommen wir überhaupt nicht klar. Ja, aber seit 2005 haben wir den Emissionshandel, der einen langfristigen Pfad setzt, wie wir CO2 reduzieren müssen. Das ist immer in kleinen Handelsperioden, die werden, ne, da wird dann für bestimmte Zeiten werden Budgets festgesetzt, aber wir wissen doch, wo langfristig der Weg hingeht. Und ich denke, dass man dann eigentlich auch erwarten könnte, dass Transitionspläne schon vor dem Jahr 2023 erstellt worden sind, die einen Weg aufzeigen, wohin will sich die Realwirtschaft entwickeln. Und das finde ich, um das zu ergänzen, auch nochmal, ja eigentlich das Wunderbare an der Architektur des Green Deals, dass er aufsetzt an diesen Verpflichtungen, die wir in der Realwirtschaft schon vor vielen Jahren gesetzt haben und den kombiniert mit einer Bereitschaft der Finanzmärkte dabei zu unterstützen. Also es ist ja nicht so, dass der Druck alleine von den Banken ausgeübt wird, die jetzt sagen, hier, wir haben das Beispiel eben gerade auf der Bühne gehabt, ihr Chemieindustrie müsst jetzt mal CO2 reduzieren, sondern das gibt der Emissionshandel vor. Das ist unser Instrument, das wir mal ausgewählt haben, um diesen Weg einzuschlagen. Und da glaube ich eben, also ich finde, dass da in der Öffentlichkeit auch nicht genug Verständnis dafür ist, was da eigentlich gerade passiert. Dass also jetzt im zweiten Schritt die Finanzwirtschaft dazukommt, um das zu unterstützen, was ohnehin schon angelegt ist durch den Emissionshandel.
Wenn wir über Berichterstattung sprechen, wessen Aufgabe wäre es? Wer könnte unterstützen? Wie siehst du die Rolle der Medien beispielsweise?
Natürlich müssen die Medien eine Idee davon haben, wo wir uns hinentwickeln. Ich glaube aber insgesamt, woran es fehlt, ist so ein gesamtgesellschaftliches Narrativ. Manche mögen diesen Begriff nicht mehr, ich finde den super. Ich finde einfach, darüber zu reden, was ist denn eigentlich das, was wir gemeinsam erreichen wollen? Und da finde ich, sind im Moment so verquere und unterschiedliche Erzählungen im Raum. Wenn man auf der politischen Ebene sich das mal anguckt, habe ich in der Regierung mindestens 3 bis 4 verschiedene Narrative, die alle nicht zusammenpassen. Ich habe aber auch in der Opposition nochmal ein komplett anderes Narrativ. Und ich würde mir wünschen, klar zu sagen, 2050 ist das Ziel 0. Und jetzt gucken wir mal als Gesellschaft, wie bekommen wir diese Transformation gemeinsam hin. Und da gibt es verschiedene Akteure und die bekommen bestimmte Rollen. Und da sind die Banken super wichtig, aber sie sind auch jetzt nicht der Buhmann, wenn das Unternehmen erfährt, Moment, also das könnte ein bisschen schwierig sein mit dem etwas defensiven Transitionsplan, den das Unternehmen aufgestellt hat. Und gleichzeitig ist aber auch nicht der Regulierer der Buhmann, wenn er sagt, wir brauchen mehr Transparenz. Man kann ja sagen, dass die CSRD vielleicht etwas überambitioniert in der Datensammlung ist, aber die Grundidee erstmal offen zu legen und zu zeigen, was tue ich hier eigentlich, was ist eigentlich mein Impact auf die Welt mit dem, was ich wirtschaftlich tue. Also das finde ich schon, das kann ich erwarten als Stakeholder von einem Unternehmen, das das leistet.
Silke, das war wahrscheinlich dein Stichwort mit Zukunftsbilder, der Beirat Sustainable Finance der Bundesregierung. Was ist die Aufgabe und was ist der tatsächliche Gestaltungsspielraum?
Ja, genau. Wir haben so ein Zukunftsbild nämlich entwickelt, weil wir genau diese Diskussion gerade sehr technisch erleben, sehr compliance-getrieben. Alle brüten über ihre CSRD-Indikatoren und SFDA etc. Und wir haben gesagt, hey, haben wir eigentlich ein Bild, wie die Welt im Jahr 2034 aussehen könnte? Wie das wird, wenn es gut wird? Wenn genau die Regularien, über die wir uns gerade so viel streiten, wenn die fruchten und wenn die Früchte tragen. Was verändert sich in der Realwirtschaft? Was verändert sich im Finanzsektor? Was muss die Politik machen? Und wir haben es noch in Papier, aber ihr findet es auf unserer Website. Und wir haben echt um Sätze gerungen, weil man daran merkt, wie unterschiedliche Intentionen da sind. Aber es hat echt Spaß gemacht. Und es steht zum Beispiel, ein Satz ist für mich so ein Schlüsselsatz, im Jahr 2034 gibt es kein Sustainable Finance mehr. Finance ist dann Sustainable Finance, ja, weil dann alle Daten vorliegen, weil es integriert läuft, weil es in die Unternehmen, in Finanzentscheidungen, Strategieentscheidungen automatisch mitgedacht wird. Und auch Finanzindustrie entwickelt sich weiter. Banken geben nicht mehr nur Geld und Kredite. Ja? Die sind Berater für die Unternehmen, die sich in Transformation empfinden. Die bauen Netzwerke, die geben Know-how weiter. Die gucken, was ihre Ökosysteme vor Ort zum Beispiel brauchen. Und das ist, also für mich war das ein super Prozess und wir hatten Leute auch aus Ministerien dabei und die haben gesagt, eigentlich müsste das mal unsere Regierung machen. Ja, eigentlich müsste unser Kabinett mal sich 3 Tage zu so einer Zukunftswerkstatt einschließen, damit sie genau so eine Vision haben und auch mit Begeisterung, das, was Jörg Eigendorf gerade gesagt hat, mit positiven Bildern mal rausgehen. Weil diese Transformation ist anstrengend. Ja, das ist der größte Umbau unserer Gesellschaft, den wir je hatten. Das geht auch ans Eingemachte, das wird auch nicht ohne Einschnitte gehen. Wir werden uns auch von liebgewonnenen Dingen, Ritualen verabschieden müssen, weil sie CO2-intensiv sind. Ja? Aber das ist nicht nur Verzicht, sondern es ist die Frage, was genügt mir eigentlich für ein gutes Leben? Und dafür brauche ich nicht Flugreisen, dafür brauche ich nicht 3-mal die Woche Fleisch. Dafür brauche ich auch ganz viele andere Dinge, nicht große Häuser etc., sondern und da ein positives Bild zu haben, die Menschen mitzunehmen in die Diskussion, das identifiziert, glaube ich. Und das stiftet Zukunftsgeist auch und Mut. Das findet man hier. Das finde ich total beeindruckend. Ja, hier wird Zukunft gebaut. Ich hätte mir gewünscht, nicht 3 Gipfel gestern im Kanzleramt, sondern sagen, Leute, kommt mal hier hin. Ja, hier sind so viele junge Leute, hier sind Unternehmerinnen und Unternehmer. Hier wird Zukunft gestaltet. Und das ist der Geist, glaube ich, der von so einem Zukunftsbild ausgehen kann.
Realistisch betrachtet, was würdet ihr sagen, wer sind die größten Treiber? Ist es die Politik, sind es die Unternehmen oder sind es die Kunden, die nachfragen müssen oder sagen müssen, das will ich nicht? Also es ist wahrscheinlich, jetzt würdet ihr sagen, es ist ein Dreiklang, aber wenn ihr euch für eine entscheiden müsstet, wer wäre es?
Also ich fand eben diese Diskussion über diese Art Fingerpointing, ja, also wer ist wie weit und Tour de France, ich finde das Bild super von Rockström, aber die Frage, wie weit sind denn alle, ist glaube ich, auch sehr individuell von eigenen Erfahrungen geprägt. Was mich immer wieder überrascht, ist, wie weit Unternehmen in vielen Fragestellungen dann doch schon sind, weil eben es ja auch schon so lange Regulierung gibt, während es bei Privathaushalten ja noch gar nicht so eine scharfe Regulierung gibt. Wir haben die Diskussion um das Gebäudeenergiegesetz gesehen und haben eigentlich eine Abstimmung mit Füßen der Bürger gehabt, so wollen wir das nicht. Und dann wurde dann auch was geändert, aber da ist der Druck auch noch nicht aus dem Kessel. Und mein Eindruck ist, dass die Politik die Bürger extrem lange verschont hat, während sie Unternehmen schon relativ stark verpflichtet hat und dann die Finanzmärkte. Und somit wird der größere Teil der Veränderungen noch auf die Bürger zukommen, weil Häuser ungedämmt sind, Heizungen immer noch fossil sind und auch neu fossil nachgebaut werden. Also der Druck ist überhaupt noch gar nicht da. Ich will auch nicht, dass die Haushalte sozusagen permanent irgendwie Druck spüren. Aber ich würde mir schon wünschen, dass mehr Bereitschaft dafür da ist, was ist eigentlich mein eigener Anteil. Ich rufe die Leute immer dazu auf, macht doch mal euren eigenen Footprint und guckt mal, was in den 4, 5 Dimensionen, auf die ihr Einfluss habt, wirklich so rauskommt. Dass es nicht dieses irgendwie so Verantwortung hinschieben auf die Bürger, sondern einfach ein eigenes Bewusstsein dafür entwickeln, was verändert eigentlich was. Und also, wenn ich mich so umsehe in meinem eigenen Umfeld, stelle ich schon fest, Mann, oh Mann, wir reden aber viel abstrakt darüber, was alles getan werden müsste. Aber Leute, die 2-mal im Jahr irgendwo auf Flugreisen unterwegs sind, die im April nichts anderes tun können, als irgendwie nach Kreta zu fliegen, da denke ich dann schon manchmal, Mann, Leute, habt ihr das eigentlich mal einmal an euch rangelassen? Und es wird kommen. Die Politik wird da mehr machen in den nächsten Jahren.
Ja, 100% d'accord. Und die Frage, wer ist der größte Antreiber? Vielleicht eine aktuelle Studie, Sustainable Transformation Monitor, kennen vielleicht einige, von Bertelsmann und Mercator gefördert. Wer noch nicht teilgenommen hat als Unternehmerin, bitte teilnehmen. Und die fragen immer die Frage, wer ist denn der größte Antreiber? Und bei den Unternehmen, die sagen ganz klar die Regulierung und die zukünftigen Mitarbeitenden. Ja, und die jungen Mitarbeitenden, die machen scheinbar Druck in den Unternehmen. Das sind die 2 größten Antreiber, warum sich Unternehmen mit diesen Nachhaltigkeitsfragen strategisch beschäftigen. Das ist nicht die Politik. Und ich glaube, so meine auch persönliche Empirie, die Unternehmen, die stark im B2C-Bereich sind, die sagen mir auch, für uns ist ganz klar, Nachhaltigkeit ist das neue Normal. Das kommt in den nächsten 10 Jahren. Wir spüren so viel Druck von Konsumentinnen und Konsumenten, wir können gar nicht anders. Ja? Und also da unterscheidet sich es, glaube ich, auch nochmal in welchem Bereich. Aber ich würde Philipp total recht geben. Ich glaube, die Unternehmen sind in Teilen schon extrem weit. Aber ich finde es spannend, dass die neuen Mitarbeitenden sozusagen, die jungen Nachfragenden, dass die einen großen Antreiber darstellen.
Ich möchte das wirklich wahnsinnig gerne glauben und es wäre auch so schön, wenn es tatsächlich passiert. Tatsächlich war ich kürzlich auch bei einer Privatbank und habe dort moderiert und habe mich danach auch mit Kunden und Kundinnen unterhalten, die teilweise auch Unternehmer waren. Und tatsächlich ist da an dem Tisch, an dem ich saß, dann doch auch der Satz gefallen, naja, unter uns am Ende, wenn es 0,5% mehr Rendite gibt, dann zählt der Kapitalismus für die meisten dann halt doch noch mehr als die Nachhaltigkeit. Deswegen diese Frage, ob der Endkunde, die Endkundin oder der Privatmensch mit seinen Flugreisen tatsächlich den Impact macht. Also ich weiß es nicht. Ist auch diese private, wie soll man sagen, Gestaltungsfreiheit nicht manchmal auch ein bisschen überbetont? Fragezeichen.
Na klar, also solange wir nicht eine klare Regulierung haben, und die wird ja jetzt 2027 kommen mit dem ETS 2, also mit dem europäischen Emissionshandel, der auch ausgeweitet wird auf den Verkehr und auf die Wohngebäude. Das wird ein tiefer Einschnitt sein in das Konsumverhalten der einzelnen Haushalte. Ich spreche überhaupt nicht davon, dass die Leute selber sozusagen das in die Hand nehmen sollen und dann auch mit Schwarmintelligenz am Ende irgendwie Nachhaltigkeit rauskommt, sondern ich möchte, dass der politische Regulierer eine klare Vision hat, eine klare Regulierung macht und die Leute, und das macht Robert Habeck in Teilen bei aller Kritik ganz gut, dass er die Leute darauf vorbereitet, da steht was an. Macht euch gefasst, dass das mit dem Auto alles sehr viel teurer wird, wenn ihr nicht umsteigt. Ne? Wir haben vorhin über E-Mobilität auch gehört, dass das eben, ja, die Diskussion im Moment auch ein bisschen irre eigentlich ist. Und es ist ja mit den Wohngebäuden ganz genauso. Also die Leute werden sich darauf einstellen müssen, dass sie nicht mehr fossil heizen. Aber weil die Regulierung das macht, weil die Regulierung gut ist. Und ich finde, man kann, also mein Wunsch wäre, Politik kann die Regulierung unterstützen, indem sie Visionen aufzeigt, wie man etwas gut hinbekommt, es ein gutes Leben ist, ja, ein gutes Leben in einer intakten Welt zu schaffen, das aber schon jetzt nicht fossil sein muss. Also da sozusagen die Pioniere in den Vordergrund zu stellen und sagen, guck mal, ist das wirklich Verzicht, was diese Menschen machen, oder ist das eigentlich auch ein cooles Leben?
Ich bin sehr überrascht tatsächlich, positiv überrascht, weil ich jetzt aufgrund des Buchtitels ökoliberal dann doch gedacht hätte, dass du sagst, eher weniger Staat und der Markt wird es im Zweifel regeln. Aber das klingt ja jetzt so, als siehst du die Regulierung als relativ, um jetzt ein CDU-Wort zu bemühen, alternativlos an.
Naja, also ich glaube, also der europäische Emissionshandel ist das schärfste Schwert, das wir haben und das effektivste. Und es wirkt schon, die Industrieunternehmen und die Energiekonzerne sind schon viel, viel CO2-schwächer als in den vergangenen Jahrzehnten. Das wirkt. Das ist ein ganz tolles Instrument. Und es wird jetzt auch auf die Privathaushalte ausgeweitet. Das heißt, ich möchte eigentlich gar nicht mehr. Ich möchte nicht noch jetzt einen Verbrenner aus und ein Aus für Fleischkonsum und ein Aus für Klamotten, die irgendwie CO2-intensiv sind, sondern das soll bitte schön wirklich dieses Marktinstrument regeln. Aber ich kann natürlich schon begleitend als Politiker kommunikativ den Leuten klar machen, das wird dann mal normal sein in 10, 15 Jahren.
Angesichts der Zeit, ich hätte gerne von euch noch eine Wunschschlagzeile, die ihr gerne im Wirtschaftsteil der FAZ lesen wollen würdet. Alternativ darfst du auch eine Platte empfehlen. Er sammelt und schreibt Bücher darüber. Okay, ein Buch. Ihr dürft euch überlegen, wer beginnt. Also entweder so eine Headline in der FAZ.
Ja, ich hatte vorhin ein Gespräch zum Thema Family Offices. Also es sind ja viele Unternehmer hier und wir haben wahnsinnig viele reiche Unternehmen. Wir haben viele Familienunternehmen in Deutschland. Aber nur 1 von 10 Family Offices legt ihr Geld nach Nachhaltigkeitskriterien an. Die können komplett unreguliert agieren. Die machen viel im Bereich Venture Capital Startups, aber echt nur ein ganz kleiner Teil zum Thema Nachhaltigkeit. Und ich würde mir die Headline wünschen, dass da so ein wahnsinniger Shift, so eine totale Bewegung und dass mittlerweile jedes zweite Family-Unternehmen, jedes zweite Family Office investiert nach strengen Nachhaltigkeitskriterien und die haben verstanden, was ihr Geld für diese Transformation bewirken kann und die gehen da ganz klar rein mit Risikokapital. Also die Headline fände ich super.
Da steckt ja auch eine große Chance drin. Ne? Das ist sehr, sehr gut. Vielen Dank. Applaus, gerne. Philipp,
Ich lasse das,
Platte oder Schlagzeile?
Mit der Platte, die Schlagzeile. Ich würde gerne am 31.12.2044 im Alter von dann 67 Jahren, so gerade kurz vor der Rente, schreiben, geschafft, Klimaneutralität 2045.
Ich glaube, darauf können wir uns alle einigen, oder? Absolut. Dann darf ich mich bei euch beiden bedanken. Vielen Dank, Philipp. Vielen Dank, Silke. Macht einfach genauso weiter im Beirat und beim Schreiben. Und ja, vielen Dank, dass ihr beide da wart. Hello again.
Hello, hello, welcome back. Impact Festival Day 1, full swing. I think we had a great start this morning. There was a lot of buzz already in the room, a lot of energy in the room.
Absolutely.
Now we come shortly into our second innovation area on energy, pollution and water. But maybe, Janina, you promised us some music, artistic performance. That's probably how we're going to start now. What's
but
happening?
I won't do it. You won't do it.
I won't do it either.
We have an expert. That was my cue. Okay. The best thing you can do after a break and with a full belly and a full brain is listen to some music and to a good story. We have an artistic performance by Joshua Sam Miller coming next. He's from New York. He moved over to Germany. And where do New Yorkers live in Germany? In Potsdam, right. Close enough. Yeah, he's living in Potsdam. And he's a conscious entrepreneur, a sound and visual artist, a music producer and an ocean conservationist. Driven by the desire to foster a healthier, more sustainable world, Joshua creates immersive projects that addresses modern society's stress, burnout, and environmental challenges. He showcased his award-winning performance, Sound of the Ocean, at the COP27 last year, and today for us live on stage. Dive into the soothing sound of the ocean and follow Joshua Sam Miller beneath the sea. Welcome on stage, Joshua.
Welcome. Big applause for you.
Wow, what an incredible intro. You're going to have to come on tour with us every time. Thank you all so much for coming to this session. And my name is Joshua from the US, now living in Potsdam. And I wanted to share a bit with you of the backstory of this project before we get into the music and allow you a chance to relax after lunch. So I was living in California and was introduced to sound underwater. And as a musician, as an artist, it was quite an inspiring moment in my life to understand that there is a lot of sound underwater and that it has the power to transport us if we allow it to that environment. I grew up a scuba diver and always had a deep fascination with what it's like in the ocean. And being a cinematographer and filmmaker in my earlier years back in New York, I always found this environment very inspiring. So coming back to this from the music perspective, I thought, let's combine these underwater sounds with music and imagery to allow people to feel the magic of this environment. And we created this experience. We've been around for about 5 years now and have toured at film festivals, both here in Germany, such as the Full Dome Festival in Jena, which was, of course, the birthplace of the planetarium, which has been a very important home for us. And also in the United States, California, New York, Colorado, Florida, several states over there. And we're an official UN Ocean Decade activity, really focusing on this combination of ocean awareness, ocean health, and also our health and well-being, because we believe that they're very much linked together. So we like to fuse this wellness and conservation genre merged with entertainment. We've been to several climate conferences, which have been super inspiring to meet companies like many of you represent, governments, nonprofit associations, all working towards similar goals. And it's been quite inspiring to me as an artist to really believe in the power of partnerships to achieve these goals. One of the most important parts of our project is our impact. And of course, here at the Impact Festival, that's a key priority. So I want to speak a little bit about some of these partnerships that we have. Firstly, we have an excellent partner in the audience today, Mr. Clemens Fagel, if you want to stand up and just wave your hand. Yes, give him a round of applause. Clemens is the co-founder of a company called Everwave, which many of you might know of. They remove plastic from rivers around the world. And we support them proudly with donations from ticket sales and some of our installations that we do here in Germany. We actually have a concert in Berlin, if anyone's available, on November 9th. We'd love to see you there. So come join us in Berlin. And several of our other partnerships include activations like beach cleanups, awareness campaigns, ocean literacy, education, outreach, and really distributing our message on both the digital platforms and the in-person events to be a platform for these companies to amplify their message. I think music does a great job of bringing in an audience, and we like to devote that opportunity to raise awareness around these important causes. So we're super proud of these partnerships. And here's my info in case you want to get in touch. Would love to follow up with you after we listen to some of the sounds from the sea. So if we can begin the video, please, we'll transition into the musical session. Thank you. Well, welcome back from that experience. How do you feel? It always really takes us to a different place, I think, which is really the power of music and sound. And I think we were maybe going to have a few questions in the remaining time.
Speak very, very slow and calm after that session. Thank you very much.
That's good, thank you.
For your music and for these impressive works. I got a question. These pictures are actually real. It's no AI generated.
Yes, these are real underwater photography of ocean life. No CGI, no AI.
Wow. We got 5 minutes left. Is there any question from the audience? Do you want to ask something? Not yet? Then, there, okay. Do we have a microphone for that lady here in the middle? Perfect. Thank you very much.
Great.
Thank you very much for that experience. It makes one feel very connected. And it also makes me feel very sorry that I didn't come earlier to listen to the rest of what you had to say. What was it that inspired the connection between the conch, or between those sounds and the clarinet and the instrument, or any woodwind instrument, in fact?
That's a great question. So I'd say the process of composing music for this show, which includes several instruments. We do full 1-hour concerts where we're playing percussion, string instruments, wind instruments. And for this particular showcase in this example, I chose this section because I find that something about the clarinet and the humpback whales are a very powerful combination, which was really discovered just by trying it out and experimenting. There wasn't so much of a science to it, but I think that the complement of air and wind together with these underwater voices are very powerful. So yeah, thank you for noticing that.
There is another question.
Yeah, thank you for this nice mood you created here. One simple question: can animals hear music underwater?
Very good.
Maybe your music.
Yes, they can actually. There's a lot of research being done now that includes humans playing music for underwater ocean life, such as the whales, and a lot of research in understanding their language and communication. One study I saw recently came out saying that each year the ocean song of the humpback whale, it actually changes. So it's kind of like a new hit single for the year. And it changes year to year to really attract new partners, mostly for reproduction. Just like us, really.
Very good. Another question from the audience? I heard a... there,
over here,
over
yeah.
there. Over there.
Yeah, quite simple question, actually. Maybe not that simple, but what's your wish for the oceans?
That's a great question. I guess my wish for the oceans is that we keep them clean, we keep them quiet. It really inspires me as an artist and musician to know how much sound exists underwater. And several of these recordings that come from the Pacific Ocean have been used in policy outreach and campaigns to protect different parts of the sea from shipping, fishing, oil and gas exploration, Navy ships. These are the really loud things that happen in the ocean. So I really find that it's important that we work together to raise awareness around these issues so that more people in power know about them. And it's definitely my wish for this project and everything in this space of ocean conservation to work for a cleaner and quieter environment for the life of all marine creatures, particularly with deep sea mining. That's something we're starting to learn a lot more about, and something I believe we have to protect and fight against quite strongly.
We're running out of time, Joshua. I may thank you for your performance and for your work as an artist and an activist, and I hope we will all succeed in whatever you are doing.
We will. Thank you all so
very
much. Thank you.
Thanks. Switch on stage. Leo, komm zu mir.
Switch on stage. Vielen Dank, Professor Mojib Latif. Sie haben schon ein bisschen angekündigt, Claudia Kemfert. Wir switchen jetzt ins Englische. So for our next part, again, we're going to switch to English. And my big pleasure to welcome with us virtually Professor Dr. Claudia Kemfert. She's the head of energy, transportation and environment at the German Institute of Economics. She's also professor for energy economics and energy policy at Leuphana University. And safe to say, Claudia Kemfert, she's one of the most renowned experts in the field. So with us here on the big stage, I would say warm welcome, Claudia Kemfert. Good to have you with us.
Hello, everybody. Hope that you can see me. Hello, hello, hello.
We see you very well.
Thank you for having me virtually. I'm sorry that I cannot be in Frankfurt today, but I'm really happy that you have me. I hope you can see me.
Shall we tell you what you're missing out? There's a full room here of people, 400 people probably, all curious to listen to you, and a lot of things going on. So we hope to see you at least then in person at one of the next Impact Festivals. But now we have this discussion coming up, the two of us. A lot of topics to talk about when we talk about the energy transformation that we're in. Want to hear from you, first of all, how do you assess and how do you see Germany's progress in this energy transformation right now?
Yeah, Germany's progress in the energy transformation is quite mixed. On the one hand, we have quite steep increase of renewable energy in the electricity production sector, which is good. Especially in the last years, there has been an increase of wind energy, but especially solar, so that we approximately have already 60% of our electricity production coming from renewables. That's much better than before. There has been before a lot of barriers which have been removed. That's good. On the other hand, in the other sectors, so we are not talking about electricity, we are also talking about the transportation sector, where we need to renovate the buildings, but also have electricity in the buildings or any kind of emission-free technology, or in the transportation sector where we need, for example, biofuels, but also electric mobility. Therefore, we need a lot of electricity coming from renewables, and there we are not very far. So on the one hand, I would say it's good that we have a much steeper increase of renewables. On the other hand, we are lagging behind the other sectors, which is not that good, and we need to improve, and that's for sure.
So where do you see the biggest challenges? You mentioned some of these sectors, and also here at the Impact Festival, we're going to dive deeper into this. Last year, we've been talking a lot about the built environment. This time, of course, mobility, you just mentioned transportation sector. Where do you see the biggest challenges in these sectors right now? Or generally, what are the biggest ones?
Yeah, the biggest challenges at the moment are that we have to increase the share of renewables. That's the most important aspect. And we have removed some barriers related to wind energy that, especially in Germany, we have to show that we have enough areas for wind energy in all individual Bundesländer and all states. And this is one part of it, which is important. The bureaucracy is too intense, as always, because here we need, approximately 7 years for one windmill, but we should need 7 months. That should be the time frame which we are talking about, but not 7 years. So the bureaucracy is lacking, and also the personnel in the individual states where we need the improvement and also the improvement of the windmills. That's one thing. On the solar energy side, much has been improved. That's much faster ongoing right now with really easier processes and less barriers, and that's quite good. That's on a good track, I would say. But the biggest challenges are really in the areas of electric mobility, for example, where infrastructure is lacking. We need load infrastructure. We need much less advantages, especially for conventional vehicles, and more incentives for electric cars or electric vehicles per se. And here for this, we need also we need more electricity coming from renewables. And in the building sector, we are lagging behind with renovation, with financial incentives to renovate the buildings, but also to improve the energy efficiency of the buildings. And all this is not happening fast enough. So here I see the biggest challenges for the industry as well, where we need to transform, which is the subject of these days, transform away from fossil fuels towards more renewables. And this is not ongoing. The industry per se needs to modernize a lot. And hydrogen is one aspect of it, but energy efficiency as well. So there are a lot of challenges, which we know since many years, but we are not going fast enough.
Do you have the sense, because this morning we also talked about e-vehicles, e-mobility, do you feel that currently we even took a step back in some of these in terms of our effort, that things are slowing down rather than speeding up? I mean, there's a lot of public debate on e-vehicles, right? Everybody can relate to. Is that something you perceive as well?
Yeah, I would say yes. We are slowing down with the electric vehicles, and this is really a mistake, because in many other countries, and if we are looking at the selling of electric cars worldwide, we see a steep increase, but not German cars because we are not ready. But all other countries are producing electric cars, like China, for example, with a lot of subsidies, the US as well. And so they know that the market is growing, but the German car manufacturers are not ready. There are also mistakes from the management for sure, but also the policy is not stable enough. I mean, sometimes they say, yes, we want to go into electric mobility, and sometimes they talk about now the conventional cars need to remain. And that does not help the industry. They need to have a stable framework and incentives to modernize, and that's not helpful if the German debate is so backward and not forward. We need to improve and not slowing down. We need to make it faster and also come to a higher share of electric cars also in the German market, but per se to help the industry on the global market.
It's also interesting. It sounds like we have the way forward. We know what we need to do. Professor Mojib Latif just mentioned before that he called his neuroscientist friend. Do we need the neuroscientists to help us explain why we don't behave in the way we should behave?
Well, yeah, I always agree with Mojib. Greetings, by the way, if he's still there.
Yeah.
I would agree. I mean, we need some kind of incentives for reaction. In Germany, we are very pessimistic, always. I mean, right now, also we are talking about industry, we talk about the economy. Yes, it's not going that good. We are not so much in a recession, but it's not going that well. But the industry itself has made a lot of mistakes in the past because of policy, not enough policy incentives, and now we are paying the price for it. The gas dependency was one part of it, but also they are not modernized enough, and the car manufacturing industry is the same. So what we really need is to be more optimistic. That's on the one hand, but also that we are doing and proceeding and not always looking back and slowing things down. And we are very reluctant to modernize, very reluctant, very risk averse in Germany, and that does not help at all because we need to invest into the future. And here we need modern, risk-friendly frameworks, not only in the management side, but also on the policy side. to move forward. So we know what to do. I completely agree with Marcin. We know what to do, but we are not doing it fast enough. And neuroscience might help, but for sure we know how to do it, but we are not doing it. And here we need to proceed. Yeah.
The neuroscientists and the sociologists that will help to explain us.
Sociologists, yes.
Yeah, that would be a good one as well. But maybe still, before we go into the full optimism mode of how we make that transformation happen, also still to acknowledge we're in a specific economic situation, we're in a situation of multiple global crises, right? And we have the energy crisis that has been kind of sped up through the Ukrainian war that happened, right, and is ongoing. So there's a lot of things going on. How much did that also show, let's say, vulnerabilities in Germany's energy system? And yeah, how do you see that?
Yeah, you're completely right. We are in the middle of multiple crises, coming from the pandemic and all the wars worldwide, and the climate crisis, biodiversity crisis. So we are facing so many crises that we have to deal with. And of course, we are very vulnerable because we are very dependent, or have been very dependent, especially on Russian gas. And that has been always a mistake. We warned, 20 years we warned, but nobody has listened. But we are doing the same mistakes again and again. Now with China, and we should not be too dependent on other countries. We can solve it easily with the energy system, to have a domestic energy system based on renewables, which is, by the way, also a peace technology and not a war technology, as, for example, fossil fuels and nuclear at the moment. We can easily solve it with energy saving, renewable energy, and also solve the climate crisis, solve the energy crisis, all in total, by just doing the transformation and be less dependent on other nations. But of course, we are importing right now still gas from other nations. Norway is the best country, I would say, but we are importing also from other countries like the US or Qatar and other fossil fuel nations, which are not that, the ones that we should be very happy about, but we are still doing it. We are substituting Russia with other autocratic nations, which is difficult. But however, what we need to do is, to be reluctant and careful from whom we are importing, from whom we become very dependent. China is difficult because we need to prepare what's happening if there are some tensions with China. And we see that now with the Chinese market and the electric cars on the Chinese market. And this is just the beginning. So we should be prepared, and we can be prepared by focusing on our domestic energy situation, by focusing on renewable energies, energy saving, and do the energy transformation at home. And that could help, but we will import hydrogen, for example, and other components, rare earth components, and so on. We will be dependent on the international market, but we should be prepared, diversify the imports, and do the domestic energy transformation.
So already what you're saying is here also to anticipate any future dependencies and future problems that might arise, right? And now start building an energy system that will make us less dependent on other countries, on geopolitics. You mentioned hydrogen. What's the role that green hydrogen will play in that equation?
Yeah, green hydrogen will play a role, but not that large role as many are saying, especially politicians. It's a minor role because we need it for the industry, especially for heavy energy intensive industry, steel production and so on. We need green hydrogen. But we have to be aware that hydrogen needs to be produced by especially renewable electricity, not with fossil energy, because then the emission intensity is much higher as if we would use electricity directly. So here for the industry we need it. For other sectors, we have other solutions which are cheaper, less energy intensive, less emission intensive. For example, the electric cars. or electric vehicles. We will see electric buses and trucks, and we could use it. The battery costs are going down, and that's much more efficient and much less energy intensive than we would use hydrogen to a large extent, especially in the transportation sector. The same is true for the building sector. If we would use their hydrogen, it's very energy efficient and it's very costly. And we don't have hydrogen. We have to produce it. We need the infrastructure. It's all very costly. And for this, I would say in the equation, hydrogen has a role. We need it for one sector, especially for the industry, but not for the others, which would be really energy intensive and a waste of energy.
When we talk about the way forward now, policy measures play an important role. That's something that we keep discussing here as well. What is the role, or what are good policy measures right now that really help us speed up that transformation? What do you see right now? And are we on a good path when it comes to our regulatory frameworks?
Yeah, we need, of course, policies which help to increase the share of renewable energy, where I see the feed-in tariff system or the financial promotion system with the auctions good. That's working. We should not change it, as now is discussed with only incentives for investments, which would bring high barriers to the market. So I would leave that as it is right now and not change it and remove barriers wherever is possible for the renewable energy sector, because we need a priority grid, access to the grid for renewables always. And the other parts in the transportation sector, we need more electric cars, we need infrastructure extension, load infrastructure, and also promotion. I mean, we indirectly subsidize the diesel by the lower diesel tax, for example. And here we need less barriers for electric mobility in general for the transportation sector, but also we need a promotion of public transportation, railway. We have really an important task in Germany to improve the railway system and the rail system in general. By going by the Deutsche Bahn is always a challenge. So we need to change that as well, but also in the building sector to have more financial support for the installation, for the renovation, for energy efficiency, energy saving programs. That would help a lot. And that's something we should really face. And for this, we need a broad range of policy measures, not only one fits all. It's not there. We don't have it, but we have different kind of policy measures which we should implement.
But maybe then the view into that crystal ball, do you see that happening in the next 2, 3, 4, 5 years? Because that's probably the time frame we're talking about, right? We're not talking about 10, 20 years where these changes need to happen. Because also the windmill example you gave, this is something we've been talking about for quite some time. Bavaria specific situation there. Are you confident that these changes will happen in the near short term future?
That's really a good point, and you're completely right. We need to have that in the next years, and not discuss again 10 to 15 years as we did in the past, and then we are lagging behind. So we need solutions now. It's very difficult to answer because we are next year in the middle of an election year. We don't know what is the next government, what they will do, what they say. It sounds a little bit more backward looking than forward looking. But hopefully, because the market is there and the renewable energy is a market, we have jobs, we are creating value addeds, we have a lot of advantages related to it, that there will be also a policy support to continue this and not go back to a fossil energy world or what they dream of nuclear. I mean, nuclear is too expensive and to everything, just for new nuclear power plants, too risky and whatever. There we should not waste our discussions on and our money in. I hope that we will have solutions in the next years, because we need them urgently, and not wait and see and discuss again and again and again.
Yeah, exactly, because of that time urgency. And for us all, I think will be interesting when we come back together at Impact Festival 2028 probably, and then do a little bit of a recap what we discussed in 2024. See if we have that same discussion or if we fundamentally have made progress will be interesting to reflect on. Maybe we talked about Germany now. I think what would be interesting for me to put it a little bit into that international perspective as well. What's happening, maybe some other best practices in Europe where you see really good advancements, where we can also learn something from. I mean, each country is individual, right, has their individual constellations, but maybe you put that a little bit into that global perspective.
Yeah, right. I mean, in Europe, for sure, we have to look to the northern countries like Denmark, which has been started in the 70s. They are already very far with the energy transformation. They don't have an oil industry anymore. They are cycling. They have everything they need. Combined heat and power system. The building sector is so much better. The same and true in Scandinavia, where the largest share of heat pumps are in Europe, and that Germany is the lowest in Europe, which is really bad. But in the northern countries, you have a higher share of 60 to 70% of heat pumps of all buildings, and it's working. By the way, it's cold, but it's working. All the myths related to the heat pumps we can see are myths, and they are working. So Scandinavia, Denmark are good practices, but also look in some cities in Europe, for example, like Paris, which have an transportation transformation made available, which is really interesting. In the Netherlands with a lot of cycling. So you see a lot of progress. But from the economic point of view, interesting is also the US by the Inflation Reduction Act, where they are spending a lot of money for the transformation. They are very much investing into electric car manufacturing industry, but also all green technology industry, also renewable energy. So they are providing a lot of financial incentives, attractive framework, which is really a competition to the European market. With the Green Deal, we want to do a lot, but there the program is. There we will see now with Trump, probably Trump, that might change, hopefully. It will not change, but there is a lot of competition. China is subsidizing like hell, I mean, on the renewable energy side, but also on the electric car side. So we cannot compete because of dumping prices they have. This is why we also come up with some kind of taxes or providing also here some barriers to the trade. Which is we have to look at. I mean, so there are other countries in the world which are doing a lot for the green transformation and providing interesting solutions.
But just as you mentioned, like, I mean, the US with the Inflation Reduction Act, China, massive financial investment. So maybe the question here, are we able in Germany on the European level to kind of be a level playing field when it comes to these investments, or are we just scores of money right now? And that's also one of the big gaps and big challenges.
No, I mean, there's not scarcity of money. There's always a point of how we frame it, or if we allow it to invest or to provide incentives for investment. That's important. And we have in Europe also components to do that. Projects of common interest, for example, where we are investing or provide investment incentives for projects like this. So we can do it, but the question is though, whether we are doing it in a way that's really competitive. And the US is very much ongoing here and very much looking to the future. And that's something which we have to face because for a lot of companies, it's interesting to move there and to produce green technology there. And that's really not how it should be, because in Germany, we have the best condition to do that, because we started so early and then we leave the market to others. That's not very clever. It's quite stupid, and we need to change that. We could do that, for example, by also providing enough financial incentives. We could do that in Germany, but in Europe as well.
Financial incentive. Then especially in the morning, we talked about the role of banks in that transformation for all the different players that are involved in financial services in the financial sector, right? They need to have the incentives to make sure that investments and money goes in the right direction. So that's the
Yeah, and they are doing it a lot. I mean, especially the banks and the financial institutions are doing a lot, and they know where the market is going. They have it all on their maps, and this is why they provide a lot of incentives and that the investment goes into the right direction. But if the politicians with their frameworks are not providing it and increasing the barriers again, that's not how it should work. But the financial institutions play a crucial role and are doing it already, and providing the money. We don't have a lack of money. We have a lack of policy incentives and the framework which make it happen.
All right, I think that's an interesting key takeaway for us here. There's not that lack of money. There's a lot of different stakeholders in the room, right? We have the startups, the SMEs, the companies, investors. Maybe if you want to share some key takeaways that we should take with us and the audience should take with them here at the Impact Festival, what would that be? You can choose 1 or 2, 3, up to you.
Yeah. Now the main takeaway is that we need an urgent transformation of the energy system towards renewable energy. Renewable energy is key. Energy saving is key. Energy efficiency is key. So the full transformation is easy to handle if we would invest into the right direction and not have discussions which takes decades on old technologies. That's really important. And the second thing is that we have to look at different sectors and go into electric cars, and electric mobility per se is crucial and really important. And the third one, I would say, on the financial side, provide the right incentives to have the investment into all this kind of technology and into the right direction, and not to the past and not to fossil fuels, but to the full range of technologies which are there. We know how to do it, but we need to do it.
And then maybe just to add, hopefully to have that then as a competitive advantage in the coming years, very, very clearly.
Yeah, right.
All right, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Claudia Kemfert. A lot of food for thought. Thank you very much to get your evaluation on the situation of Germany. Where are we in that international context? What needs to be done? So first of all, big applause, and this is your applause.
Thank you for having me online, and sorry that I could not be there, but thank you for the applause, and thank you for having me on stage here. It was a great pleasure.
Pleasure was mine, and hopefully then at one of the next Impact Festivals in person. Thank you very much. Greetings to you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Have a good day.
So we're now coming to our next innovation area, which is agriculture, biodiversity, and food. And my big pleasure to welcome on stage Professor Dr. Bernd Hansjürgens. He's head of the thematic area for environment and society at the Helmholtz Center for Environmental Research. And now you're going to speak about the importance of biodiversity and ecosystem services for companies. Very curious about that, and warm welcome. Good to have you with us here at the Impact Festival. The stage is all yours.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, I'm talking about nature, about biodiversity and ecosystem services. And I will also try to give a link to the companies. This is my point. Where is the pointer, which I urgently need? Is das hier ein pointer? I try. Yeah. So, what we see are multiple crises currently. Here you have a nice slide. You see the COVID-19 crisis, you see the recession, you see climate change, and Claudia Kemfert told us a lot about climate change. But in the back you see the biodiversity collapse. And this is considered more and more, and it is raising it is more in the heads of the people than ever before. And what is the issue here? And the issue is that we have problems worldwide, that more and more areas of the world are violated by or are characterized by biodiversity loss. This is a world map, and you see the red and yellow fields, and it's absolutely clear that the United States and Europe, but also the Sahel zone in Africa and also in Asia, major parts in Asia, are red and yellow. So on average, it is said that 77% of the ecosystems worldwide are more or less destroyed or degraded. This is the message here. And if we look at the stock exchange markets, this is a nice slide, and so showing different, on the right side, stock exchange markets and how are the values that are traded on the markets, how they are affected by nature. And the red ones and the orange ones are those which are heavily or to a medium degree affected by nature or are correlated to nature. And you see that here for Germany, for example, in the middle, it's up to two-thirds of the stock exchange values that are traded on the stock exchange market have to do directly or indirectly with nature. So, and we have several examples now here, and examples coming from companies which get more and more aware of the problem. We see Warren Buffett. Warren Buffett is one of the richest persons in the world, owning many energy-related companies in the west of the United States. Warren Buffett, his companies face higher insurance costs, and this is because of the heavy droughts and fires in the west of the United States. You see water scarcity problems in different parts of the world. They push higher prices. We see BASF is looking for new shippings which can go along the Rhine River in the times of droughts. We see the Herzinfarkt Deutschlands, so the heart attack in Germany, which is a picture which is partly hidden of the Harz mountain region, which is where do you not have any forests anymore. They are destroyed, totally destroyed by the Borkenkäfer, the bark beetle. Yeah? And you have also other phenomena which we consider, which heavily impact the companies. For example, one last example on the right side, pollination. Pollination of apple trees in China is done not by insects, it's done by people. Yeah? And this is clearly a cost factor for the apple production in China. So having said this, we now recognize, or we have to talk about biodiversity, nature, ecosystem services, and then we have to ask what are the impacts of biodiversity, ecosystem services to companies. And that's what I'm talking about. And my takeaway message will be regulation. Regulation is important and it's beneficial to companies. It's not only a burden, it's necessary in their attempts to reduce nature-related risks. This is the take-home message, and this will be my conclusion. Now, when we talk about biodiversity, biodiversity is a complex issue. Usually it's the diversity of nature, which is the diversity of genes, of species, of ecosystems. So we do not talk about climate issues where we do not talk about one currency, which are CO2 equivalents, as in the case of climate policy. We talk about totally different issues which are related to individual species or ecosystems, or even which are related to the genetic level. And so we could also talk about nature, which covers all these issues. Now, when we talk about the state of nature, there are two perspectives which are decisive for companies. One perspective is the perspective, how do I behave? What is my how do I affect nature? This is the inside-out perspective, from the company to nature. This is one perspective. So what are these CO2 emissions, the pollutants, the land use changes, the resource exploitations, and etc.? One perspective. The other perspective is the outside-in perspective. Where do I depend on nature? Where are certain nature-related risks that affect my company? This is the outside-in perspective. And what is absolutely clear, both perspectives are important. There's no question about that. One perspective is important from the side of society, from all of us, but also from the side of the companies. And the other perspective, the outside-in perspective, is particularly interesting for companies because they have to deal with risks, and they have to know the risks, and they have to develop risk reduction strategies. And these risks are consumer behavior risks. If people change, consumers change their behavior. You have legal risks. Think about the example of Warren Buffett of the United States energy provider. We have production risks. Apple tree production in China was my example. And we also have financial risks, which is more and more recognized by the financial markets. So, now what is about the ecosystems? And talking about ecosystems, we heard a lot about the aquatic ecosystem by Mojib Latif, in his talk before. But we also have land use, land-related ecosystems, terrestrial ecosystems, specialized ecosystems. We have agricultural systems, forests, wetlands, cities, urban agglomerations. So an ecosystem is not an ecosystem, and they are totally different. This is what I said before. We do not talk about one unit, like in the case of climate policies, which is CO2 equivalence. Here we talk about totally different problems, which differ from site to site, from area to area, from ecosystem to ecosystem. And this makes it more difficult to also derive policies to protect ecosystems and protect biodiversity. And here you have one perspective on the ecosystem services. So ecosystem, you can consider nature as a stock, and the stock is delivering services to all of us. And these services are provisioning services, like food and water, regulating services, so nature is regulating storms and heavy rainfalls, wetlands are protecting against flooding, etc. And you have cultural services. So if we protect nature, we protect the stock. The stock provides ecosystem services, and the services, and the word service makes this clear, the services benefit people and benefit companies. This is the point here. Now, let me now turn to the relationship between ecosystems or biodiversity, nature, I use it as a synonym now, and the business sector. And what I have here are figures from the World Economic Forum in Davos. And they mention global risks in their Global Risk Report 2024. And here they consider in green the nature-related risks. And you see on the left side the nature-related risks for the next 2 years. And you see there are 2 nature-related risks mentioned on the left side, which is extreme weather events and pollution. But if you turn to the right side, and this is the perspective of the banking sector, of the financial sector, of course, offering credits for a longer term, then you see that 5 out of 10 risks are nature-related risks, and the top 4 are all nature-related risks. So you see the perspective is absolutely changing. Nature-related risks get more and more attention, at least in the financial sector. But this plays an increasing role. So if we then consider the impacts, I had a similar slide before, and you look at the impacts in different parts of the world, which is here in the lower part, the United States, Europe, China, South and Central America, Middle East, Japan, Middle East, etc. And you see the red and orange colored columns. You see that the risks are increasing, and this is more and more recognized. This is also taken from one of the World Economic Forum publications. I think it was the 2020 publication. So this means more than 50% of the global economy depends directly on nature. So, and indirectly, via value chains, the dependency is over 75%. And this is an important message, and this message has been recognized by the financial sector, again, but not by most companies. Most companies are far away from that, and they do not consider the nature-related risks. So, what does this now mean when we look at economic growth? And here, of course, I mean, I'm an economist, but we have modeling, and the modeling of future impacts is not that easy. So we have a broad range of results. But nevertheless, there are studies out there, and they show, of course, that these nature-related risks also play a major role for economic growth, mainly in the global south. Because the global south, which is the long bar, which is the sub-Saharan Africa part, the global south is directly impacted. Yeah? And the rich countries or the rich parts of the world, like Europe, United States, they have a lower percentage down there on the right side because they are mostly indirectly impacted by nature-related losses. Yeah? So here you have seen the slide, the left side slide. Here again, the stock exchange markets also show these dependencies. Yeah? Here, high dependencies in red, middle dependencies in orange, and you see many so all the companies that are on the stock exchange, which are the values are traded on the stock exchange, are covered here. And you see also the German stock exchange, which has, as I said before, roughly 70% of the values are nature-related. And also on the right side, a similar picture looking at impacts in a status quo perspective, which is a green perspective, and also which is a scenario development on the right side. So a business as usual case, which means nothing is happening. So the risk of changes of nature-related changes is more or less the same. You see on the left, on the right side, you see the green bars. But if you change the scenario, and if you include partial nature collapses, and we do not know whether we will have these collapses, then the entire picture will change, and you see dependencies which are much higher. For example, China here, with the red field is China. They have a high nature-related dependency if the risks of partial collapses will increase. So, the final perspective here, here you could see nearly nothing on this slide because it's too dense, of course. But what you see is that we have many, many different sectors, and the question is, how are these sectors dependent on different ways of natural capital? And you see it's going up and down and down and up, and you have some major considerations. This is a consideration which is particularly interesting for the financial sector, of course. Because if they are giving credits to companies coming from different sectors on the left side, they have to ask themselves, hey, what is the degree of risk? What kind of risk is here? What is the consumer, the production, the legal-related risk that we observe here? And of course, within the banking sectors, pictures like this and also the background is highly important. They need to have sector-related information. So it's clear the relevance of nature is extremely high. In my opinion, even higher than the climate-related relevance for the financial sector. And the financial sector is more and more taking up these issues. Yeah? So nature-related risks are recognized as systemic risks. This is the decisive point. And the financial markets and the financial market regulations, they have to react. And they do react. They do react. Currently, we have a major push into the direction of more sustainable development, which comes from the companies, the financial sector. So it's not the governments currently who do the regulation. It's the private sector, and here particularly the regulation by the European level, I come to it in a minute, and regulation for private companies, and it is the financial sector. One example, we have currently the COP16, the Biodiversity Conference of Parties, which is similar to the climate-related COPs, Conference of Parties. Last week, when the COP started, there was a memorandum of 574 investors who gave a sheet of paper with 574 signatures and confirmations to the COP conference, and they ask for aligning natural capital to financial capital. So there is a strong push coming from the financial sector, and they ask for regulation in this direction. This means, this is my final slide, this means that now first of all, observation reporting is decisive. And this is on the way. We have the CSRD, the European regulation, the Corporate Social Responsibility Directive. There are several international activities going on. The Global Reporting Initiative, the Task Force on Nature-related Financial Disclosure, etc., etc. So currently, we are in the phases where all this data has to be collected, and based on this, there will be an evaluation. So this is the basis for giving credits to the companies, and this regulation is particularly beneficial to the banking sector, but it is also beneficial to the private sector itself. So my main and final message, and I said it already, is regulation is an important instrument, but it's not only about the costs, and it's not only bureaucracy, it's also an instrument to properly deal with the risks, the nature-related risks, and if you take this perspective, it's also beneficial to the companies which are affected by regulation. Having said this, I close 0-0 exactly after 15 minutes and say thank you for listening.
Right on point. Thank you very much, Professor Hansjürgens, for this enlightening keynote. Thank you. We don't have time for questions, I'm afraid, but if you stay another minute in
the corner.
No, not in the corner. Next to the transformation stage, there is a little table situation, and if you have any questions for Mr. Professor Hansjürgens, please join him.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for inviting me. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Our next speaker describes himself as a scientist at heart, a chemical engineer by training, and a lifelong student of biotechnology. He says his career has been driven by two things: accelerating innovation that improves lives, and second, empowering teams to make a positive impact through their work. He also says that Bayer, a company with life sciences at its core, and an approach that sees innovation as the key to tackling the biggest challenges facing people and the planet, is the perfect place for him. How fortunate for him that he has been CEO since April last year of that company, and how fortunate for us that he agreed to be one of our keynote speakers on that Impact Festival stage. So please join me in welcoming Bayer CEO Bill Anderson.
Well, hi, everyone. It's great to be here with you today. So when we talk about sustainable innovation in agriculture, we talk about biodiversity, nutrition, we're tackling two of the world's biggest challenges. What are those? Food security and climate change. And often we in the West, we don't think about food security so much, but actually I think our last speaker's talk, you could see the disproportionate impact on economies of breakdowns in nature. A lot of that has to do with the fact that these are economies where people spend a lot of their money goes to feeding themselves and their families. I think most people know already that this summer, once again, saw record-breaking temperatures. August was the hottest month ever recorded, and 2024 has also been a very tough year in terms of extreme weather events. Most recently, we've seen in the United States. Heat and extreme weather events are escalating, and they push us towards a dangerous tipping point in agriculture. And to reverse this trend, we have to rewire our entire economy to be more sustainable. Every aspect of our lives must change, and I think most of you here, you're familiar with this, that you're in this field. But it's how we generate our energy, how we produce and consume and deliver goods, how we build our houses, how we move around, and indeed how we manage land and how we produce food. I think there are many people in the world who think that food comes from the grocery store. The grocery store is just the last stop before it gets to our house. And the food production world is a vast part of the global economy, and it's also a vast part of global greenhouse gas emissions and other pollutants. So agriculture faces a double challenge, which is to mitigate, to deal with the consequences of climate change, but also to become more sustainable and to be a part of restoring the planet. And by 2050, climate change is likely to reduce harvested yields by 17% and also decrease available farming land by 20%. Meanwhile, we'll need to feed an additional 2 billion people. That's a big problem. That means we have to increase food output by about 50%, even at a time where the available acreage is going to go down and the ability to produce food goes down. Plants are like people in this. People don't thrive in extreme temperatures. Plants don't thrive in extreme temperatures. There's a sweet spot, for example, for corn production. Corn likes it to be warm, but not extremely hot. And when you cross a threshold, your yields, they fall dramatically. So we have to produce more food, but we have to restore nature at the same time. And what is the solution? So regenerative agriculture means producing more and restoring more. So helping farmers produce more with less. Restoring is things like improving soil health, restoring biodiversity, conserving water. And this approach is scalable. It's built on two factors that everyone in agriculture already agrees on: productivity and impact. So how can companies like Bayer contribute? So we do this with science and with scale. So we invest more than any other entity on Earth in agriculture research. Now, this is important. We're spending about 2.5 billion euros a year in R&D all over the world on research for agriculture. Science in agriculture is really important, but for example, in pharmaceuticals, there are literally hundreds of companies spending billions of dollars a year in pharmaceutical research, very, very few in agriculture. So it's a very high leverage area. It's one of the oldest and most important industries, and a lot of people just take for granted when you drive by a cornfield where do those seeds come from? But for example, Bayer, we produce over 50,000 new genetic variants of corn seed every year. And then from those, we select a much smaller number that will become the basis of seeds for the following year. But let me give you a couple examples of how we tackle this need for restoring the earth and producing more at the same time. So the first has to do with crop protection. Okay, crop protection, this is herbicides, insecticides, fungicides. Nobody likes crop protection products. Nobody says, hey, I wish I could put more pesticides on my fields or in my garden. But the fact is that without them, we have no ability to feed the world's population. And so modern crop protection gives us an opportunity to do much better than the past. So we're using AI and machine learning to identify unique proteins within a targeted entity, a fungus, an insect, like a harmful insect or weed. We're looking for a unique protein that we can target, just like targeted medicines, like targeted cancer drugs. Instead of giving people chemotherapy that makes the whole body sick, we want to target the cancer. Well, now we want to have an insecticide that targets a specific insect or a class of insects that are wiping out a crop, but leaves other insects healthy. So we're doing that. We've got, and I know we're going to have in the upcoming panel discussion on carbon farming, we're going to discuss some of this more in detail. But this capability is now being brought to agriculture. A second opportunity is in, well, I'll give you an example, direct seeded rice. So rice is a staple food for half the world's population, but it uses a lot of water and it produces methane. Rice production alone is responsible for 2% of greenhouse gas emissions in the world. And that's primarily because when you use water as a sort of weed killer, you produce a lot of methane through anaerobic fermentation, and that's a major contributor to global warming. So direct seeded rice is allowing farmers to plant seeds directly in the soil. It reduces water use by 40% and greenhouse gas emissions by 45%. And if we switch to planting direct seeded rice instead of today's paddy rice, the water and greenhouse gas savings by 2040 would be massive. So over the next 16 years, for example, in India, 1 hectare of direct seeded rice being switched from conventional to direct seeded rice would save enough water. It's the equivalent of about 120,000 people taking a shower, okay, 1 hectare, or a hectare is about 1 to 2 cars being taken off the road in equivalence, okay? Now, in 2023, we brought direct seeded rice to 5,000 farmers in India, covering almost 10,000 hectares. We're aiming by 2030 for 1 million hectares. I mean, this is a huge difference. It comes with big benefits for nature, but also for the farmers, many of whom are very small farmers, and ultimately for their families and their family income. So I think these examples show what we mean by producing more and restoring more, feeding the world while restoring nature. I think it's unacceptable that we continue to live in a world where 1 in 10 people don't have enough to eat. We have a world where innovation and yield gaps in agriculture persist despite scientific progress. And we have the innovations to modernize agriculture, but what we additionally need is we need acceptance to deploy agriculture technology at scale. I would make a call out to the European Union. It's time to move beyond the sort of fake news of GMO and move into our ability to use genetic engineered crops to produce more and restore more. We need predictability on regulatory pathways for biotechnology and for chemical and biological solutions. And we need dialogue and partnerships more and more between ag tech and environmentalists to advance regenerative agriculture. So let's work together so that we can scale our efforts and achieve greater impact. I'm excited for the discussions ahead. This is a global crisis that can be solved, and we at Bayer are ready to do our part. So thanks for listening, and I look forward to the Q&A.
Thank you, Bill Anderson. So Q&A. Anybody got a question for Mr. Anderson? I'm pretty sure you got a question. You got 7 minutes left. Over there. The man with the green shirt, thank you.
Yeah, hi. My question is it possible, in your opinion, to feed the world with organic farming?
Oh, good question.
There's probably, I don't know, there's probably a dozen people in here who have more expertise on this. And so I'm not going to answer this as an expert, but I'm going to answer this as someone who's been asking that question a lot of others, including, professors of agronomy, and farmers. I'm afraid that the short answer is no. It's not possible today. If you look at the yields from major row crops, things like corn and soybeans, and probably most of you don't eat a lot of soybeans, and you don't eat a lot of corn, but you eat animals who were fed corn and soybeans, chickens. Apologies to the vegetarians in the room, but for those of us who eat meat, you're eating corn and soybean every day. And if you go and you look at fields of soybeans, and I've been out in fields this summer, there's a lot of weeds attacking these crops. Some of these weeds, many of them now, are resistant to some of the most common herbicides, and the yields drop precipitously. Likewise, corn. If you have corn rootworms, for example, there's a couple ways of dealing with corn rootworms. You can buy GMO seeds that have they've been engineered basically to release a toxin that's toxic to the corn rootworms, but not to other things. Or you can use insecticides. All right, those are two different ways to deal with it. But if you allow those rootworms to go unmolested, then they will wreck your crop. So I think that's where we are today, and I don't think it's a service to the advancement of food security interests or environmental interests to pretend like it's otherwise. Thanks for the question.
Thanks for the question. Is there another question? Oh, I see the lady here, and over there is a hand. I can't see who it belongs to. Where's the microphone carrier? There, please.
Hello. Sorry, you can go first if you want.
No, it's fine.
Okay, I'm wondering, I'm here. In your definition, obviously, you're mainly referring to CO2 reduction and to water savings, but you talk about regenerative agriculture without talking about biodiversity. And as far as I can see, what you're doing with the products that you're kind of advertising for is not really fostering regenerative agriculture in a sense of restoring biodiversity. What's your take on that?
I think it's an excellent challenge. Obviously, if you wanted to maximize biodiversity, there would be no pesticides, right? And you would allow fungi, insects, and whatever plants, weeds grow wherever. So I think we have to be realistic when we talk about this. I think one approach to increasing biodiversity is to minimize the amount of land that has to be used for food production. If you, and by the way, this is a big movement in many farming areas to increase biodiversity by saying, hey, instead of, if you have 500 hectares, we're not going to farm 500 hectares. We're going to farm 350 hectares, and we're going to have the areas around the streams, and we're going to plant new woodland. We're going to have sort of wilderness areas, and then we're going to try to use insecticides, for example, that are minimally harmful to the wildlife or to the species that are in that non-farmed area. But otherwise, it's very difficult to increase biodiversity without decreasing the amount of land that has to be used for farming. And I mentioned 20% less land available for farming in the next 30 years, or it's less than 30 years now. One of our challenges with that is that land is not coming out of use voluntarily. It's land that's been degraded. It's either the nutrients are gone, it's been toxified by over-fertilization, for example, or there's not water resources available anymore. And there's big parts in Europe, in North America, that are coming out of farming because the water's going away. All right? So part of how we got to tackle this biodiversity challenge is to shrink the amount of land that's required to produce the food we have. And if we instead say, oh no, we're going to ban pesticides so that we use organic farming, but we have to go 50% more land into farming production, that doesn't solve our biodiversity challenges. So it's a complex topic, and I think it needs a partnership approach. Thank you.
2.5 minutes left. Do you have a microphone yet? Ah, not yet. Okay. Time for a short question.
Yes, hi. One of the key elements of soil health is more crop diversification and also more land available for nature also implies more plant-based diets. So I'm curious what your company contributes to that.
Yeah. For sure, improving soil health, crop rotation is a big part of that. A huge part of this is soil conservation tillage, so AKA no-till farming. And so we have, in fact, most of our seed approaches are grounded on no-till farming. And the idea here, it's really simple, and you can see it all around Europe right now as the fields have been plowed recently or are being plowed. We sort of plow up the soil just in time for the winter rains to come and wash the organic material into the Rhine and out into the North Sea. And then next spring, in order to make up for the fact that all that organic material is out in the ocean, the farmers have to apply more nitrogen-based fertilizer. That's not a positive cycle. So we're going for basically food systems, agricultural input systems that don't require tillage. Now, 95% of row crop farming in America, in the US, is in no-till farming. So you basically, every year, you're putting carbon into the soil instead of tilling it up and sending it down. So I hope that helps address your question. Yeah, and so crop diversification is, I think, is an important part as well. That's pretty standard practice. For example, corn and soybean rotation, soybeans sequestering nitrogen. But I think society could do more by adopting more diverse food eating practices. That's a big one to solve. And again, I don't think that any one company can move the needle on that. But I think in partnership, we can do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your questions. Thank you, Bill, for your time, for your perspectives, and thanks for having agreed to stand in this little crossfire Q&A. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Bye. Bill Anderson. Next, we got a panel, and I would like to hand over to our panel moderator, whom I would like to introduce to you. Ruth Melches is director at PwC Berlin, where she is also co-leading the European sustainability practice. Strategy End with a curved end. Germany is the strategy consultancy of PwC and advises leading companies worldwide from strategies to implementation. As an experienced transformation facilitator, in the retail and consumer section, Ruth, let's call her Ruth, Ruth will discuss the following topic with her panel guests: balancing the scales, exploring the benefits and challenges for carbon farming and standards. Please welcome on stage Ruth Melches, Christiane Holzleitner, Christian Decher und Pires. Welcome.
Perfect. Thank you so much, and welcome to today's panel. As Bill already spoke about in his speech, carbon farming, which is the topic of this panel, is handled as the most important, or at least one of the most important measures to extract carbon from the atmosphere and store it in soil and vegetation, so mainly agricultural grounds and forests. And if this is what we're talking about here, carbon farming is quite a wide term. And we really want to put the focus, we're going to talk about many different aspects, but one of the focuses that we want to set is carbon farming in terms of agricultural measures. So we're talking crop diversification was already something that was named, cover crops, rotating crops, agroforestry, all these measures take place on an agricultural level. And if they're done well and correctly, they do have obviously the benefit of reducing our carbon footprint, but also have other co-benefits, as Bill already mentioned as well. Protecting the ground from wind erosion, for example, or enabling the ground to absorb water better. All of these things are quite important to our climate. So we're going to talk about all of these different aspects today, and I'm just going to introduce my panelists that join me here on stage today. We have the lead head of unit for land economy and carbon removals at the Directorate General Climate Action for the European Commission, Christiane Holzleitner.
Yeah, hi.
Next, we have the CEO of the climate tech startup Ocel. You are developing data-driven carbon credits. Welcome, Christian Decher.
Hello.
And last but certainly not least, we have the business development lead for the carbon venture EMEA at the Regenerative Agriculture and Sustainability Department at Bayer. Welcome so much, Thales Condé Pires.
Thank you.
Perfect. Let's get right into it and maybe start with a bit more of an overarching topic, which is why, Christiane Holzleitner, first question goes to you from a European Commission perspective. Would you say that carbon farming is the right tool for us to tackle our carbon footprint? And if so, what can be done to set positive incentives for growers on the one hand, but also big corporations, which are quite important drivers in the value chain as well, to engage in carbon farming?
Yeah, we have one big objective in European climate politics, and this is to make Europe climate neutral in 2050. So this means, in the first place, we have to reduce our emissions very quickly, very significantly. And with the rollout of renewables, we are on a good way. But we'll always have emissions in the system, not least from the production of food and biomass. That's unavoidable. So we must get better at managing those emissions. We've already talked about nitrogen, the fertilizers, methane from livestock. But as good as we get, we'll always have that emission. So we also need to get better at getting the CO2 out of the atmosphere, storing it in our soils, in our forests. The products we produce of that biomass, for example, are long-lasting building materials. And then at the end, a certain share of that biogenic carbon we need to put back into the empty gas fields like of the North Sea, where we've initially taken the fossil carbon from. So we need new value chains, much more resilient value chains, sustainable value chains in 2040, 2050. And of course, for that, in the first place, we need very resilient, very sustainable forestry and agriculture in 2050. Because we'll even that probably need more from our land than today, because we need carbon as a feedstock for buildings, chemicals, textiles. So I'm very much into not only agriculture, but all the other startups that I'm seeing downstairs. And so we need to help the whole value chain in that transformation to a more sustainable business model. And what we've seen with the farmers, with the protests over the last years, they are not happy. They want to be more recognized for that. And this is why we are working on the certification for carbon farming, so that we can give the farmers, the foresters, better information at hand, better advice, how they can manage more sustainably their land. And then to document that and to be able to reward it. Because now, if someone wants to invest into this, they are never really sure. There are all the claims about greenwashing and so on. And that we want to improve. And we want to have positive incentives for farmers and foresters. And once we manage that, once we can really measure, so value these benefits that more sustainable agriculture brings, then we can set the financial incentives there. Currently, we are looking a lot on voluntary carbon markets, but it's also the public financing through the common agricultural policy, or in the future developing compliance markets, sustainability standards for the supply chain, or for the whole supply chain, because I think we shouldn't just have a focus on the farmers and foresters. As also said before, we need to look, okay, who's producing the pesticides, the fertilizers, all the inputs we need. And then we need the other value chains. If we change our diets a bit, we need to change the value chain. And if we want to have more biogenic carbon for chemicals, for building materials, this also needs a change in the processing industry. So we need to work with the whole value chain. But I think at the heart, there must be better incentives for the farmers and foresters that are the stewards of our nature that we need so much.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the point that you made, and that was already spoken about earlier, around it being a value chain play and an ecosystem play, I think is quite important, right? I think everyone, and I see that as well, every player of the value chain is trying to engage in this ecosystem play, but I think because from the past, it's not really, it doesn't come natural to every player. I think it's a little bit of a struggle, but I think this is the challenge that we have to overcome along the value chain. And if we're there, then I think that will become much easier, so that the risk and all the kind of problems of implementation aren't just set with the growers.
And I think, to add, we really need a holistic view. We need to foster those practices that are good for climate, that are good for resilience, and that are good for biodiversity.
Right.
This all goes together. And if we look at the rewetting of peatlands or agroforestry, these practices tick a lot of boxes.
Yeah, for sure. Christian, Decher, would you agree? Do you think carbon farming is the right tool? And how would you react to the challenge that is often kind of brought up around carbon farming when it comes to the permanence or the reduced permanence of storing carbon in agricultural grounds or forests compared to moors, for example? Should we rather focus on renaturating moors? How do you see that?
So I would say in general that I really don't enjoy this competition among different sorts of carbon removals. I think looking at the scale of the problem that we are facing, and I mean, Christian already touched on this, so even if we do a great job in avoiding and reducing emissions, we will be left with a lot of emissions. Call them hard to abate, call them residual emissions, however you want to call them. So looking into, especially the next 10 to 20 years, I think we should be very happy about every single potential solution that we have. And that's why we really support solutions, especially in carbon farming and so on. And I think there's one, so touching on this topic of permanence you mentioned, I think there's still one major misconception around permanence. So of course, if you emit 1 ton of carbon dioxide to the atmosphere, then most of this will remain in the atmosphere for around 300 years. So it wouldn't be fair if you remove something with a carbon credit and then you only store it for, let's say, 5 years or 10 years, right? It wouldn't be fair to the climate. But we really have to understand that we can not only work with removals that can give us a 300-year permanence so that you do 1 ton for 300 years. We have this option, and this is so important, that we can do, for example, 10 tons for 30 years each, right? It's the same effect. And now, why is this option so important? Because permanence is only one side to the problem. And the other side to the problem is scale. And when I mean scale today. Like, what are the technologies that we can really scale today? And for example, direct air capture, really good at permanence, but sorry to say, really crappy at scale. So especially in the next 10 to 20 years. And for example, if we look at agricultural projects, they are really good at scale. We have so much agricultural lands, but they are really not this amazing in permanence. And when we want to optimize and say, all right, which technology or which climate project type really maximizes both permanence as well as scale, that's where really the magic of forests come into play. So when you look at forests, they can do up to 30 years or sometimes even more in permanence, which is, let's say, 1/10 of what a direct air capture can do. But if we look at the land cover, so for example, around 40% of the EU is covered by forests. If we look globally, it's about 1/3 of the land mass. So when it comes to scale, we can do 100,000 times the scale of direct air capture pretty much with immediate impact, like today. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a really important point, not to nitpick the kind of carbon storage measures based on either permanence or scale, but you need to look at both. I think that's
Yeah,
important.
and maybe just to add this, so when I say forest, a lot of people think of forest like, okay, so you do afforestation, you plant trees, or you do REDD+, you avoid deforestation. So neither afforestation nor avoiding deforestation plays a major role within Europe, because in Europe we have rarely any deforestation. It's very rare, right? It's globally it's a big issue, but not so much in Europe. And if we look at only planting trees, just a very minor proportion of the land is being planted. So it's very good that we do this as well. But the majority of the forest is already existing forests. And 97% of the forests in Europe are being professionally managed. And you can imagine, I mean, if you drive down the highway and you look at the forest and you think, okay, all of the trees are like perfect straight, they have no branches, and this is like the same species all over. Do you think this is an accident? Do you think this was growing naturally? Of course not, right? So this forest is professionally managed, and it's managed to produce timber, to produce wood products. So what we do at OCEL is we change the perspective of the management, and we say, okay, with carbon credits, we have this amazing tool so that we can put a financial incentive on, for example, biodiversity, carbon storage, but also climate resilience. But we need this tool, like this financial incentive, to change the management. And when we do this, we can do gigaton scale with immediate impact and up to 30-year permanence, right? So let's get the framework right so that people understand that permanence is important, but scale is equally important.
Yeah, agreed. Great. Thales, question to you. Again, carbon farming, right tool, and also we already heard from Bill earlier, obviously pesticides and fertilizers are currently part of Bayer's business model. How do you currently manage that paradigm shift within Bayer, and what is your view on that?
Yeah, so first of all, thanks for the fair question. I think Bill did a very good introduction to it. I think we are past the point to discuss if carbon farming is worth or not. We are way past the point to take action. So I don't think it's even worth discussing that too much. I think we need to broaden up the discussion in the sense that we need to restore nature. We need to go way beyond carbon. We need to have a landscape view to these farms and to the farm's livelihood, so we actually deploy the right tools to support them transitioning, right? Now, talking about Bayer, and I don't want to repeat anything that was already said, but I think the way that Bayer sees and the way that we see our business also is a little bit more holistically than only an input provider. We are saying that climate change has very serious effects, and one of the individuals suffering the most around are the growers, right? Every day that a grower wakes up, he relies on the weather, he relies on climate to perform his basic activities. And we are now seeing droughts, floods, new pests, and everything in extremes happening on these farms, meaning that the growers are suffering on a daily basis. And the way that we see our business is not, again, as an input provider. We see our business as someone that should be helping growers. Our business is the grower. Our business are not crop protection and seeds. So we need to look beyond that. We need to find the right tools to actually support growers. And again, bringing it more holistically, we are talking about food security. We are talking about the textile industry. We are talking about the energy industry. So we are talking about something that is not only Bayer's accountability, but everyone on the value chain. And I really like that you brought the grower perspective and the value chain perspective, because that's it, right? And finally, I think we are also talking a bit about new value pools. We are out there to try to create new market opportunities for growers, to tap into new value pools, to tap into new revenue streams. And that will also impact us as a company, not only because we are securing our core business, but because we are creating new opportunities for growers, and by extent by ourselves and for all the other companies in the value chain. And this even goes to other sectors around us, right? So that's my take to initialize the discussion here.
Yeah. And I think that's quite an important point. And I think when we're talking about the ecosystem play in the value chain, I think this idea around tapping into new value streams and making it commercially worthwhile, obviously for the corporations in the value chain, but also for the growers. I think that's quite an important thing, and that we're going to come back to that later. Maybe Christiane Vorspel talking, again, taking the grower's perspective on this. We do know, or at least that's a fact that should be factored in here, when growers first adopt carbon farming practices, most of the time their crop yield goes down in the first years, at least for the first year or two that they do this. Where do you think this risk should be sitting? Should it be sitting with the grower? Should it be sitting alone with them? And if not, how can we make an effort to spread that risk across the value chain better?
Yeah, I think like in other sectors, these are big investments, and you'll have a bigger effect, of course, the bigger the land use change that you're going through. Like, for example, the rewetting of peatlands, setting aside areas for agroforestry, and then as a farmer, you want to be sure that this income stream is not changing from year to year, but it's there maybe until 2050, and you have a clear perspective where this is going, and you have a commitment both from the public policymakers, but also within the value chain, that this is for good. And farmers are very wary about that. One decade we tell them, you should drain your peatlands. The other decade we tell them, you should re-wet it. And so we really need to build trust on that. And I think that's the discussion that we are now also having in Brussels. We had the strategic dialogue on agriculture, where I think we've come to a conclusion. How do we want to go forward? How do we want to have this more sustainable model of European agriculture? And so we need to discuss the mix between, okay, what do we do with the common agricultural policy versus what, as I said, what can we finance within the value chain and what could be financed possibly outside the value chain with a voluntary carbon market, for example. And so you could see models where like these initial investments are taken over by public money. So there could be an option to see more the common agricultural policy going towards investment support. Other things, what you see currently, like on carbon markets, are forward contracts. So you could say, okay, I want from you carbon removal emission reductions in 5 years as a company, but I know there will be a bit of competition for that. So I'll already pay you now against delivery in 5 years, for example. And there could be many ways on how then the public sector could also come in, guarantee such contracts. And this is something we want to look into. How can we find there the best mix of financial incentives? But like these forward contracts are a feature that you see like with direct air capture a lot. So as I said, we're working on both levels. We need to get the certification right. We need to know what is happening there, and then look at different financial models.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Talking about the certification and maybe in general the voluntary carbon market, Christiane Decher, what do you think are the most important enabling kind of factors and kind of the framework that is needed in order to stabilize that market?
Yeah, so what we need is really clarity for the buyers of credits. What can they do with the credit? So for example, Christian with the EU introduced this concept of the permanent and the temporary credits, and we really support it. I think it's a great concept. But what needs to be clear is, how can I, as a company, account these credits? So for example, one of the issues we are always approached with is this very famous topic of double counting. So sustainability managers approach us and they ask us, so when I buy a credit from carbon farming or from forestry, then this is already accounted for in the national inventory, right? They do this LULUCF accounting. So I cannot account this credit in my own balance sheet. And we keep saying, well, that you need to get the bigger picture. This is not really the case. But I would be very keen on hearing your opinion on this, Christian. How do you see this from the EU perspective?
Yeah, that was a question. So maybe let's get to that right now. From a carbon accounting perspective, and Christiane Decher already spoke about it just now, double accounting and double counting is obviously quite a challenge. Is there an EU perspective around that, and should there maybe be a bit more of a generic guidance and like almost regulation around standardizing this to avoid double counting?
So now it's getting quite nerdy on this thing. So there are two levels of accounting. You account at the level of the company, and you account at the level of the nations that are part of the Paris Agreement. And of course, you don't want to have any emission reductions or carbon removals accounted in two national accounts. You don't want to have them accounted for the farmer or then for the food processors who has bought that credit. And that's the important thing. You cannot count it twice in one of these two layers. And that's the current legal situation. Like it's everywhere. I mean, if you decide to invest into a TV set that consumes less energy, you see it yourself, and you see it at the national account. So no problem there. That's the current legal situation. But then some in the voluntary carbon market say, okay, we want to go a step further, and so we don't want to buy credits that are not accounted. We only want to buy credits that are not accounted in a national account. This is mixing up the two things, and then everyone gets very, very confused. And personally, I'm not sure whether this is a good approach, and adds a lot of credibility there. But it is an ongoing discussion. We still need to negotiate the Green Claims Directive that, for example, should set the rules for European consumers, or which claims you can make towards European consumers. We need this final negotiation between Parliament and our member states. That should happen in the first half of 25, so that can bring more clarity. We are also constantly working on the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, which is an important place for companies that are now mandated to do this, if they have climate claims, to do it according to these rules. So there are places where we can develop that further. But what I also think is, if we think towards what we should do after 2030, towards 2050, I think we'll need to think more about compliance market standards, because the challenge that we have, I don't think that this can be solved just with the voluntary carbon market, which currently is not in the best place.
Yeah. So there is some more work to be done there, for sure. Yeah. Thales, maybe from your perspective, and I know you take a bit more of a within the value chain perspective and maybe even grower perspective, what are the biggest roadblocks that you see at the moment for employing carbon practices across a broad spectrum, and what role does potentially regulation play in that as well?
Yeah, so I think there are a lot of challenges, and this is our day-to-day life, but let me try to block into the three main ones that we see, right? The first one is measurements, and I think we were talking in the morning about how much we are investing to get the best models, the best remote sensing, to get something that is science-based, because that is the key word here. We cannot have an approach that is fluffy, and measuring carbon on the soil, it is not the easiest thing ever, right? But you also need to come up with a solution that is economically viable to everyone, right? So I think this is the first one, but I think this is one of the challenges that we have been evolving a lot, and I see that we are taking huge leaps forward, right? The second one, going a little bit more towards your second question, or your second half of the question on the regulation. For me, there is a mixed feeling over there. First of all, there is the current state of regulations, and there is the potential that regulations can bring us to establish the market. And let me put it in a little bit in a broader way, because it's not only regulations, but we are also talking about the voluntary market. So we also have certification bodies, and we have corporate accounting directives that we need to follow. So we have here the EUDR, the CSRD, the CRCF, we have VM0042, we have Greenhouse Protocol, SBTi, and I bored you with only a few of those. And every day, we are so locked up in rooms, just reading through thousands of pages. And where it gets dangerous for us is that it's okay to have all of these rules, but it needs to reflect a market reality, agricultural market reality. And most importantly, it needs to be something that we can actually put on a farm. Because if we are just in rooms discussing, and that is not applicable to a farm, it is all in vain, right? So that's where we are at, and that's where we struggle a little bit. But there is we see a light at the end of the tunnel, in the sense that there are 2 to 3 things that we believe the regulation can bring us. First of all, I think you mentioned is the standardization and putting a floor to solutions. Unfortunately, we have seen solutions in the market that didn't come up with the quality that we think they should have. And we cannot afford, again, to have solutions that are not science-based, that edge greenwash, or that have fluffy claims, right? And I think regulation has this potential. Secondly, regulation does have the potential to reduce complexity instead of increasing complexity. And I really like the work that you guys are doing at the CRCF, because it is going down that road, because you guys are talking to a lot of stakeholders. And we see that you're trying to reduce the complexity and establish that, right? And the last one is regulation has the potential to incentivize players that should be taking action, but they are not so far. And sometimes it's a carrot, sometimes they stick, right? And I think regulation can bring the stick. But let me just go through the third challenge and the third roadblock, which for me is the most important one, and is the one that we should be spending more time on, which is grower engagements and practical impacts on farms. We are talking about a sector that is extremely fragmented, millions of growers. We are talking about a sector that works on low margins, and it's even the livelihood, the basic livelihoods of so many people around. And you have growers that have been doing the same thing for generations. So you're not only changing the way that they do business, you're changing the way that they behave towards their family, the way they behave towards their community. Instead of establishing a seasonal contract to sell a commodity, you're asking them to sign a 20-year contract, sometimes 30-year contract, that they don't even have visibility of what is the data that we are requesting, what are the responsibilities, what are they legally binded to X or Z in these contracts, right? So there is so much, and again, I wish we were spending more time at the farms than in rooms, because that is where we need to be, and I think we need to figure this out with the growers, and we need, again, I would just make a call to action. We need to take action now. We need to stop talking and take action with the growers. We need to be there, right? And we need to have the right tools and incentives for them.
Yeah. I could not agree more with pretty much everything you just said, but specifically also that last point, because that's what we see a lot of the times with the companies that are further up the value chain, closer to the end consumer. Their main challenge is to build that bridge to the grower. And their main challenge in tackling any of these like climate change challenges is to bridge that gap between them and like going beyond all of these in between parties. And I think that that's quite an important point, to take that view more often. Also from a regulatory perspective, I do think it obviously does add a lot of pressure and a lot of complexity to corporations at the moment. There's a lot coming down the pike that corporations need to deal with, that growers need to deal with. But it has the wonderful effect that it gets everyone on their feet and actually gets the journey started. And unfortunately, a lot of the times that seems to be necessary. Otherwise, not enough things happen in an appropriate amount of time. So speaking of time, actually, I'm having red numbers flashing towards me. Maybe stopping with a final, which I think quite an important question, because we're now, again, going back to the farm, taking the grower perspective. Tell us, what's your view around making this commercially worthwhile for them? I do think that's really quite an important closing note. How can we make this commercially worthwhile for a grower?
Yeah. So again, we are talking about food security. We are talking about livelihoods, and we are talking about the long-term future of not only our company, but everyone in this room. So first of all, it needs to be not only a value chain effort, but we need the NGOs to oversee the work that we are doing. We need governments to come through with it. And we need organizations to actually stop talking and really acting, right? And to make it worth for the growers, you need to be there to listen to them, and you need to understand their activity. And it's just not by expecting that they're going to do this work because everyone is telling them to. You need to show them the way. You need to decomplify everything that you're saying, right? And you need to provide them with the right tools. So again, I think to make it worthwhile for growers, we need to create the opportunities as a market And we need to provide them with the right tools to make it easier. You cannot just ask a grower to give you 100 new data points. You need to be there on the journey with them. You need to understand the decisions that they make on their everyday life. So when they harvest, which cover crop mix is important for that specific farm, not for an entire country, right? So let's get specific with the growers, not get specific with all these small letters in the other sides of the business, right? So that is what I think will make it worth. Understanding the grower needs, understanding their struggle right now, and understanding that each grower has a different challenge facing on their farm, and we need to be there to listen to them and really provide them with the right solutions.
Yeah, I could not agree more. And I could be talking about this for many more hours. It's a very important topic. Unfortunately, we are at time, but thank you so much for your takes on this. Thank you so much for your attention. And unfortunately, we have to conclude this panel now, but I think it was a really good discussion.
Thank you very much to all of you. Janina, maybe quick question also to the audience. Can you guys guess what my favorite agricultural product is? No.
Okay.
What your favorite what? Sorry.
Agricultural product. Well, it's coffee. So next up is coffee break, everybody.
Okay.
Well-deserved coffee break. Half an hour. At 4 o'clock, we're going to continue here on the Impact stage. What's happening there?
We have a keynote from Carlos Alvarez Pereira. He's the Secretary General of the Club of Rome, and he's talking about the emergence of regeneration for planetary reconciliation. So see you in 30 minutes.
Enjoy the coffee. Thank you.
Thank you.
welcome back. Final third of day one of Impact Festival.
Yeah, already made it the first day. Almost made it.
Already made it. Not there yet, because we still
Not
have
yet.
quite a few things coming up now on shifting paradigms, right?
Yeah, right. Following the structure we gave this stage, we're now entering the next innovation area, shifting paradigms. The sustainability paradigm is a major shift from the previous paradigms of economic development. Higher, faster, further, with its damaging social and environmental consequences. Until recently, these consequences were seen as inevitable and acceptable. What a self-defeating madness. How can we achieve systemic change towards a regenerative paradigm for the health of ourselves and the planet? That's a very good question, and we have a next guest, and I'm pretty sure he has very good answers, at least food for thoughts.
I'm very curious about this. My big pleasure now to introduce Carlos Alvarez Pereira. He's the Secretary General of the Club of Rome. And I think most of you know the Club of Rome. Limits to Growth, famous book that has been published in 1972. I was not born back then, almost, but you can still really tell now that this book hit several trigger points. It was really about economic growth and population growth in a world of finite resources, right? This is what Limits to Growth was all about. You now mentioned regeneration as something where we even take sustainability to the next level. And for this, Carlos, we're very excited and happy to have you with us. I would say big applause, warm welcome here on the Impact stage at the Impact Festival.
Thank you. Thank you so much to everybody for being here. I hope you are enjoying as much as I do the energy of this Impact Festival. I arrived 40 minutes ago, but it's very obvious. And I would invite you to a journey on some important questions and provocations. That's the job of the Club of Rome. When we are good, we ask better questions for the future of humanity. We have been doing that for almost 60 years now. And we try to provoke people, not for the sake just of provocation, for the sake of opening minds and illuminating blind spots and proposing concepts like regeneration and its emergence. So let me start first with stating what is the nature of the challenge we face as humanity, not as one individual or only one society. It's all over, all together as humanity. And the challenge is very well, even if in a simplistic manner, very well represented in this graph. Originated in work done by colleagues in the Club of Rome, Mathis Wackernagel and Bill Rees, about the concept of ecological footprint. You might be familiar with that. They do a lot of work. You can look at what they do from the Global Footprint Network. And here they show the dots that you see are countries. And the two dimensions are Human Development Index, which is a UN index combining GDP per capita and levels of education and wealth. Levels of education and health, versus ecological footprint, which they measure. One way of measuring that is counting how many planets do we need to keep to maintain our lifestyle. So here you see the size of the issue, and I will go from this to the nature of the challenge we face. The size of the issue is that all the dots that you are seeing should be within the green rectangle called sustainable development, which is the one in which we combine human well-being with the planetary boundaries. What the Limit to Growth said is that beware, we might have an issue with the kind of development, quote-unquote development we were having and we still have, and we can face the the planetary boundary. So all dots should be in that green rectangle. No one is in, some are close, but those countries are, by the way, countries in Latin America and Southeast Asia. So European and North American countries are on the right side of this, you know. High levels of human development, yes, of course, but very high levels of ecological footprint. As my friend Kate Raworth says, there are no developed countries, because those we call developed, like this one in which we sit now, or Europe in general, are not sustainable. They are living in a lifestyle which is much beyond what the planet can provide. Conversely, the countries which have low levels of ecological footprint have in general also low levels of Human Development Index. So the challenge is equitable well-being for all on a healthy planet, and I would even say the main dimension we have to keep in mind is equity. Because science also says, and our own studies reports say, that if we had more equity, we could make perfectly balanced a balance between human well-being and the planetary boundaries. That's what is said in these two books that we published 2 years ago on the 50th anniversary of the Limits to Growth. Earth for All is a response for policymakers. If you had to imagine a set of policies, a consistent set of policies to make this balance, what would that look like? And it looks like in this book, which is not the exhaustion of all responses, it looks like the combination of empowerment of women and girls. I love that one of the slogans of this festival is empowering people for sustainability. Yes. So first that, and in particular women and girls, energy transition, regenerative agriculture, combating poverty, tackling high inequality. But of course, we face the challenge of, we kind of know that the balance is possible, and we kind of know through which policies it could be possible, but as you know, it is not happening. So there is another kind of challenge. The nature of the challenge is not only what I explained until now. The nature of the challenge is elsewhere. And this is what Limits and Beyond talks about. How do we learn what we already know? Based on the knowledge we already have, how do we change? So in this particular context of the Impact Festival, where there are, I understand, a lot of people from business, entrepreneurship, social entrepreneurship, and so on, just want to bring some ideas, not true responses. It's not our business to pretend that we have, oh, don't worry, guys, we have the recipe to solve everything. No. It's our job to try to help catalyze open processes of co-construction of the responses with everybody on board. So these trends that you see here represent, I would say, the evolution of industry since it exists as a concept, since the Industrial Revolution. Efficacy at massive scale, efficiency, technical excellence, decoupling, reduction of externalities, doing more with less, if you wish. All that is great. All that can contribute in some way, but it is not sufficient. And when we talk about the emergence of regeneration, we are talking about something else. And we are talking about the fact that the change we have to undergo is more than a technical change, more than a technological change, more than doing more of what we are already doing. It's more than a new technological frontier, more than AI. Beware of all the good things that AI supposedly will bring. But in any case, it's more than that. It's about something else. It's about the fact that we know scientifically, but we also know since the beginning of times, so from ancient and modern sciences, we know that our well-being and our health depend more than anything else on the quality of our relationships. So the change is about rehumanizing our lives, realizing that it's not the path forward, the path of growth is not the growth in material things, in material consumption. It's the growth in or the regrowth of our capacity to relate in communities and, of course, to reframe values. So, some time ago, 1 year and a half ago, a magazine from an important business school, IMD, asked me, please, Carlos, you have to define what are regenerative organizations. And I didn't want to do that because it's too easy to get into this checklist thing, you know, oh, if we comply with this and that, we are regenerative and we are all good. To me, it's more a matter of culture. And culture, you don't change culture by ticking boxes. It's a different kind of process. We can do that, but it's different. And for me, regenerative organizations are organizations with this type of culture. Realizing what is the size, but also the essence, the nature of the challenge we all face together, and applying that to themselves. And the first condition is, this is not a nice to have. Sustainability is not a new topic that we can add to a curriculum, or we have a department in some part of the company which is called sustainability. It has to be all over, and it has to look at these matters and these questions, and I just want to put emphasis on the very last one, you know. Also, in the context of this festival, reframe innovation and technology to serve human communities, reduce total energy and material consumption, and slow down. Slow down. You know, speed has a very high reputation. We are trying to go faster and faster to nowhere. Gandhi famously said, speed is not relevant if you go in the wrong direction, which is exactly what we are doing. So slow down to reconnect with ourselves, to reconnect with humanity, with nature, and so on. This is what we promote in a program that I lead in the Club of Rome. We started 2 years ago from a different perspective, because, of course, we started with ecological footprint versus HDI, still very technical, not to say technocratic, if you wish. Now we are getting there. The nature of the challenge is cultural. It's a challenge in our mindsets, in what do we understand, what is the meaning of our presence on Earth, and what do we understand is a good life. If it is ever-growing accumulation of material things, if we keep by that definition, we are doomed. Sorry. If it is let's reconnect and let's realize that growth can be unlimited, 7 years after the limits to growth, we published a report titled, and I think it's the most important report we have ever published, titled No Limits to Learning. So for learning and creativity, we might have limits, but we don't know them yet. But it's about that, realizing that a good life is about that. Learning from life with a capital L, and from relational cultures, they are still there, even in Europe, just that we live in such a fragmented way that we don't realize that. So you are all invited to be part of this fifth element program, catalyzing the emergence of a human revolution. And this is my invitation and last questions to you. Is a human revolution a revolution of mindsets? That's the call The very last call of the founder of the Club of Rome, Aurelio Peccei, in conversation with Daisaku Ikeda, a Japanese philosopher, was that, let's do a human revolution, a revolution of mindsets. You are welcome to that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carlos. This is your applause. We're gonna take one step further, but we slow down because they will do a speedy rebuild of our stage because you will be panelists. What I'm curious about, you mentioned equity in general, and I know Club of Rome is a lot about economic models as well, thinking about economic growth. Do you feel that the level of social inequality that we have is one of the big elephants in the room when it comes to our transformation?
Absolutely. But it has been there for a long time. I mean, for decades, the levels of inequality have been growing, you know? And there is scientific evidence. A lot of people have worked on the question of how much energy consumption would we need? Because, of course, we say, but, many people in the world want to have higher level of material comfort. Yeah. So if you ask the question, how much energy consumption would we need, to address that demand, but at the same time be within the planetary boundaries? Yeah. The response is that it depends enormously on the level of inequality. With lower levels of inequality, which doesn't mean uniformity.
Of course, yeah.
Of course not. But with lower levels of inequality, could be everybody on Earth could have a decent life with half of the consumption of energy that we have now.
Yeah, but
that's amazing,
That's amazing, especially in the context that we are still in a situation where we have growing world population. We're now 8 billion people on this planet. We might be 9.5, 10 billion. Some forecasts even 11 billion people. Do you feel that this is maybe a topic that in that context of sustainability is also neglected?
I don't think it's often it has not been well framed, that topic of population, because I also always ask to the people who say, oh, there are too many people on Earth, I ask, but who is in excess? Who is in excess, And typically, if it is somebody like us living in the privileged world with very high level of ecological footprints, if anybody is in excess, it's ourselves, But that's not the right framing. The correct framing, and it's obvious, is, and this is why Earth for All, our book and our program insists on that, it's empowering women and girls. Because that creates the condition for the demographic transition. So women stop having so many babies, decide themselves how many babies they want to have, and then that makes possible the stabilization of the population, which will most probably happen, yes, at a high level, but nobody's in excess, I think. People are the solution, not the problem. You are the solution, you are not the problem. And at the same time, we might have, if with this empowerment of women and girls, we have a horizon of stabilization of the total population of the world.
A lot of interesting thoughts that we're now going to take into the panel discussion beyond growth. And let's get, maybe you take a seat over there, let's get your panelist, Professor Stefan Hankammer. Stefan, welcome on stage back at the Impact Festival from Olans University. Then we have Agatha Meysner from Generation Climate Europe. Agatha, welcome on stage. And I see Fabian Eckert from RECAP. Warm welcome. Good to see you again. Well, and I'll do the handover. Mara Steinbrenner, you come on stage because you're going to moderate the panel. I know it's in good hands here. Have fun, and I'll see you later.
Thank you, Leo. Yeah, this is the first time to actually take a breath today, and I'm very excited to be moderating this panel now. When we decided to have this panel on the topic of beyond growth, I was all in and very early shooting my shots to moderate this panel and steal it off Leo and Janina's hands. And bear with me for a moment, because I would like to explain why. When looking at the growth of an economy, we talk about exponential growth. Especially since the COVID pandemic, we all understand what exponential growth means. And I mean, not just in theory, we could really feel it then. We can remember all these hockey stick graphs where things seem stable for a really long time and then shooting up dramatically. When I dived into the topic of growth when preparing for this panel, I came along this example of a chessboard. A chessboard has 64 little squares on it. And if you put 1 grain of rice on the first, then 2 grains of rice on the second, 4 grains on rice, you get the idea, doubling it each time. What number do you think you'll get at square 64? Any of you know? It's a 19-digit number.
Yeah.
It's 9 quintillion, 223 quadrillion, 372 trillion, 36 billion, and 854 million. So you start at this 1, 2 rice grains, and you end up at this 19-digit number. However, I think it's still a very abstract concept, especially when it comes to economic growth. When I was in school, I remember that I've learned that we want a 2 to 3% GDP growth every year. Then the economy will be happy, healthy, and we'll all be good. I know that that is basic school teaching, but it did stick in my mind until today. But what does a 2% growth of GDP every year mean? It means that our economy doubles about every 35 years. Currently, we're on a prognosis for 3.2% growth of the global GDP in 2024. That would mean our world economy doubles every 22 years. People might ask, isn't that a good thing? So that's why I would like to bring up energy consumption, as Leo and Carlos just discussed. Energy and consumption and economic growth are correlated. And believe me, during my studies, I spent countless hours on trying to get rid of that correlation. Didn't quite work out. So without going too deep into economic research now, energy consumption is not just an enabler of economic growth, but is necessarily to grow our economy. So considering that we do base a lot of this growth still on fossil fuels, non-renewable sources, and we're close to reaching tipping points, so fueling the climate and biodiversity crisis, we as the impact team believe it is important to discuss and question growth. So thanks for bearing with me. I promise I'll be speaking less over the next 30 minutes, as it's now time to hear from our amazing panelists. So let me briefly introduce, for everyone who just joined the panel, we just heard from Carlos Alvarez Pereira, I hope I pronounced it right, the Secretary General of the Club of Rome. Then we have Professor Dr. Stefan Hankammer, Professor and Researcher at the Olans University. We've got Agatha Meysner, leading Generation Climate Europe, the largest coalition of youth-led networks on climate and environmental issues in Europe. And then to my right is Fabian Eckert, co-founder and CEO of Recap. Also, just to let you know, we've got a brief Q&A session at the end of this session. So if you have any questions popping up in your mind, write them down or keep them in your mind, and you can ask them at the end. I would like to start the conversation with you, Stefan, since you have the research perspective in mind. Could you explain us the different terminologies a little bit? We've talked about beyond growth a lot, but then we hear terms like post-growth, green growth, degrowth. Can you just give us a brief explanation of these terms?
Yeah, of course. I mean, first of all, I think it's clear that this is one of the pretty complicated topics at this festival. And you talked about the elephant in the room. Probably growth is also one of the big elephants in the room, because we've all learned in business schools, in companies and society that growth is the most important aspect of our economy. Yeah, if we have growth, the economy works well. If not, we don't. And now, for those who are new to that discussion, probably all the concepts that have come up in order to update our understanding of a well-working economic system might seem very confusing. So it's a little bit of jungle. You already said green growth, degrowth, post-growth, regeneration we heard about. And they all share as a commonality that they want to update our way of thinking about economics so that we can stay within our planetary boundaries, which we currently aren't. So that means the shared understanding is our current system is unsustainable. So that's a common ground. Now the differences. So first of all, green growth has the optimistic idea that we can decouple environmental destruction from economic development through technology, innovation, and so on, so that we can still grow, but differently. Not blindly, but sustainable. Degrowth, well, comes to an entirely different view, saying that decoupling will not be possible, at least not sufficiently quick enough, and so on. So therefore, in order to prevent disaster, we need to degrow actively consumption and production, at least in the wealthy countries, in order to move towards a steady state economy or something like that. Post-growth is something in between those two, one could say. It's rather an idea of being agnostic to growth. Growth is not the right indicator for measuring the success of our economy. Instead, it's well-being, planetary health, well-being, social well-being, and so on. And maybe some areas might grow and others don't. So we need other indicators in order to measure that. And our regeneration, well, it's maybe a little bit on a different level than the other three, but the core idea is to bring back to life, to design an economy that enables us to come back to, well, full viviality or something like that. Is a regenerative economy a post-growth economy, a degrowth economy, or a green growth economy? Well, we should discuss that probably because they're very different views. Yeah, but maybe that as a first overview for that.
Yeah, thanks for that. Maybe a quick follow-up question to that. You just mentioned, can that work together, regenerative focused economy and traditional growth paradigms? What's your personal take on that?
Well, it goes probably in the direction of post-growth, because what it puts in the center of attention is clearly not economic growth per se, but instead the restoration and regeneration of our socio-ecological systems. And there might be many, many activities in the economy that contribute to that, but there are others that don't. So that leads us automatically to a situation in which we deny that blind focus on economic growth, but instead something else. And if we come up to a situation in which we say, well, for the well-being on this planet, for this restoration and regeneration, we need to degrow certain areas, well, then that might be the implication for that. But that's subsequent. It's a means to an end for the end of, well, full viviality and coming back to life.
Yeah, thanks for that take. Maybe also when we think about the history of post-growth, degrowth, limits to growth theories, Carlos, I think you're our expert on that. The Club of Rome has published the first report on limits to growth in 1972. Now it's 2024 and we're still talking about that. Could you briefly summarize what has happened over the last 50 years? Like, has the message of the report changed, or are there specific key messages we haven't learned yet?
The message of the report has not changed and has been confirmed over the years. I mean, because what people generally don't know is that there are people who have been comparing, more or less every decade. Researchers independent from the Club of Rome have been looking at, what did the Club of Rome say in the limits to growth and what truly happened. And it's a bit frightening to say that the evolution, the re-evolution, since then has been following the business as usual, the standard run in the language of the limits to growth. By the way, the limits to growth was not a prediction exercise at all. It was a modeling exercise and a simulation of multiple futures, many different scenarios for the future. And the problem is that through these periodic reviews, assessments, what we see is that we have been following exactly the same path on which we were, the standard run or business as usual, which is one of those leading to potential collapse because of the combination of exhaustion of non-renewable resources and pollution. But the main message, which was we were not good in transmitting that message. I must confess, we sold millions of copies of that book, but there was a backlash based on the idea that, these guys of the Club of Rome are doomsdayers, prophets of the apocalypse, which is exactly the opposite of what we are, because the main message is, but we can make it. We can learn our way out of this mess, and we can reach situations of balance, and that has been confirmed also over the years. We, at least for the moment, at the academic level, and this is the challenge now, how do we transform, and I loved your your categorization of the different models. How do we transform that academic knowledge that, yes, we can make it, but now it's how. And this is where we are now in the Club of Rome, also in trying to push for the inquiring into this how do we do that change.
Mm. Speaking about how we can get that change done, Agatha, in the last Generation Climate Europe report, sustainability was emphasized as a key component of prosperity, so kind of rethinking the way we also measure prosperity these days. Do you think this vision can be achieved when so many countries still cling to growth-based models?
Yeah, I think you're certainly right. The system itself, as we've heard, is very much growth-based. I think there's a lot of obsession with growth on different levels, on the levels of our governance, of our social systems, our economic systems, our environmental systems. But I think it's also important to notice, especially in the last 5 years, that there is a slow change coming from different levels. So it was 2018, the Wellbeing Economy Alliance started working with a couple different governments to establish Wellbeing Economy Governments Network. And it's a network of countries that basically put wellbeing economy as an indication of development. So we started with Scotland, we also have Iceland there, Wales, Finland, New Zealand, and Croatia. And it's interesting because there are several examples where you see that these alternative frameworks of thinking about which decisions do we take actually work. So in Wales, Wales is the only country that has a Future Generations Commissioner. It's changing now with, well, we'll see how it works, but potentially interesting development at the European level as well of the European Commission. But what it's connected to in Wales is what's called the Wellbeing of Future Generations Act. And it's an actual mechanism that allows you to evaluate certain policies. So a few years back in Wales, they stopped the development of a big road project and instead used that financing for public transportation system because it was crossing the natural reserve. So it was a very concrete measure, I think, of thinking, okay, how do we move away from growth as being the heart, the main component of making decisions, into valuing well-being, planetary and social well-being. And we're also seeing that at the national level, there are several countries now that have what are called the absolute resource consumption reduction targets. So basically looking at our material footprint and saying it's not just about reducing our greenhouse gas emissions, which is a very decarbonization perspective, but it's also looking at our resources and the materials that we're using. Austria, the Netherlands, Finland, a couple others actually have targets. We can discuss whether they're ambitious enough or whether they're developed well enough, or whether they're technical enough, etc. But I think the indication is there, very, very slow, that there is more and more interest into exploring not only the reasons behind moving beyond growth, but also the concrete measures that can go there. And I think that's what's really interesting. But I think when you're asking, can this really work where governments are doing this? I think the important question here is this just about following what governments are doing? Because what I hear a lot from companies, and I think this is a little bit the trap that we can fall into, is the idea of I'm going to act on sustainability, either if there is governmental policy that obliges me to do so, or when my customers indirectly or directly are asking for the change. And I think that completely ignores the responsibility that companies have in the system itself. And I think this is where this idea of redefining what good business is so important. We're taught in school, if you're spending more money than you have, then this is not a good decision. But as a system, we're spending way more resources than we have, and that's not being questioned enough. So I would love to think of good business as a business that is mindful of planetary boundaries, that it's mindful of the fact that at its core, the value creation comes from that positive impact on future generations.
Thanks so much for that point. I think this calls for Fabian's opinion, actually. Because, we have you here as the founder of Recap, who started off as a impact-driven startup, a sustainability-focused startup. For everyone who doesn't know what Recap is on the path of implementing a circular economy model in the area of cups and reusable dishes. From your experience from Recap or from all the startups you're probably in contact with, how can these kind of businesses redefine success, or is that even necessary to think of new metrics to measure success and prosperity?
Yes, I think when we look at businesses, we also look at the financing part of business, and I think that's what we talked about when, before we discussed what we're gonna say or ask, what you're gonna ask in this panel. And when we look at the financing world of startups today, it's a lot about the economic growth. And I think when we build new business models, we have to make sure that we somehow manage to build them in a way that the economic, ecological, and social perspective of these pillars work together. So if one pillar grows, the others actually grow with it, or at least they don't affect the other pillars in a negative way. So when we look at investors, and you just said that companies have this responsibility, and companies have the responsibility to be economically sustainable as well. But we have to make sure that if the economic dimension grows, we have that the ecologic dimension grows as well. Mm-hmm. And we have to, and in that way, that actually works with the old economy as well. So that works with the investors that we chose for our business model, because they want to see economic growth, and we can make sure that if the economic growth is given, we can also ensure the ecological part of our business. So if we try to redefine the success of the companies, of course, we have to make sure that we always look at all three dimensions and make sure every dimension grows and none is somehow impacted in a negative way.
Mm. But then, I mean, you have maybe a special kind of financing, or as a backup, you're free to tell us more about it. But the traditional venture capitalists, they're very focused on the economic growth side of things. Like, how do we ensure that this is still not a key component they're looking at?
I think it can be a key component if we, as the startups, as the ones who are actually taking in the money, make sure that the other dimensions are not affected. So we chose, for our investments, we chose family offices, because we wanted to make sure we're not working with someone who has a return on investment point, who says, well, in 5 years I need a return on investment, I need 10% or whatever. So we chose family office who can give us the money and who want to see economic growth, but who are still actually more happy to see us grow in a long-term perspective. So we can make sure that all the decisions that we make every day do not affect the ecological part of our business, but still ensure that the overall economic situation of the company grows. And it's kind of a trade-off, of course, because it is about growth. And we decided to try to change the system from within and at least give them the economic growth as well, while we change something for the better.
Mm-hmm. Maybe jumping over back to you, Agatha, I'd love to hear your take on this. When thinking of potentially more traditional or conservative companies, so not starting off as an impact-driven startup like Recap did, how do we introduce these alternative ways of measuring prosperity or success? I'm sure there's many business representatives in this audience. Like, how can they get started on this rethinking of prosperity?
I think that's such an important question, because from my experience, having talked with many different corporate representatives, I think the number one predictor of whether they would be open to actually introducing something that can make a difference is the extent to which they're open to being uncomfortable. So, what I'm interested in is you sitting down and being able to say, right, we've been doing things a certain way in the last X years. We are open to understanding that there are certain assumptions that we might have been making. There are certain myths that we're operating on. And there is a different way of thinking about doing business and what does it mean to do good business. And I think this is something that, you talked about conservative or traditional companies, but to be honest, I think this is something that we need to think of beyond conservative traditional companies. I think there are a lot of still sustainability myths that are out there when it comes to, many different events that talk about what does it mean to be sustainable as a business. So I just wanted to give you 3 examples of some sustainability myths that I still see out there that I would love for people to be a bit more open to talk about. So number 1, and we briefly touched upon that, is assuming that absolute decoupling of greenhouse gas emissions from economic growth to the level that we actually need to reach the Paris Agreement is possible. So 99% of the time when you hear about decoupling, you'll probably hear about relative decoupling, right? So that means that you do have a small rate at which emissions are growing. When you do hear examples when they're going down, that's typically very short term, not sufficient, not at a rate or size that we need it. And I get so frustrated because I think a lot of terms in the sustainability movement are just thrown a bit around as like the fix that you can just put there and people just say, oh, we can just decouple. Done. Problem solved, right? But there is no understanding into, okay, what does it actually mean in practice and why is it so difficult? So the second one, and second sustainability myth that I hear all the time, is assuming that climate crisis is the only problem. And that completely ignores that we have 8 other planetary boundaries, in fact. And that falls very much into this carbon tunnel vision of, we need to decarbonize, we need to reach net zero, we need to reduce emissions. Yeah, what about biodiversity? What about nature? What about materials? Why are we ignoring all the other ecosystems that are out there? And yes, it's the easiest. You could put a 0 on it, right? You could just say, well, we want 0 emissions. Easy. You don't have to worry about what is the number and how fast you have to get there or anything like that. When you talk about materials, obviously you're not going to say you need 0 materials. So there's a lot more to be understood there in a sense of what is the system that we actually need. But I think this is something that people should be a lot more worried about. I mean, it was last month, I think, that the Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact Research warned us that we are at the verge of crossing the 7th planetary boundary. And we're literally talking here about the collapse of our planetary system. So it's not just a really nice framework that you can take and apply and say, well, look at me, I'm doing this and my business is more sustainable. This is literally, this is the stage at which we're talking about, right? And the third sustainability myth that I see all the time is assuming that the only way to scale impact, to increase and improve your impact, is by growing the company size or growing the company's activities. I've heard actually many times, even today, from presentations, people saying, well, look how sustainable we are. We're going to grow X number of times. We're going to be in this many more countries. We're going to expand by this many more products. And this is, to me, one of the more dangerous assumptions that are out there, because it completely, ignores the fact that business as a structure depends entirely on social and environmental foundations, not the other way around. But we're acting as if, we can just do whatever we want, we can take as many resources as we want, and I think in many ways, the industry has had a bit of a free pass in terms of using nature and using resources that are available. So I think we really need to think about business leadership going beyond individual company change and really looking at how can we fundamentally change the system that we operate in, rather than necessarily how can we introduce more sustainability practices or metrics into the way a company is working.
Yeah, that was a strong keynote. Yeah, that was some really, really good points. I think what you mentioned last, also touching upon Fabian, it was a bit more a microeconomic perspective and what the businesses itself can change to change the system overall. And with that being said, I want to get back to Stefan's point of view in that, because you're always preaching and embrace the complexity of this all. Right? Versus Fabian, who's more like, okay, we have to get things done. Don't overthink it, just get it done. And then when we're saying now, growth is not bad per se on a microeconomic level, when you look at business models like Recap, what's the macroeconomic perspective on this?
Well, this is all incredibly difficult.
Of course.
Yeah, it is. Because, talking about these concepts, they have macroeconomic implications. On the entire economic scale, we need to have, certain outcomes. But what does that mean for the individual company? And I know that, within post-growth and degrowth research, there was a long period of time where there were no business scholars dedicating their time to that topic. So it was only discussed on a macroeconomic level and on a social science level, but not on a business level. And there are many different propositions. Well, companies should intend not to grow. There is an optimal size of an organization, so they should grow and then they have an optimal size. Or they should still grow, but it's the system that needs to be designed in a way that the markets are reduced, for instance, in the degrowth context. And I would say with regard to Recap, we could probably easily understand that the growth of Recap is not really important in itself, but it's really beyond your company. If the market, particularly of how do you call that? Single-use plastics, right? Single-use cups stays the same, and you just add your cups to that. We'll probably say, well, you are contributing to degeneration. You're not contributing to that decoupling. But if your intention and also the outcome is that, well, other competitors in the market, I mean, in another context, they degrow their market share, well, hell yeah, then you're contributing, you know, to the decoupling of economic development and environmental destruction. You might even contribute to reducing the economy. So then you would be a post-growth economy. But that makes that so difficult. You really need to look at that from that system perspective. And on top of that, I just want to say that final sentence. We could also say that this is all a question also on the individual level. What are our individual understandings of our growth, of our career developments, and so on? So it's also not macroeconomic level and then business level. And if we understand these two arenas, then everything is fine. No, it's really our stories, our narratives, and so on, that really matter. So also yours as a founder, for instance, not only the company. That is, I mean, not really a clear answer, but just describing a little bit this context and how difficult it is to understand.
No, 100%, and that's something Fabian and I discussed about when we had our pre-panel chat. We were talking about impact measurement and how do we ensure that we're actually doing something good and not bad. We have that discussion constantly within the impact team. Like, is it worth it that all these people travel here to Frankfurt to have this gathering or this event and all the CO2 emissions that arrive from that? Like, is the impact bigger, or like, can you even compare that? Are you comparing Apple with pears, and how do you measure it? And I mean, that's something you struggle with as well, if I understood it correctly. And you've heard all these like policy perspective, research perspective, and now you're a founder who's like very hands-on and just wants to try it out, have certain hypotheses, I guess. What's your take on these like theories, questions, complexities? Is there any recommendations you would also give to other companies?
Yeah, so I guess my advice would be start measuring what you can measure and don't get stuck in perfection. We were really struggling. We were still really struggling with measuring our impact. So I know that if you use these cups more than 10 times, it's better than a single-use cup. But what we don't know today is if all the cups that we've brought into the market have actually been used 10 times. So if the whole system is actually more sustainable than what we're trying to replace, single-use. And as you just said, the single-use market is actually growing. So we're still fighting against something that's growing, while we're at least trying to get a part of that away. And the reuse rate today in Germany is 1% in our business context, 1%. So that's more or less nothing. So we still have 99% ahead of us working on it. But I think what's important is when you start, don't get stuck on measuring that. Make sure that your long-term vision is coherent, that it's more sustainable than what you're trying to replace or what you're trying to do better. Of course, if no one used coffee to go, we wouldn't need recap. That would be the most sustainable solutions. Just sit down for a coffee and we don't need us anymore. But as long as it exists, we believe that if the system grows to a certain degree and we manage to get as big as for example, the reusable bottle system in Germany, then we're definitely more sustainable than single-use plastics. And so we're working on the vision, still not knowing how good our impact is actually right now at that moment.
Yeah. Carlos, I would like to hand back over to you before we start our Q&A session with the audience. The Clubber Forum has worked on a report called Earth for All. You briefly mentioned it in your keynote. And in this book, the inequality and unfair distribution of wealth and prosperity is highlighted. And you've got two scenarios displayed, one too little, too late, and the other one giant leap. Based on the conversation we've just had, what is your take on this all from like a social perspective?
First, the social perspective is essential. Nothing can be done without that, you know. And one of the aspects of the situation that we face, for instance, with the backlash, both in Europe and North America, by big fractions of population, you know, the backlash towards the European Green Deal in Europe, or any kind of framing of that type also in North America, shows something that we are, in my view, this is my interpretation, we are not having this conversation with people, with them. We are having the conversation from situations of privilege about them, sort of enlightened despotism in the 21st century, from Brussels or other places, on what would be good for them because, oh, God, the planetary boundaries are reached, you know. And we have to get out of that to co-construct with the people. So if people don't trust the institutions, it's because the institutions don't trust people. It's a moment to start thinking of flipping, among many other things, the governance model. We talk about top-down and bottom-up. Sorry, people on the planet cannot be the bottom. You know, they have to be at the top, and all human institutions should be serving people and the planet. But let's recognize that we don't know, and your explanations are crystal clear. We don't know yet the responses. And I know that feels uncomfortable, but this is not a trivial journey. This is a shift in civilization. The criticality in which we are opens the space of possibilities. But it's not like going to New York with everything planned and the street map and you know exactly where you are going to go and all that. No, it's a real exploration. Coming back to what Agatha, one of the things that Agatha said, which I liked very much, is, business has to reinvent its own nature. By the way, The New Nature of Business is the title of a book recently published by one of our colleagues, André Hoffmann, who is both a business leader and a philanthropist, stating that this is really the new nature for business, taking into account all dimensions, people and the planet, into how we lead businesses, and showing some hints about what can be actually done, but not saying, and this is it, because we don't know if it will be enough. So what I see is also that we are living in a fragmented world in which business operates with one logic, finance operates with one logic, politics the same, scientists, academia the same, and so on, and all of them are blaming each other and blaming people, you know, because ultimately the politicians blame people. Oh, yes, we could do this, but we cannot because I will lose my next elections. What about having dialogues across the sectors and co-constructing with people the responses? Because we have to start, I know that sounds like, wow, but we have to start rebuilding trust in our communities, in ourselves, for that journey, which is a journey of exploration. It's the emergence of new civilizations, nothing less than that. And this is super exciting and uncomfortable.
Just one follow-up question before I hand over to the audience. You just mentioned these different areas like finance, policy, people, and how they work kind of like independently, even blaming each other. Do you have any like concrete actions or measures in mind how we can connect them better and get away from this narrative of like bottom-up thinking and how we get to have these like all different areas connected?
Yeah, I just came from the Biodiversity COP16 in Cali, in Colombia. I mean, I think an impressive success, especially for Colombia and the city, but you still see, in this room there are scientists. In this room there are business people. In this room there are the policymakers and the negotiation between governments is happening, you know? And not so many people have tried, what if we mix all of them? And what if we convene them as humans? Because each of us is also fragmented and we are obliged, typically obliged to say, especially on a public stage, I think we are really saying here, what we feel. But most of the times, the CEOs and the politicians say whatever is convenient at that moment on the public stage, not what they really feel. We have practiced that in the Club of Rome, you know, meetings where we mix people from different sectors, but private ones, convening them as humans, and it's completely different. Because first thing you see is the dissonance between the public discourse, the official positions they keep, and what they really feel about the issues. Big dissonance. And from there, the possibility of a positive energy coming out. Because sometimes they don't look like, but they are humans as well.
Fair enough. All right, this is your chance. I think we've got maybe time for 2 more questions. So if anybody, I've got I see a hand there. Any microphones on the way?
Hello, thank you so much. My name is Lila, and if you're loving what Carlos is saying, that's perfect, because in the transformation stage, we're just going to talk exactly about that. So how do we create regenerative ecosystems of organizations working together? And my question for you, Carlos, is how do we not just think about our individual company, so like recap and what can I do as my company, but what if we all came together in this room today and said, this is what my company can do, this is what mine can do, this is where I need support, this is what I'm trying to solve. Does anybody here know the SDGs for their own city? So how do we actually start understanding our own local ecosystems and how we can support each other? So I'd love to learn from you so we can take that to co-creation in the next session.
I'm not sure you have anything to learn from me. I mean, you are already doing that. How do we start? By starting, you know. André Hoffman, in that book, The New Nature of Business, says something which is, I think, wise. He says this process requires courage and humility, which, living in the culture, the pandemic of narcissism in which we live, you know, it's a strong statement. Humility to recognize we don't know how to do that, courage to address that, and address it together. So the first thing is what you are already doing, connecting people together, connecting people who are aware, you know, together to be stronger together as well. That's the very first step. And from there, everything else comes.
Thank you. Any other questions? I've got another hand up in the front row. Our mic is on the way. Perfect.
Emanuel Schlichter, hello. Thank you very much for this panel. I'm very surprised that this topic had a chance to be brought up here at this Impact Festival, so thank you for the team. So my question goes in a direction of time. I mean, we don't have that much time left, and I like the points you brought up, the narrative. We need bottom up from the grassroots down and bring everybody together. But how do we do that in a timely fashion? Because there's a lot of interests and a lot of policies in place that prevent that, because they worked very well for the last 40, 50 years, but now they prevent this change. So how do we do that? Do we do like a full stop and then we sit together and look how it goes, bottom up? Or do we wait for 10 more years and talk? Or how do we do that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, actually, I understand that question very well, because look, for instance, I wrote my first study on the topic of green growth versus degrowth in 2012. And then in the green growth literature, it was written very often that within the next 10 to 15 years, we will experience that this decoupling will take place. And it's probably not the first phase that this was promised.
Yeah.
Where are we today? I mean, we exactly decided on that, one could say, 15 years ago. Well, let's have a look. Let's give it a try, because it seems so convenient that we can continue the way we have run our economic system in the past, but give it a tiny little update. And I mean, currently, however, we are not seeing that this consensus is on the political level particularly well there, which makes me be a little bit frustrated. but which creates even more that urgency to have the courage on all levels to really face it, that we have so much time left in order not only to prevent collapse, I mean, that's the negative story, but to turn it into something wonderful.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, a wonderful life on this planet.
Exactly.
And really, that's the narrative thing. Maybe we don't need that much time to create these narratives, but why don't we put all our energy into that, to enabling that we can live well here and go there?
Exactly. So to keep our civilization going under the same principles, it's not that we don't have much time left. We are out of time since long. We are probably 40 or 50 years late, you know, which is when we produced our warning, you know. So it's at the same time a message to relax about time. If you want to keep things going and things going faster and faster, that goes nowhere. But now if you connect with the essence of the change we are talking about, which is a civilizational change, which is a deep change in yourself, in your relationship with others and with nature, then it opens the possibility for something very positive and very rewarding, and where you will see that your appreciation of time will change radically, and time will become an ally instead of an enemy.
I think
I will have to cut this discussion because we're way over time.
Sorry.
That's all good. I think our stage manager will kick us off. 2 sentences?
2 sentences. It's just, I think it's super scary to listen to the overall topic all the time. It's like overwhelming. And so I would just say, just pick a problem and solve it. And just use your influence that you can have in your own life. And just pick something and solve it. And it's not so easy to get all the people on board, I guess. But yeah, that's my 2 sentences. So.
What's your 2 sentences?
In the youth climate movement, we say that the privilege of opportunity is a responsibility of action. So my reality is worrying about making sure that a few months ago the nature restoration law passes, and it passed by 1%. My reality is looking at where we are now and realizing that in southeast Spain at the moment there's a really horrible flood where many people are dying, which is one of the worst natural disasters we've had. It's realizing that there are people that are working at the local levels, at a very grassroots levels, who have very limited resources, who are doing this in their free time, and who are still pushing, even though we're always being told as young people that we are the ones that are bringing hope. I'm not interested in you telling me that I'm the one who's bringing hope. I'm interested in you actually taking action and using the privilege, the resources, the access that you have that we don't have in many cases to actually make a difference, to challenge the perspectives of people that are around you, and to use spaces like this one, not to yet again have the same panel and the same conversation and to tap each other on the back of how sustainable we are, but actually try to ask the difficult questions. And this is really what this should be about.
Thank you so much. If you do want to follow up with this conversation, Carlos is going down to the SDG 17 Connect Lounge, which is downstairs in exhibition area, and he's there to answer any more questions. I'll try to convince our other speakers to join as well, so if you do want to follow up on some questions, meet them downstairs in about 10 minutes. And with that being said, thank you so much for sharing your insights and time. I think we could have spent another hour here on this stage. But it's a very important topic, and we do want to make space for these kind of conversations here at the Impact Festival. And yeah, enjoy the rest of your day, and I hope to see some of you later. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mara. Thank you, Mara's guest. That was a really good and lively discussion. I don't know, is it just me? I'm extremely dizzy, and maybe it's because of this moving background. No, maybe it's just me, and we won't stop the world from turning. We better don't. Don't run away. We got an interview on that stage. We switch to German, weil das Interview auf Deutsch sein wird. Wir warten noch kurz, bis die Unruhe ein kleines bisschen aus dem Raum gewichen ist. Nee, wir warten nicht. Ich mache einfach weiter. Vielleicht redet ja noch jemand und bleibt da. Wir sprechen über das Thema Paradigmenwechsel in Unternehmen und im Finanzmarkt. Es schließt sich also wieder ein kleines bisschen der Kreis zum Anfang des heutigen Tages hier auf dieser Bühne. Ich darf die Moderation übergeben an Rainer Kroker. Er ist Sustainability Leader bei PwC und er ist sich sicher, dass Nachhaltigkeit für Unternehmen natürlich kein Nachteil ist, sondern eine Chance. Rainer ist diplomierter Wirtschaftsprüfer und Steuerberater und er spricht mit Dr. Christin Ter Braak-Forstinger. Sie ist eine der führenden Expertinnen, auch schön, Experten, der Tag ist lang, der führenden Expertinnen für Impact Investing in Europa. Ich bitte Sie um einen großen Applaus für Rainer Kroker und Dr. Christin Ter Braak-Forstinger.
Vielen Dank.
Sehr gerne.
Christine, möchtest du rechts oder links? Ja, wir freuen uns sehr. In der Tat sind wir hier auf Deutsch gelandet. Ich weiß nicht, ob das dazu führte, dass so viele gehen, aber so viel Englisch sprechende habe ich heute zumindest im Auditorium nicht gesehen. Wir machen das jetzt mal so, Christine. Ja, vielen Dank für die Anmoderation. Da ist ja schon viel gesagt worden. Mein Name ist Rainer Kroker. Damit ist, glaube ich, was mich angeht, alles gesagt. Aber ich möchte noch ein bisschen was zu dir sagen, Christine. Erst einmal ganz herzlichen Dank, dass du gekommen bist. Du hast uns aus Zürich hier besucht. Und du bist eine der führenden Experten für das Thema Impact Investing. Jetzt wird es mal richtig konkret, weil wir einfach von dir mal hören wollen, wie das so in deiner Realität ist. Du bist Mitbegründerin und auch CEO von G-Impact Capital. Das hört sich schon mal sehr beeindruckend an. Das ist ein sehr unabhängiger, aber auch preisgekrönter Impact Fund Advisor. Und ich habe verstanden, dass du auch in Luxemburg den Burning Issues Impact Fonds berätst. Und das hört sich auch ganz beeindruckend an. Das können wir ja gleich noch mal im Detail austauschen. Und du setzt dich, wie wir auch, für unsere Kunden mit viel Leidenschaft dafür ein, dass du den Wandel zu einer regenerativen und auch kreislauforientierten Wirtschaft förderst. Du hast eine Doktorarbeit geschrieben, das haben wir eben gehört, in der Harvard Law School mit Summa Cum Laude, wie ich lesen durfte. Und du hast den LLM an der Duke Law School auch erworben. Also insofern hast du da einen guten Background. Und du bist Autorin, Hauptrednerin, Universitätsdozentin. Du hast ein Werk geschrieben, das sich nennt Conscious Investing, habe ich verstanden. Ich habe es nicht gelesen, noch nicht. Und kommst da zu einem bewussten und nachhaltigen Finanzwesen, zu dem Ergebnis. Dann ist es auch noch so, dass du privat dich engagierst in einer NGO, die sich ich weiß nicht, wie man das
Brave Aurora.
Ich habe es geahnt, Brave Aurora, 2009 in Nordghana mit Entwicklungsarbeit beschäftigt. So, das war die Einführung zur Christine und ich sehe gerade, man hat uns keine Zeit geklaut. Wir haben tatsächlich die volle Zeit. Insofern nochmals dir ganz herzlichen Dank, dass du dir die Zeit für dieses Interview genommen hast.
Danke, lieber
Wir möchten heute über das Thema Paradigmenwechsel sprechen und die Notwendigkeit eines tiefgreifenden Wandels in der Art und Weise, wie Unternehmen, aber insbesondere ihre Investoren, ihre Gesellschafter agieren und das wollen wir heute diskutieren. Und zu Beginn, so als Warm-up-Frage, liebe Christine, habe ich für dich mitgebracht, was ist im Rahmen oder in deiner Rolle als führender Impact-Investor, was ist aus deiner Sicht, und das auch noch in Europa, was ist aus deiner Sicht dein persönliches Why?
Ja, danke, lieber Rainer. Guten Nachmittag auch von meiner Seite. Ich glaube wirklich, was mich antreibt, ist ganz ehrlich, ganz persönlich. Wir haben ja auch vom vorhergehenden Panel gehört, es geht auch wirklich was treibt uns persönlich an. Ganz ehrlich, wenn mich meine Kinder fragen in 20 Jahren, Mama, was hast du in der Zeit während der großen Energiewende gemacht? Ich will einfach eine klare Antwort haben. Ich will dazu beigetragen haben. Ich möchte wirklich dazu beitragen, dass es hier auf unserem wunderschönen Planeten weiterhin lebende Bienen, lebende Schmetterlinge, lebende Gletscher und lebende Korallen gibt. Und das ganz konkret durch Impact Investments, wo wir wirklich den Wandel, du hattest es schon gesagt, Rainer, in eine regenerative Wirtschaft. Wir haben am vorhergehenden Panel auch viel über regenerative Wirtschaft gehört und in eine Kreislaufwirtschaft proaktiv vorantreiben können. genau, also wirklich ein, sag ich mal, gesundes Wachstum. Ja. Aber das treibt mich an. Ich bin in einem Unternehmen selber groß geworden, in einem Familienbetrieb, habe in der Private Equity Branche zu arbeiten begonnen und habe tatsächlich 2008 Brave Aurora mitgegründet, ein Verein, wo wir sehr viel Bottom-up arbeiten. Da arbeiten wir wirklich mit der Community zusammen in Nordghana. Und wir haben mit wirklich nichts begonnen und haben heute 15 Personen, lokale Personen auf unserer Payroll dort. Und ich glaube wirklich durch dieses Projekt wurden mir so die Augen geöffnet, wie wahnsinnig sinnvoll es ist, die traditionelle Finanzexpertise mit ja, auch Social und Environmental Return und Wirkung zu kombinieren.
Okay, sehr eindrucksvoll. Und wenn man das mal so ganz abstrakt sieht, wir haben jetzt dein Why verstanden, das hast du gut erläutert, du hast es mit Kindern begründet, mit Planet begründet, mit diversen Dingen. Aber was ist im Kern oder was würdest du sagen, muss sich grundlegend ändern? Und das Thema Impact Investing ist ja jetzt nicht so groß, wie man sich das vorstellen könnte. Es hört sich immer nach einem großen Begriff an, aber wenn man mal so ein bisschen in die Schubladen guckt, dann findet es nicht so richtig überall statt. Was muss sich wirklich grundlegend ändern, damit die Nachhaltigkeit in den Kerngeschäftsstrategien der Unternehmen tatsächlich auch integriert werden? Was ist so der Kern?
Ich glaube, einerseits man muss differenzieren zwischen verschiedenen sozusagen Unternehmen und deren Größe. Einerseits gibt es die jungen, transformativen Startups da draußen, die wirklich mit ihren kernregenerativen Geschäftsmodellen echten Systemwandel vorantreiben können und dadurch eben auch sozusagen die Kleinen können die Großen dadurch wirklich beeinflussen, durch das große Innovationspotenzial, das diese jungen Companies mitbringen. Aber ich glaube, man muss das auch wirklich ganzheitlich durchdenken. Und in Deutschland, der Mittelstand ist wahnsinnig stark und wahnsinnig wichtig. Und auch da gibt es schon viele Unternehmen, die erkannt haben, Nachhaltigkeit ist schon lange kein Luxus mehr, sondern es ist eine notwendige Voraussetzung für ein Wachstum, auch als Company. Und auch da gibt es bereits viele Vorzeigeunternehmen, auch im Mittelstand, die auch wirklich Nachhaltigkeit in die Produkte integrieren. Das ist ja das Wichtige. Irgendeine CSR-Strategie on top, honestly, bringt wirklich nicht viel oder sehr wenig oder bis fast gar nicht. Ich bin da sehr kritisch. Also natürlich bringt es etwas und auch auf der Social Return-Ebene kann man dadurch einiges sehr Gutes bewirken, aber aus sozusagen ökonomischer, wirtschaftlicher Perspektive, wenn wir über Unternehmen sprechen, ist es wichtig, dass die Nachhaltigkeit in die Kernprodukte integriert werden. Ich bin da zum Beispiel bei Edding, Edding AG darf ich im Beirat mitwirken als Beirätin für Nachhaltigkeit. Bin da wirklich besonders stolz drauf, weil die Unternehmerfamilie ist das zweite Generation im deutschen Mittelstand, die das Thema Nachhaltigkeit so stark vorantreiben und da auch sozusagen von einer For-Profit-Company ihre Strategie auf Profit for tatsächlich geändert haben. Und dann natürlich gibt es die ganz Großen und auch die werden gezwungen von den jungen Startups auch sich anzupassen und natürlich von der Regulatorik. Aber ich glaube, man kann schon diesen Wandel beobachten hin zur Nachhaltigkeit, dass das wird normal werden.
Ich stelle meine Frage ein bisschen zurück, kommentiere das nochmal, obwohl ich dich ja eigentlich interviewe. Also ich sag mal, das deckt sich mit der Wahrnehmung auf der einen Seite, die ich auch habe. Natürlich gibt es Start-ups, es gibt gute Beispiele, aber es gibt auch viele, sage ich mal, Blocker oder Denkmuster, wo man sagt, naja, es funktioniert vielleicht in dem einen oder anderen Bereich nicht. Und das hat ja immer Gründe. Du sprachst von den Großen, die sind ja durch die Kapitalmarktorientierung dann auch sehr stark getrieben, auch durch Regulierung und haben sicherlich auch in den letzten Jahren ja schon sehr viel gemacht, ne, wenn man mal sieht, wie Produktionsprozesse sich auch angepasst haben. Aber in der Tat ist da Raum für Improvement und sie werden getrieben auch zum Teil. Ne? Insofern die Anschlussfrage, welche Denkweisen blockieren aus deiner Sicht diesen Wandel, den du ja beschreibst? Und wie können Unternehmen diesen überwinden? Weil oft wird gesagt, naja, die nachhaltigen Produkte werden teurer. Ich weiß jetzt nicht, wie es bei Edding ist. Ne? Ist der Kunde bereit, im harten Wettbewerb dafür zu zahlen? Also, ich sage mal, es ist schon eine komplexe Fragestellung und deswegen würde mich nochmal deine Meinung interessieren. Was blockiert diesen Wandel und wie überwinde ich den im Unternehmen?
Ich glaube, auch da kommt es darauf an, sozusagen, mit welche Unternehmung man jetzt konkret anschaut. Schaut man jetzt, wir gerade über Edding gesprochen haben, schaut man auf den Mittelstand, ist es tatsächlich oft die Frage wahrscheinlich, der Shift, der kostet uns Geld, jetzt mal kurzfristig, können wir uns das überhaupt leisten, so unter Anführungszeichen. Aber das ist natürlich viel zu kurz gedacht, weil langfristig, wenn man sich anschaut, das geht auch wieder aufs Vorgängerpanel zurück, was sind wenn man sich den Risk Report anschaut, zum Beispiel vom World Economic Forum, was sind die 10 größten Risiken, die auf uns zukommen in den nächsten Jahren? Das sind 6 von den 10 Risiken, die ersten 6 Klimarisiken. Also das heißt schon, es macht wirklich Sinn, hier seine Strategie auch anzupassen. Also ich glaube sozusagen das kann oft ein Blocker sein, kostet uns das jetzt im Moment, was kostet uns das? Wohingegen kleinere Unternehmen wieder ganz andere Fragestellungen haben, Startups wie bringe ich die richtigen Investoren ins Boot, genau, und wie bringe ich auch like-minded Investoren ins Boot und wie komme ich zur Profitabilität und zur nächsten Finanzierungsrunde. Also unterschiedliche Fragestellungen, würde ich sagen, für unterschiedliche Unternehmen, Unternehmensgrößen.
Ja, sehr gut. Was die Zuschauer jetzt wahrscheinlich sehr interessiert, eigentlich hatte ich dir jetzt die Frage stellen wollen, hast du ein gutes Beispiel? Jetzt hast du Edding ja schon genannt. Fallen dir weitere Beispiele ein, so aus deiner persönlichen Praxis, wo du sagst, also da ist tatsächlich ein Paradigmenwechsel, da ist ein Shift, da ist eine Entwicklung, die vielleicht auch am Markt resoniert. Hast du noch so ein, wo du sagst, Flavor-Produkt?
Klar, also das, was wir jeden Tag machen. Also wir haben zum Beispiel nicht in Recap investiert, sondern in Vital. Auch ein deutscher Pionier im Bereich Mehrwegsystem für Takeaway Food. Ohne Pfand, das ist der Unterschied. Die wachsen sehr schnell, genau. Und was ich da spannend finde, ist, es geht ja auch hier um das Thema Systemwandel. Das ist das ganz große, wichtige Thema unserer Zeit. Und da sind zum Beispiel, wenn ich ein Beispiel gebe, mit Vital arbeiten wir wirklich gemeinsam auch dran, wie kann man diesen Systemwandel in der Praxis wirklich voranbringen. Es wird ja viel über Systemwandel gesprochen. Keiner weiß eigentlich, ganz ehrlich, wie es wirklich funktioniert, was muss man wirklich tun. Ja. In Wahrheit geht es bei Systemwandel immer darum, Stakeholder zusammenzubringen, beyond einer Investor, also hinter einer Investor-Investee-Beziehung und auf sozusagen breiterer Ebene zusammenzuarbeiten. Ich gebe gerne ein Beispiel. Wir haben zum Beispiel eine Partnerschaft aufgebaut mit einer Stadt in der Schweiz, mit der Stadt Schaffhausen. Die hat eine Kampagne gelauncht, die heißt Schaffhausen ist abfallfrei. Und was total cool ist, die incentivieren die Nutzung von Mehrweg, also ganz konkret jetzt von den Vital Bowls. Wenn man jetzt eine Vital Bowl wieder zurückbringt, dort, wo man sie ausgeborgt hat, kriegt man von der Stadt Schaffhausen als Cash-Incentive 2 Franken auf die Hand. Und man zahlt ja kein Pfand dafür, also es ist wirklich Cash, das man bekommt. Und warum macht es die Stadt? Weil die eben sozusagen die Bewohner incentivieren wollen für diesen Behavior Change, ja, für diesen, um zu motivieren, Mehrweg zu verwenden. Und das geht absolut in Richtung Systemwandel, auch im Kleinen hier in Europa vor unserer Haustüre. Und das ist eben nicht nur wichtig in Entwicklungsländern, sondern wirklich auch vor unserer Haustüre vor Ort.
Okay.
Das war ein kleines Beispiel, genau.
Ja, sehr schön. Jetzt wissen wir alle, wir haben eben schon mal gesprochen über Kapitalmarkt, über auch Regulierungsanforderungen, die nicht immer zu einer Transformation, sondern erstmal für viel Arbeit der Unternehmen sorgen. Ne? Thema Bürokratieabbau und so weiter. Das wird ja insbesondere in der Bundesrepublik Deutschland hier gerade wild diskutiert. Auf der anderen Seite gibt es auch PI-Häuser, die ihre Portfoliounternehmen genau in diese Richtung entwickeln. Und dann komme ich so ein bisschen zum Kern unseres Gesprächs. Du bist ja Impact-Investorin. So, und wie ist aus deiner Sicht die Rolle oder mit welchen Mitteln, ich sage mal, natürlich bist du Shareholder oder ihr seid Shareholder und damit habt ihr natürlich auch eine gewisse, wie soll ich sagen, Power. Aber wie ist es so, dass du sagst, also dieses Impact Investing führt tatsächlich zu einem Paradigmenwechsel, den ich beeinflussen kann? Und welche Rolle spielst du eben bei dieser transformativen, ja, sag ich mal, Förderung nachhaltiger Geschäftsmodelle? Also wie findet es konkret statt? Gehst du hin und sagst, pass mal auf, ich bin dein Shareholder, du bitte machst jetzt Folgendes. Also da nochmal so ein bisschen dein Flavor.
Also als Impact-Investor ist man ja daran interessiert, wirklich Unternehmen wachsen zu sehen und nämlich so wachsen zu sehen, dass nicht nur ihr Finanzwert steigt, sondern insbesondere auch mit dem Wachstum gleichzeitig ihre positive ökologische oder soziale Wirkung. Also das ist ganz wichtig. Ja? Das ist aus meiner Sicht kein Trade-off, sondern das geht Hand in Hand einher. Und wie wir das in der Praxis machen, das machen, nehme ich an, andere Impact-Fonds genauso. Wir verhandeln hier ganz konkret mit den Portfolio-Companies. Wir beobachten die typischerweise über einen längeren Zeitraum und dann verhandeln wir mit ihnen einen Side-Letter im Rahmen der Vertragsverhandlungen, wo wir wirklich die Impact-Zusammenarbeit nach dem Investment dann ganz genau festlegen. Und da messen wir nicht nur den Impact und müssen es natürlich auch an unsere Investoren dann ausweisen, sondern es geht bei Weitem darüber hinaus, dass wir sagen, wir schauen hinein in die Value Chains. Wie kann man die nachhaltiger, lokaler, transparenter machen? Wir haben wieder einen Sprung zum vorherigen Panel. Wir haben über Biodiversität gehört. Ja, man kann die Dinge nicht so schwarz-weiß sehen, sondern man sollte sie eben ganzheitlich sehen. Also wir investieren da auch mit einer Biodiversity Lens und auch einer Gender Lens. Wir schauen uns auch ganz genau an, können wir dann, also das steht auch in dem Side-Letter drinnen, dann die Teams, die Boards so besetzen, dass auch mehr Frauen reinkommen. Wir wollen in den Management-Teams mehr Frauen sehen. Und wir wollen auch dem Unternehmen helfen, wirklich zum Systemwandel beizutragen. Da arbeiten wir auch mit einem externen Partner zusammen, der uns dabei unterstützt, genau das auch zu implementieren. Da machen wir zum Beispiel das geht ein bisschen in die Tiefe, aber du hattest mich gefragt, so ein bisschen Einblick zu geben in unsere Praxis, ein Systems Mapping, genau, um da eben auch weitere Stakeholder für die Company zu identifizieren, über die sie vielleicht vorher noch nicht nachgedacht haben, um einen Systemwandel zum Beispiel in Richtung Kreislaufwirtschaft proaktiv anzuschieben.
Okay. Ja, sehr spannend. Für mich nochmal die Frage, wir sind ja im Moment auch die Unternehmen sehr stark regulatorischen Zusatzanforderungen ausgesetzt. Und glaubst du oder merkst du, dass diese regulatorischen Maßnahmen oder auch diese regulatorischen Anforderungen, die ja häufig erstmal Reporting-Anforderungen sind und erst später Trigger sein werden, merkst du, dass das schon heute, diesen Wandel beschleunigt? Schwere Frage.
Ich glaube, da muss man auch wiederum differenzieren. Ich glaube, einerseits, ich habe selber Jura studiert, bin Juristin, also einerseits glaube ich schon, hat die Regulatorik insofern was Positives, als dass sie ein Treiber sein kann, wie gerade in der Kreislaufwirtschaft zum Beispiel. Ja. Sie einfach auch viele Unternehmen, die müssen einfach dann dahin gehen. Auf der anderen Seite glaube ich, dass eine Überregulierung auch nichts bringt, wie wir zum Beispiel in Sachen SFDR sehen, wo wir ganz klar sehen, manche, institutionellere Investoren ganz klar verlangen, also SFDR, wahrscheinlich kennt ihr das alle, das ist die Sustainable Financial Disclosure Regulation der Europäischen Union. Und da gibt es 3 Kategorien oder eigentlich 3,5, es gibt auch 8 plus, aber es gibt Artikel 6, Artikel 8, Artikel 9. Und Artikel 8 ist sozusagen sind grüne Fonds, Artikel 9 sind die Dark Green Funds und Artikel 6, da sagt man, ja, man ist eigentlich non-compliant. Jetzt wird eigentlich verlangt von institutionellen Investoren, dass eigentlich jeder Impact-Fonds Artikel 9 ist. Das Ziel der Regulatorik, das war eigentlich Greenwashing zu vermeiden, was ja an und für sich sehr sinnvoll ist. Aber dann muss man immer die Regulatorik auf der Zunge zergehen lassen. Da wird ja gar nicht von Impact Investing da drin gesprochen, sondern immer nur von nachhaltigen Investments. Das ist ein Riesenunterschied. Das können wir auch nochmal besprechen, dass man Äpfel mit Birnen vermischen sollte. Und also was ich damit sagen will, ganz kurz, ich glaube nicht, dass Artikel 9 Regulierung jetzt unbedingt das Grüne vom Ei ist und wenn ein Investor das sieht, dass er sich allein auf das verlassen sollte, sondern er sollte auf jeden Fall tiefer reinschauen und da auch, warum? Weil in der Praxis das Impact-Fonds misst man natürlich den Impact und es macht extrem viel Sinn, weil ja auch diese Messung dem Unternehmen hilft, dann going forward auch die richtigen weiteren Investoren wieder reinzuholen. Aber man kann schon zum Teil hinterfragen, was bei Artikel 9 zusätzlich an Reporting-Aufwand für die Unternehmen generiert wird, ob das sehr sinnvoll ist. Wenn man sich die Fragen nimmt, ich habe mir alle Fragen im Detail da angeschaut, natürlich kann man drüber diskutieren.
Also das sind sicherlich Hindernisse, es gibt Chancen, das hast du auch ja schon eigentlich schön dargestellt. Vor dem Hintergrund, dass du sagst, naja, SFDA, wir sehen gerade viel CSRD, wir sehen CSDDD, es kommen ja viele andere, die EU Greenwashing Directive, EUDR, also es ist schon ein Set an Themen. Was würdest du vor diesem Hintergrund der vielen regulatorischen Anforderungen dir von der Politik wünschen? Ich sage mal, die EU hat ja doch da viel verabschiedet, es wird in nationales Recht transformiert, manchmal zeitnah, manchmal nicht. Die Bundesrepublik Deutschland ist da ja bekanntermaßen nicht so schnell. Was würdest du dir von der Politik wünschen?
Also erstens mal, dass Sie hier sitzen würden. Ich glaube, das wäre schon mal wahnsinnig hilfreich. Das vermisse ich auch extrem. Wir müssen das schaffen, dass wir wirklich auch die Politik, auch Public Stakeholder in solche Konferenzen reinbringen, dass wir hier eine breitere Gruppe an Stakeholdern haben.
Das hatten wir
Sonst
eben schon mal.
diskutieren wir in der Bubble. Genau. Ja. Also das glaube ich, ist zentral. Und ansonsten, ich glaube, es braucht wirklich Incentives. Das Problem ist, es ist halt einfach short-term incentiviert und auf der politischen Ebene. Und deshalb ist es jetzt im Moment so wichtig, dass auch Privatinvestoren hier einen Schritt vorangehen, einen Schritt vorausgehen und hier eine wichtige transformative Rolle übernehmen.
Ja, wir hätten für diese spannende Diskussion, denen ja hier nicht alle folgen, aber zumindest haben wir den Raum halb voll bekommen, hätten wir ja noch eine Stunde brauchen können. Also wir sind ja wirklich hier im Beginn. Wir müssen ganz kurz machen, weil wir sind fast schon hier im roten Bereich. Technologien, Innovationen. Hast du da einen Flavor? Was ist der Game Changer? Ich sag mal, wir reden immer viel von Technologie, auch um Reporting-Thematiken zu unterstützen. Ja. Aber was ist aus deiner Sicht für das Thema Impact Investing und Technologie? Wie verknüpfst du das?
Ich glaube, ganz ehrlich, es gibt nicht die eine bahnbrechende Technologie, auf die man jetzt setzen sollte. Ich glaube, es gibt mehrere Technologien, die wahnsinnig spannend sind. Auch da wieder eher ein ganzheitlicher Blick. Natürlich AI ist ein ganz zentrales Thema, also künstliche Intelligenz im Impact Investing auch. Aber es ist natürlich auch, muss man sehr, sehr schauen, die Spreu vom Weizen zu trennen. Auch AI, das ganze Wachstum, braucht natürlich auch wieder wahnsinnig viel Energie, Datencenter, aber trotzdem, ich glaube, künstliche Intelligenz ist ein großer Treiber, aber auch nach wie vor Blockchain, auch Technologien im Bereich der Kreislaufwirtschaft, Closed Loop Recycling hat gerade jetzt in der Schweiz, ich durfte in der Jury sein, das beste Startup der Schweiz von 100 Startups, wirklich aber sozusagen auch Fintechs, klassische Bereiche drinnen, ist zirkulär, im Closed Loop Recycling hat den ersten Platz gemacht. Also ich glaube, da gibt es verschiedene Technologien, für die man offen sein sollte.
Ja, also ganz tolle und sehr inspirierende Einblicke. Jetzt müssen wir ein bisschen aufpassen, dass uns die große Verspätung der Vorgruppe nicht uns zugerechnet wird. Aber dennoch möchte ich dir eine Frage stellen, die den Kern nochmal rausholen soll. Wenn du jetzt einem Investor einen Rat geben würdest, wie du sagst, wie kann er den größten positiven, gesellschaftlichen, ökologischen, wie auch immer, Einfluss ausüben auf ein Portfoliounternehmen, wie auch immer, wo er investiert ist. Was wäre dein einziger Rat?
Also Einfluss meinst du?
Einfluss.
Mhm. Also, das ist jetzt eine gute Frage, weil Impact Investing, sorry, es ist ein bisschen länger, geht ja sozusagen beyond sozusagen ESG und Einfluss nehmen und sozusagen, du bist ja wirklich direkt investiert. Ich glaube, wenn du direkt investiert bist als Investor, ich glaube, das Wichtigste ist, ganz close zur Company zu sein, ihnen im weiteren Wachstum zu helfen, keinen Mission Drift zu machen. Also ja, ich glaube, der wichtigste Rat überhaupt für einen Investor, auch für einen Anfangsinvestor, ist einfach wirklich anzufangen. Ja, das ist das, was wir sehen. Es sind so viele auch Investoren, die dann überlegen, soll ich das machen, soll ich das machen, und von den ganzen Fragestellungen überwältigt sind. Ich glaube, ich ziehe meinen Hut vor jedem, der sagt, ja, I start with something und mache einen ersten Schritt, mal ein erstes Investment. Genau, egal wie klein es ist, aber ja, to make the shift a reality.
Okay, sehr gut. Diese Uhr hat einen entscheidenden Vorteil, sie zeigt kein Minus. Dennoch wissen wir, dass wir jetzt minus 2 Minuten haben. Insofern ganz herzlichen Dank, Christine, für deine Zeit, für deine Einblicke in die Rolle eines Impact-Investors und den Einfluss, den du ausübst. Insofern vielen Dank für das Gespräch und wir hoffen, wir können das irgendwann fortführen.
Danke, lieber Rainer. Okay.
Vielen Dank. I'm switching to English. Thank you very much.
Okay, you
Rainer.
switch to English again?
Thank you very much, Christine, for the
Der Saal
insights.
gleich wieder voll wird.
Well, let's see if that's the trick. One thing you mentioned is to get all stakeholders involved, and one stakeholder is certainly the board. So now we're going to talk about how to drive impact from a board perspective. And my pleasure to welcome back on stage, I have an easy job here, Stephanie Pietsch. Stephanie, we also go closed loop, full circle. You've been with us this morning already. That's your applause. So I leave the stage in good hands. We have an all-female power panel now.
Yeah, let's close it off female here. Actually, I tried to get some gentlemen on stage. Most of them I asked were somewhere else, and some of them said, maybe not my topic. So I'm happy to have a wonderful woman on board.
So with this, let's get started. Final panel of the day. Stage is yours.
Thank you, Leo. Thank you. All right, ladies, come join me on stage. We have Agatha and we have Alexis. All right, have a seat. And we have, I see her already. I don't know if she's already on screen. Let's welcome on board as well, Sonia. There she is. Hi, Sonia.
Hello.
Thank you for joining us this afternoon. So let's talk about a very, very important topic. Let's talk about who is supposed to drive the impact, who's really, forcing impact. And with impact, I think we also mean sustainability. Should it be from the board? Should it be from somewhere else? And like I just announced, we have wonderful women on board. You see, we are different generations. I think we have very different backgrounds. So let me just introduce you very quickly. Agatha, you are the director of the Generation Climate Europe, but, and I think that's very important to say, you help organizations introduce youth boards in order to drive sustainability. Mm-hmm. So I'm very, very happy to have you on stage, and I'm really curious to hear your view.
Thank you.
Then we have Alexis. She's a former board member, former CSO of Arcadis and also Adidas. So we're going to hear what you were doing and what's going to be your new function and what your experience is. And then Sonia, actually we've known each other for quite a long time in different functions, and I'm very proud to have you here because you're a designated board member of GLS Bank. I think a lot of people know GLS, a truly purpose-driven bank. Also happy to have your perspective.
Thank you.
So to kick it off, I'm just going to ask you, and the people who've joined this morning, it's practically the same question. What is your narrative looking at this topic? What is your statement? What is your belief? So we can start to discuss. And Agatha, just give us a quick view of what is your view at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. And thanks a lot for having us here. I think something that's really interesting to look at is, especially in the last few years, the development of alternative structures for boards. So we're looking here at putting nature on boards, but also in particular what I do, which is helping companies and organizations set up youth advisory boards. I've been on different boards myself for nonprofits, for institutions, and for other organizations. And I think something I've seen is that fundamental misunderstanding of what does it mean to take decisions in a way that allows different perspectives to be there, and what does it mean to take decisions in a structure that isn't necessarily the one that we're used to have just because that's what the system says, right? So we're not interested into looking at, what is out there and what we have been doing for many decades, but I think introducing not only youth advisory boards as a means for innovation, but also youth advisory boards as a structure that allows us to bring really into the company's operations and activities intergenerational justice itself. So really looking at, okay, how are we using board structures as a means to drive long-term impact?
So it's changing the narrative, actually.
In a way, changing the narrative, yeah.
Okay. Alexis.
I think maybe I could come a little from, my background is quite strange and quite varied in terms of I was working first on sneakers, Adidas, then buildings and infrastructure at Arcadis, and now actually with private equity. And some of those private companies. So I'm seeing it from a lot of different angles. And what I can say is that one of the biggest advantages you can have as this trend is coming forward, you're seeing a lot more requests for sustainability experience in board members. So actually having board members who have had a career in this topic to bring in a perspective that they might not otherwise hear. You also wind up seeing a lot of companies setting up sustainability committees on their board. And then there's the interesting interplay about how all of the topics that one handles within a board interact with the different committees. Everything from audit to, the most interesting thing is with sustainability committees, they tend to touch every topic that the board comes in on. The biggest change I am starting to see is not only an awareness of how core it is to the company's business offering, service offering, new products. It's essentially an understanding very slowly is coming, but that it's not that you have strategy anymore and a sustainability strategy. It's that your sustainability strategy is your strategy. Essentially, you just need to plan for the world that's coming. We now know what that world looks like. And there's some people who know a bit better, have more detail on how fast it's changing, on what kind of changes are coming. And boards are looking for that kind of expertise. I do have to say there's varied levels of awareness at how fast the pace of change is. And I've never yet seen a board who is fully aware of how fast this change is coming. So in that sense, I would say there's still a little progress to become, but that's positive signs.
So for you, it's about speed and catching up with the speed and keeping the speed?
It's about both the speed, the awareness, and then I have to say it's about integrating it into your core product and service and growth.
Okay.
That's a real change.
So Sonja, I mean, you're purpose-driven. Sustainability runs through your veins in the business model. What is your narrative on top of that?
Yes, at first I totally agree with the women speaking before me, because what I want to say is that there has to be a strategy for sustainability, and then the strategy for the business model. So it has to be one, and therefore, yes, as a purpose-driven company, I would say define what you do and define what you don't do, and then make it measurable and transparent. This is the simplest thing that everybody can follow what you're doing, and at first define what you do and what you don't do. So in our business, for example, we have a very simple business model. We just finance basic needs. There are 6 sectors. We are financing mobility. We are financing health, agriculture, so all the basic needs. And then in these sectors, we define what we are doing and what we're not doing. For example, in agriculture, we just finance biological agriculture. So, and therefore we know, and our customers know what we don't finance, and then we make it transparent quarterly basis. We make very transparent which loans we gave to which sector and in which amount. And we have the agreement with our customers that we are allowed to do it. And so it becomes kind of in talks with our customers, becomes a kind of certificate. Yes, we have a loan from GLS Bank, and that shows that we are really on the right way. And this is what yes, I can advise is say what you want to do, what you don't want to do, make it transparent and make it measurable.
Mm-hmm. Transparency and measurable. I like it. So when we look at the youth boards, I love the idea. If I look back to where I'm coming from, who I've worked for, I'm not sure it's an idea that would be easy to implement and follow through. What are the burdens and how do you take the burdens?
So I think there are two things to unpack there. First of all, there are more and more companies, there are more and more nonprofits, there are more and more international organizations that are setting up youth advisory boards. You can call them panels, councils, committees, hubs, whatever you want. But essentially the idea is there, right? So this is happening. There is a very strong interest into setting them up. And I think there should be even more interest into how to do them meaningfully. So it's exactly what you're referring to, right? I mean, how do we actually do this so that it makes sense, so that it's not just another youth washing mechanism that I see all the time, we fight all the time, but it really is something that can genuinely make a difference. And I think there are a couple of components there to bear in mind. So number one is an internal buy-in on this, an internal vision on, okay, why are we doing this? What is the purpose behind it? And an understanding from either the board, or it can also be the CEO or both, on the fact that there needs to be a structure like that set up. So that's number one, because if you have people coming in, whether it's externally or internally, and then the company itself doesn't really know why they did this, it's very unclear for people who are supposed to advise on this, on how are they actually doing it. So that's number one. Number two, I think what's also really important when it comes to making sure that this is meaningful is being mindful of who are the people that you typically attract, both within your corporate structures, but also as customers, and who are the people that you're not hearing. So who are the voices that you're not reaching? Who are the voices that you're more interested to reach? And this is where we can talk about diversity, we can talk about representation, we can talk about making it local, global, international, etc. There are many different formats depending on circumstances. But I think the whole purpose behind is that you're setting it up because you're interested in this as a means of innovation. If you're interested in this as a means of innovation, that means you need to be able to be okay with being uncomfortable. And that means you need to be able to have perspectives and views that make you potentially uncomfortable. And I mean this in the most positive way possible, right? Like, you want there to be people that will sit down and that will say, well, actually, why are you doing it this way? And then you'll think, well, there's just this assumption that I've had for a long time, right? So that's number two, being aware of the structure and being aware who are you bringing to the table. And number three is making sure that when it is an advisory structure, it actually is an advisory structure. So you're very clear on what do you want that advice on, what do you want the strategic perspectives on. It doesn't mean you have to agree to everything. It just means there needs to be transparency as to what are you taking on and what are you not taking on and why. So it's really that idea of, if you want to make sure that there is a meaningful connection with decision-making processes, there needs to be clarity and there needs to be transparency on what are these decisions that you're taking and why. And I think these are the three components that you might think, well, that sounds easy, are super difficult for many people to incorporate. And that's also why, I do what I do, and I work with different organizations and companies, because I've seen how it works in the inside. And it's very often not so much the lack of intention to set it up in a meaningful way, but it's just a lack of understanding of what are the components that are needed to actually make it happen, and make it happen in a way that works for the company, because that's what we want, right? We want it to be a beneficial addition to the existing structure that allows for the company to take decisions differently, to take decisions in a more inclusive, in a more innovative, in a more future-proof way.
So actually it's about being bold on one hand, but also being a little bit uncomfortable for everybody. And I think that's part of the role of a CSO as well. Alexis, from your experience.
You're a good CSO. So I don't know if you want us to be jumping in while and talking to each other, but I did have to agree with you in saying one of the most important things, good strategy, is saying what you are going to do, and more importantly, what you're not going to do. And therefore, saying what you're not going to do is going to make a lot of people uncomfortable. Because usually it's easier to say, we will do that, yes, and then there's not enough time, frankly, to get all these things done. So one of the values I think a CSO can bring, there are different ways company have set up their company and how their CSO perhaps interacts with their board or leads their sustainability committee on their board. And it matters a lot where you will put your CSO in the organization. There are plenty of companies that put them in legal, that put them in perhaps finance, and what you know there, or sometimes marketing, that will often be telling which is the most important thing I want you to focus on. You have all the other things, but you want to focus on that. I was very lucky in the sense in my roles that I was always based in the core. Well, at Adidas, it was in the brand, so that's in the core business of the company. In Arcadis, it was growth. I was part of the executive leadership team in growth. And that's, if you do that, then it also says, what is the most important priority for us as a company with sustainability? And then your job is, as a CSO, is to start engaging with all those topics and say, well, then how could we be better at making this part of our core business? And I know there was, on your previous panel, you were talking about actually the challenges between having a green growth model, a degrowth model. These are sometimes terms that have never been heard in boardrooms. People haven't heard them yet. You need to introduce people to these topics. You also need to say, okay, well, why do we think we could create decoupled growth, green growth, or we could pivot our company, and how would we do that? And who could we bring in from the outside who would help us be able to create some of those new business lines, help us pivot? Those are things that I would hope that most CSOs take as given in their jobs. In the future, you may not have CSOs if we've really turned a good corner and been able to so integrate it into the core of the business. Unfortunately, from what I'm seeing, there's going to be CSOs for a while now.
I think we're going to need them at the moment, definitely. Sonja, I mean, you've had different roles, and before joining GLS in your function now, you also saw different companies and how they're implementing sustainability. Looking back, if you'd known what you know now, what would be your advice to other board colleagues, other board members? What should they do just to drive the change and to speed up the change? We've been talking a lot about speed today as well.
Oh, well, that's a difficult question because I'm now in a purpose-driven company, and it is we don't need a CSO because from the bottom line and the top line, it is our business model to act in this way. And on the other side, we need some responsible person who manages the regulatory, because it is the same for us than for any other company. Because we don't have the data they want from us, and we are deeply green in our heart, and we are. Well, we are 1.5 degree compatible in our portfolio, in our company, but we need some person who is responsible to take this, for example, regulatory office. So it is what if I look back, I would say, if you pick somebody up who is responsible for this topic, don't see it like a checklist he or she has to work with. And it is not an add-on theme. It is the core theme to transform yourself, and you have to honestly want it. Yes, and it sounds a bit like an appel, and that makes it for me so difficult to answer. And what I maybe would recommend, because I really like it in our company, is to make that happen, that it is a bottom-up and a top-down process, and it's deeply in the DNA, or becomes deeply part of the DNA. You have to open communication rooms, because the way is so much changing, and And the change happens in the gray zone. As I told you, we have Anlage- und Finanzierungsgrundsätze, so things what we do in investing and giving loans, and things what we don't do, or rules. But the real world happens in the gray zone. For example, we say what we do in agriculture. We just give loans and we just invest in biological agriculture. So and now we have a question for a loan for vertical farming, which maybe can heal the hungers, the world hunger, in an innovation way. So we have, and this is the real world, is in the gray zone, and change happens there. And therefore we have every Friday a council in cross-functional people, bottom-up, top-down driven, and everybody has the same voice and the same weight in his or her voice. And there we talk about such questions we have to decide. And we have to decide then, are we doing it? Or can't we do it without giving up our purpose and our principles? And yes.
May I?
So what you asked, in a summary, maybe yes, open communication rooms. It don't has to be a topic which happens in just one room and in the responsibility for just one person.
So we talked a little bit about governance. Do you want to add something, or you? Go ahead.
May I say something that's perhaps a little controversial and
Please do.
And sort of respectfully engage with one of your previous statements, which is we need somebody who helps us handle the regulatory side. That is a huge topic in every boardroom right now, and anybody, no matter where you are in the world. As you can tell from my accent, I'm originally American. I've lived in Germany for many years. And now with the advent of CSRD, it is the top of most European boards' awareness, but there's also regulation coming for disclosure in California. This is definitely a topic that has the board attention, and I think it has the board's attention in exactly the wrong way. And it's because there was great intention. We need to actually have the data and the disclosures to be able to make good decisions. But it has become a checklist. And even to the point where, I think it was just a week ago, the EU Commission, one of the men who leads this topic within the EU Commission, made a statement saying, I hope companies will take a pragmatic approach, particularly SMEs, and a reasonable approach when it comes to legislation around this. And for God's sake, may it please not be the core job of what your CSO does. If anything, maybe help you understand what the legislation is coming up, what's the motivation behind it, how to interpret how it's coming in. But we have functions that help us already deal with regulation. We have functions that help us deal with accounting. We have board committees that help us deal with that. And so if anything, your CSO can help you engage with that topic to make it integrated into your business. But if anything, that should not be the core focus ever of what you're talking about when you're talking about sustainability in a boardroom. And right now, this year particularly, from what I hear from many boards, it is often the loudest thing talked about and sometimes the only thing talked about.
Absolutely. So actually it was a question I'm going to ask. Additionally to the reporting, I always have a feeling it's a topic of risk mitigation. So let's try to find the easiest way. I know I'm being a little bit bold and a little bit touchy now. Let's find the easiest way to get the thing done without, too much impact, too much costs, and so on. Looking at the question, who's going to drive it? Is it going to be the board? Is it going to be the youth board? Is it going to be everybody? What's your opinion, looking at the time? Let's just go a little bit deeper. Who do we need? Who do we really need? Agatha?
I think that's a really big question, but I think this is also where, and I touched upon that a little bit, I wanted to bring up something which I don't think is talked about enough, which is that intergenerational representation. So when you look at, so currently we have around half of the world, a little bit less than half of the world is under 30, right? But the average age for the boards in most corporations is around 60. And I'm not saying here that, we bring in the youth and we solve the problem. I really don't like that narrative. I think that's a very false narrative, which just puts people in boxes. But I think what this is really about is about that radical collaboration. And we can apply these principles of thinking about radical collaborations throughout the structures that we have, whether existing structures or the structures that we want. I think this is what's extremely important, because you need to think here about, okay, what is the added value that we're bringing from the different perspectives? And I think this is where what you talked about before, when it comes to the role of the board, comes in. It's not just about the regulatory compliance. It's about thinking beyond that. And I think this is where a lot of the people would, come into this kind of stop of saying, well, yes, but we have to do that. Hence, this is the must, right? So this is the bottom line. This is what's going always to be on the agenda. So we just have to make sure that this is being done. And I think that's where that idea of, bigger thinking of what is our role as a company, what is our role in the larger system comes in, and really understanding the responsibility that a lot of companies or organizations have in that context. Like, I think that's what's really important when we talk about the different roles that we're assigning, that this goes all the way from individuals to the structures that we have, to the structures and the way they interact with each other, and to the bigger system.
So who is it?
Sorry?
Who is it?
I think it's a combination of the structures that you can bring in, which allows for different generations to express their different perspectives.
But there needs to be a justification from the board?
I think there needs to be a desire for the board to be more than just that compliance structure.
I love it. Okay. What's your view, Alexis?
So before I started in business, I had no idea what a supervisory board did. And sometimes people I know who've worked in business for years still ask themselves, what is the supervisory board there for? You have your supervisory board, you have your executive management team. Your supervisory board is there to advise and to, they are the boss of the CEO, but not to drive the company, but rather to help the company focus on what it's the most important thing, make sure it doesn't miss things, and really to help counsel those on the executive management team. So I have been lucky enough in my career to have seen what good leadership looks like when you have it in an executive management team, especially when you have charismatic good leadership at the top. It's an incredible thing to have, because the organization all of a sudden moves with a level of momentum that it doesn't have otherwise. It's inspired to move. In my own experience, the way that comes up is often bottom up. You start to feel within an organization how antsy people are, ready, impatient, like on your previous panel, to get something done, to get moving. Everybody's impatient at the pace. Now, what could be the perfect use of the supervisory board is to bring that in a constructive way, engage in a safe way with the executive management team. So be that bridge between the bottom and the top down. And then also to challenge when you don't have particularly charismatic nor focused leadership from the top, to actually help insist that you get it at the top of a company, if only for the fact that you will get better talent, you will get more creative ideas, you will have people be coming up with the products and services that will be the ones that work in the new economy, because frankly, the old ones are not fit for purpose. And so if I had to come down to, is it bottom up, top down, you get a lot of movement and a lot of momentum from bottom up, but it doesn't go anywhere unless you have the support from the top down. You get a certain level of momentum, but it can never break through to a level of true transformation and actually market driving power. So you need the top down, I think.
Okay. Well, I'm pretty sure we know what Sonja's going to say. I know you guys are driving it from the board, of course, justified from the board. So looking at the time, Sonja, what would be the one thing, if you know, everybody has their own job, but what can we change coming back? What would you advise really to take into action and, you know, try to push the change and the transformation and maybe get the board moved? Do you have an idea? Do you want to give something to the audience?
At first, be honest. And at second, ask yourself, would you make this decision also in 10 years? Beam yourself up in 10 years further and then ask yourself, would it be the same decision?
Agatha?
Yeah, I love the idea of that long-term thinking. I think this is also what we touched upon a little bit in the previous panel, but I think this is really radically what's missing a lot of the times, and honestly in a lot of different contexts of decision making. I mean, we see the same thing in policy making, you know, the idea of, well, we're going to have decision makers taking short-term decisions that are good for the mandate, but not necessarily long-term transformational decisions. So I think this is the same in the context of when we talk about boards, when we talk about decision making in organizations, because it comes down to what is the purpose that you serve in that structure, right? Yes, it's about compliance, it's about making sure that the rules are followed, etc. But it's really also about seeing, okay, in a long term, what is the added value that you're bringing? And I think this is where the role of business is so important to understand, because when it comes to the composition of the board, you need to have, like you said, you need to have bold people. You need to have leaders who are not afraid to speak up, who are not afraid to challenge the narrative, who are not afraid to say, wait a second, why are we even doing it like this? Are we really doing this because it makes sense, or are we just doing this because somebody wrote this down in a, you know, procedures a long time ago, and we're just following the procedures? And I think this is really what's so important. That yes, it comes down to that individual drive, but it also comes down to structures that allow for this to happen.
Alexis.
Everybody in this room is either somebody who's making decisions right now already within their organization, or could get close to somebody who is. So you were saying, what could we all do when we go home? Get close to the, if you're not the one making the decisions, get close to the person who is. And if you're young, go ask them to be your mentor. If you're not young, go ask them to be your mentor. Go ask them for a 15-minute coffee. Get close to the people who are going to be making the decisions, because honestly, they don't always hear all the perspectives.
Yeah.
And then also you might not know why they're not making different decisions because you're not close to them. If you feel strongly about making change, I think it was on your previous panel where they were saying, go out and do something. Well, go out and get in somebody's ear. And if anything, what you can do is once you shift one person, particularly if you shift one decision maker, it has such a ripple effect. And you would be surprised if you go up to someone and say, if you would be so kind, I would just like to have 15 minutes of your time, one mentoring conversation, one quick. People will take 15 minutes of time, and that's an open door, and then they're going to take the next 15 minutes of time. So make sure you keep bringing people useful, interesting information, but go get close to someone because they need to hear this.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for the different perspectives. Sonja, thank you. So everybody get out your Outlook, find a slot, and let's do what Alexis just said. Let's get some coffee dates and try to, you know, be bold and speak up. I think that's the only way we're going to drive this change. So thank you so much. Have a wonderful evening, and see you tomorrow. And I'll give it back to Leo. And are you both coming up? All right, come up.
Well, I want support, so we're both coming up, Janina.
Nice.
That was your applause, and yeah, we're back on stage.
One last time.
One last time for today. There's another
today,
day
absolutely,
tomorrow.
Absolutely.
So yeah, we're coming to an end of day one. I think a lot of things going on today, a lot of impulses for you. I hope you had a great day so far and had good conversations, good food for thought, some good coffee as well. Tomorrow, what will happen? 10 o'clock, we'll start back here at the impact stage, so we hope to see many of you here. We have 3 more innovation areas, so we have people and organizations, we have circular economy and resources, and last but not least, cities and mobility. So this will be 3 interesting innovation areas that we dive deeper. We see a little bit of rebuilding here behind us, because tonight's not finished yet. So what's next?
The Impact Awards are presented on stage. I think now the changeover is already done.
Almost.
Most of it. So we see each other tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock with a keynote by Micha Fritze from Viva Con Aqua
Oh, yeah?
on the topic of equality and feminism. And I'm really looking forward hearing him speak. And
We also have a few more highlights, right? Sasha Lobo, I know you're very much looking
Absolutely.
forward to.
absolutely.
We have an interesting panel that I'm looking forward to on climate and democracy. So that's kind of a different perspective that we keep discussing for the last 1 or 2 years. What's the link between all the climate topics that we have and actually democracy topics? Are they interlinked? How are they interlinked? What can we do about this? I'm very much looking forward to. We have Dirk Meysner. He's the president of the German Environment Agency with us. So that's going to be one of my highlights I'm looking forward to. Then, of course, we dive into circular economy, big topic. We're going to look at circular economy and circularity in textiles, will be interesting. And we're going to look into circularity when it comes to recycling, of course, a big topic out there. Well, and we have almost recycled the stage.
Absolutely, absolutely. But one person is missing, and I think you can get your applause for your hard work for today.
I'm off.
Oh, you're not? I'm sorry. I thought
Yeah,
you were.
awesome. I love that.
Leonard Lima.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you very much. And we see you later. on
I'll
stage
just
for
say
the-
goodbye later, but over to you, and you get probably Matthias on.
Absolutely. Please welcome Matthias Leis on stage.
Hello, everybody.
Matthias.
Yes.
Welcome on stage.
Very good.
You are founder and managing director of Neosphere. And I
Yes.
think we all should know by now that Neosphere is the organizer of the Impact Festival. But that's not all. Please introduce Neosphere to us.
Yes, exactly. So the festival and event organization is just, let's say, the tiny part aside, a little bit. So we are a subsidiary of Commerzbank, innovation unit, corporate VC. So we are searching for new trends, new solutions, new innovations that help Commerzbank, the banks in general, and obviously also our customers to drive further. Digital transformation is one aspect, sustainable transformation is the other one. So we have about 40 investments already done. A lot of them are in cooperation with the bank, so the customer can feel it and can use such kind of solutions. We build prototypes on our own, also something that as a Commerzbank customer you can use. Last year we did a spin-off of one of our projects, which is called Lissi, about digital identities. So this is, let's say, more or less the core what we do. But beside that, we also bring together people. Very lucky to do that in various ways. And about 4 years ago, then there was the idea of bringing together people who drive sustainable transformation, bringing together customers, corporates, together with startups, with investors. And let's say that was the starting point to set up a little bit of a festival. I think the first idea was about 500 attendees. And now it grew to a little bit what of, but it's quite big. And we are more than happy to have you all here and see that baby growing.
Why did you create the Impact Award?
Well, I mean, a lot of transformation happens, let's say, in offices, in back office, where you don't see it or where you just recognize it maybe even a little bit later. But nevertheless, you also need some kind of lighthouses, good cases, best cases to show, to inspire other people, to have other people saying, okay, I want to start something like that as well. And also, I mean, obviously to honor people who have the, let's say, the willing to take some risk. And I mean, starting a startup is taking a risk, and to have the drive to do something. Actually, especially in the current times, I think we can have not enough entrepreneurship within Germany and need even more. So for such kind of people, we want to create something, to give something back, to recognize what they do, and to honor what they do. And then I said, okay, then we have to have some kind of award. We have to bring it up, having such kind of stage, also without, or not only honor, but also some kind of more specific pricing. We maybe come to that. So that was the reason why we said, okay, we have to have some kind of impact award to reward people who take the risk and to be, as a use case, best case for others to be inspired.
What will happen now? Who selected the 3 finalists?
Who selected, yeah. So there was a pitching the whole day. Some of you might recognize it was downstairs at the solution stage, so the big tree in the middle of the hall, with all startups that are here at the festival, all have pitched, and all have pitched in front of a lot of the audience, but also in front of a specific jury. And 3 out of all those startups, which were about 100 and more than 100, were selected now as the best 3 ones during the day. And those will now compete against each other to then have the final winner of the Impact Award.
You mentioned the prize.
Yes.
Are they doing it for the fame, or is there something to win?
I think fame is fine.
Yeah, fame is
fine. Fame is fine. No, obviously, it's not only fame. But obviously, there is the fame. Next thing is a very nice trophy. So this is also the Impact Award. So this is the second thing. Maybe with even more value. We do that Impact Award for years now together with a partner, which is Brighter Future. And they added as a prize to the whole Impact Award. They are calling it a brand building package. It's worth 30,000 of Great British pounds in terms of marketing, communication, branding. So working together with you as the winner to foster such kind of categories for you. And the last thing is, tomorrow there will be the chance to pitch yourself in front of a bigger audience. So at 4:35, once again, the winner on the stage to also have some kind of attendee listening.
Matthias, thank you very much. I think we know everything we need to know about the finals. And I hand over to you and say, let's enjoy the final pitches.
Thanks.
Thank you.
We do. Yeah, perfect. So, before we start with the startups pitching, obviously there are 3 empty chairs and we need a profound jury, and actually couldn't be more profound and more into the topic. So I would love to bring them now on stage because they know what they do, and I'm very keen to see who will be selected by those 3 people. And I would say, just come on stage, all of you. It's Tina Dreimann, who is partner at Better Ventures. It's Tim Schumacher, partner at World Fund. And it's Florian Nöll, who is different kind of partner at PwC, but also former founder, all very active in the startup scene. So good to have you all here with the toughest job the whole day to select the winner. So let's see. So those are the ones you have to convince. And without further ado, I would say, let's start it. So the first one, which I would like to welcome on stage for pitching, it's 3-minute pitch, and then it's about 3-minute Q&A by his jury. And then the next one is the first winner of today's pitching session, which is Polybion. So come on stage and pitch your startup.
Hello. Do you notice anything special about this handbag or about these car holders? What do you guys think it is made of? Is it leather, or is it the so-called vegan leather, which is mostly plastic? It's actually none. This material is actually bacterial nanocellulose. You see, we came up with a way of feeding bacteria with agro-industrial fruit waste to grow bacterial nanocellulose. And you heard it right. This material was grown literally by feeding bacteria, fruit waste to bacteria. My name is Alexis Gomez Ortigosa, and I co-founded Polybion with my brother Axel. And we are a biomaterials company that started in central Mexico almost 10 years ago. But why is it important to propose these kind of new materials that can be alternatives to leather and plastic leather? Well, I'll give you some data. Did you know that 60% of the globally produced fruit waste annually goes to the trash? Most of it before it even reaches the supermarket. And did you know that we human beings produce and consume close to 23 billion square feet of leather and pleather every year? And these are 2 of the most toxic materials ever created. So that's why a material such as this becomes so relevant under this context. And it also so happens to be a very versatile material that You can customize it to make it look like leather, or you can just tweak it to make it look like something unique, like this bag I'm holding. So I'd like for you to touch it and feel it. But it's not only about having a great product, that it is also sustainable. It's also about the scaling process, which is why we've been able to validate that our process is fully scalable. We've been running a fully industrialized demonstration facility for the past 3 years with a very interesting and high production yield, so we could not be more excited. Also, we recently were able to validate through a third-party LCA analysis performed by Quantis that this process emits 99% less carbon dioxide per kilogram when compared to leather, and 61% less carbon dioxide per kilogram when compared to plastic. So that's basically us. Our business model is pretty simple. We're selling the material by the square foot, such as the leather industry and the plastic leather industry does. And we're actually going through an extension of the past Series A that we did a couple of months ago. We're trying to raise in between $2.5 to $3 million so we can foster sales, increase our IP portfolio, and grow the team. And that's basically us, and I'm happy to answer any question.
Very good.
First, thank you very much. I don't see many startups in the fashion space, and the key question is, what are your industries you're targeting? Because of course, alternative leather is in many segments, and which one do you tackle first and why, and where do you stand at the customer side?
So we basically, if I understood the question right, we are basically focused right now on the affordable luxury brands, such as Ganni, for example. Ganni is a Danish brand that was partially acquired by LVMH. That bag you're holding is from them. It is one of the fastest fashion brands, fastest growing fashion brands in Europe. And they just recently announced a collection in their latest Paris Fashion Week runway. So we could not be more excited about that. So we're starting with affordable luxury, but we are already working with ultra luxury clients and even with more like mass market clients. So we're trying to work with everyone. But the one that is closest to the market is Ganni, and we're going to start with affordable luxury, and from there we're going to try to customize the material to have different price points, a higher price point and lower price point depending on performance and other qualities of the material. The interesting thing is that we can customize it through the transformation process, which is a sustainable chemistry process. Because if we do not customize the bacterial nanocellulose, if we do not tan it, it dries out and decomposes like a leaf. So through that process, we can actually customize it to make it feasible for different clients. Yeah.
And it feels like the leather. So
yeah, it's organic. It was grown by a bacteria. It's a polysaccharide very close to leaves. It's the purest form of cellulose, bacterial nanocellulose. Yeah.
When you're going down market now, at some point into the mass market, how competitive are you pricing-wise compared to leather and plastic?
That's a very good question. So we can already compete with animal leather because of one thing. More than 95% of our feedstock is virtually free. It's agro-industrial fruit waste that we source locally in central Mexico. So we can get it for a very low price, or sometimes we even get paid to pick it up because it is sugar-rich and it cannot be deployed into feeding animals and other things. It actually gets burned, which is very bad for the world. Or it gets sent to the landfill pit and it decomposes into methane and it warms the planet. So because of that, and because of the fact that most of our employees are microbes, bacteria, we are already very competitive. This is just only a commercial decision to price it not so affordable right now, but if we had the right volume, we could already compete with animal leather because, like I said, the feedstock is virtually free. Yeah.
Real quick, how did you get through the first 10 years of?
Well, actually, my brother, when he was still studying, he got to go to IGEM, which is a genetic engineering competition at the MIT, and he saw a mycelium. Are you familiar with mycelium? It's like a fungi material. So he got to see that material. We actually tried to contact Ecovative, which was the first company to propose that material. So we got rejected. We didn't even get an email back, and we decided to do it by ourselves. So we spent a couple of years doing mycelium, and then we shifted towards bacterial nanocellulose like 4 years ago because we identified a couple of key factors that has proven to be right regarding scaling and the material performance and all of that. Yeah, it's a long story, Ben. I don't have a lot of time. Yeah.
Maybe one last question?
One very short last question.
A short question, of course, yeah. So you talked about the advantage compared to real leather and plastic, but how it's about recycled leather, for example? I would imagine that this is a kind of competition you are facing.
I wouldn't say we are actually competing with recycled leather. But yeah, recycled leather is still coming from cows, right? And the sad thing, the real worry thing about animal leather or recycled leather is actually, we can forget about killing animals, which is bad, but it's the carbon footprint that has leather or recycled leather because it's coming from the same source. So in our case, our footprint is 99% lower than leather or recycled leather that comes from the same source. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
So, thanks a lot, Oliver.
Yeah. Thank you.
Exactly, making sure you're taking everything with you.
Yeah.
No, I have, it's all good. All good. Perfect. So then, quickly and directly to the second startup that made it onto the stage, which is Alganize. Come on stage, pitch your startup.
Wow, it's so bright. Hi everybody, I'm Karl from Alganize, and we are on the mission to bring life back to our soils. And even you all don't know it probably yet, you are all soil sommeliers, and I would like to ask you to have a deep sniff, I'm sorry it's not mine yet, but of this amazing piece of dirt that I found here in the Hessian forest. And to have a sniff and tell me afterwards if you think if it's a healthy soil or not a healthy soil. And what I like to use, always to use as an introduction topic to the soil theme is think about the Hessian forest during rain or during summer when you have a summer rain. You have the specific smell in your nose, no? You go through the forest, it smells really muddy, but also very intense. You can smell it pretty good. And this smell is called petrichor, and it's the byproduct of microorganisms, specifically geosmine. Geosmine is a byproduct of the standard metabolism of microorganisms, and we humans can smell it 200,000 times better than a shark can smell blood in the water. And the reason for that is we humans needed the smell to find water resources and also healthy soils, because the smell is only occurring when we have a lot of microorganisms that react with water. And the issue that we are facing in agriculture is that these microbes are missing in a lot of areas, which leads to a lot of problems. Since 2013, our food production and our productivity, food production is increasing, but not our productivity. And the reason for that is that these microorganisms are missing, and they're super important for this. So we have to, on the one hand, increase our food production by 50% till 2050 to feed the world population. A lot of agricultural land has reduced productivity. Our nutrients, the plants are not able to take up the nutrients, and fertilizer prices are skyrocketing. And what we at Alganize want to do is to bring back these microorganisms. How do we do that? We can see it with this plant behind you. This plant, let's call it Petra. Petra wants to communicate with its surrounding, and it's using signaling substances to feed the good microbes, but also to use it to protect itself against different stress factors. And we have developed a patentable induction process to get the same signaling substances out of microalgae. And what is the effect out of that? We were able to show that we can increase the yield by 10% by also decrease the amount of needed fertilizer, especially nitrogen, which is really bad in the production for the atmosphere, for methane and CO2 emissions, to really reduce the amount of mineral fertilizers, but also increase the yield. Another interesting use case is for golf and football clubs. You can imagine the soil system works like a jungle. If you bring back the biodiversity, the pathogens can't spread so easily. So we're able in different golf courses in Italy to show and reduce the fungicides input by 100%. So they don't need any fungicides anymore, put our product, and they're able to have still like this beautiful lawns. I don't know who's playing golf with you, but maybe you know Dollar Sport. It's super annoying to play. I don't know. I just recently discovered that is happening. And we are a team of scientists from regenerative agriculture, from soil science and biotechnology, and we're really happy to be here. And please come next tomorrow and talk with us about soils and also to the other amazing startups. Thank you for your time.
Yes.
No, stay. Okay.
Photographers, maybe not. You have to work. You smell it? Thank you. Yes.
So you're selling the product already? What stage are you at?
We are a pre-seed startup. We have the first funding round, and we are selling quite a lot already in Italy and Germany. We have customers in agriculture. We talk to big corporations that want to use it for yield increase and also reducing their fertilizer input. And also a lot of golf courses in Italy and football clubs are buying our product because they, let's be honest, golf courses are not system relevant. They use way too many fungicides. And the Green Deal is putting them under a lot of pressure, saying, hey, we have to reduce our pesticide emission by 50%, and they will be the first that have to reduce it, and that's why they're happy to take our product.
And the business model-wise, is it a one-time induction of the materials, or is it a reoccurring model that they have to keep up and paying?
Yes, it depends on the use case. So it's a biostimulant, it's a liquid that you pour over the plants. And depending on the use case, you use it more often or less often. For golf, we say usually 3 times because it's preventive. And it's our recurring model, I would say. And now we are talking to big corporations about like using it just once to really restore the soil health and then have the effects.
I do have another question. As impact investors, we have very clear must-have, nice-to-have criteria. And my biggest concern here, out of no knowledge, would be what are the potential negative side effects by meddling with the earth?
This is very interesting because usually what can be a problem is if you add different and new species to the soil to help, because you know there are like some bacteria that help like in the nitrogen fixation. Our approach is different. We say, no, you really have to regenerate the local ecosystem. We're feeding them with the same amino acids that plants usually produce. So you have like all fed up and you don't bring like new species into the system. On the one hand, you have like no strangers in the ecosystem, which can be bad. Secondly, you don't know if the symbiotic partners are there in the soil to survive. And whether we focus on restoring the local communities and having then this positive effects with that. And so far it's like a really plant agnostic approach. This system works for any kind of plant.
See, today you have the Bayer CEO join for a keynote, right? And my question would be, would that be a client, a partner, or a competitor for you?
Again, please?
The Bayer CEO was around today.
Bayer? Actually, we are competing with Bayer a lot because this is why we actually founded some years ago, because we saw some... Bill, are you still here? Okay, he's not here. Okay, because we saw like what can happen if you have like genetically modified mice in the global south and you deplete all the resources and the nutrients and have like destroyed soils. Actually, our CTO, he was back then in India 2017 and was looking into this kind of topic, and this was actually the reason why we started this company. So I would say definitely competitor, and we are cannibalizing them a lot because we look to reduce the pesticides and we look to reduce mineral fertilizers, and this is I think they don't like it too much. Good. Oh, perfect time. Right. Thank you so much for the questions. And please visit all startups tomorrow. Woo.
Thumbs up. Thanks. As you see, it's always worth to stay until the end. Maybe you should say that to Bill as well. So, the third one is coming, and the last one already. So, and then it's your decision to take. And without further ado, it's Tilt. Please come on stage and pitch your startup.
Hi everyone, my name is Anna.
And my name is Tillmann.
And we are the co-founder of Tilt. With Tilt, we have a vision. We want to enable every small, medium enterprise in the EU to get the necessary funding and know-how to transform their businesses in a net zero future. And why is this important? It's important because 70% of all small, medium enterprises lack the necessary funding for concrete climate actions. We say that banks play a pivotal role in this transformation because 48% of all small, medium enterprises in the EU rely on bank-based finance. However, banks do not have the data and also lack transparency and automatization to assess and assist SMEs in their transformation. And this is where Tilt comes in. Tilt is a data analytics solution which transforms or which helps banks to identify the SMEs that have the highest transformation potential, and to also identify which are the ones who have the highest potential for a green transformation loan. And we do this by only requiring 3 data inputs from the SME. So we only need the product, the business activity, and the location to derive 4 climate indicators. And if the SME also fills in a 15-minute climate action guide, we also derive concrete climate actions that help then banks to grant the necessary loans that is needed for the SME to transform.
We see with the solution tremendous benefits for both SMEs and financial institutions. So SMEs can benefit from the solution through increased financial support and non-financial support from banks. And also financial institutions can benefit as they can use our solution to leverage on business opportunities, giving the large gap of climate investments in the EU. Also, they can use our solution to manage climate-related risks. So with this solution, we aim to combine business and impact objectives. How we want to do this is we aim for 10 paying clients in 2026, and we anticipate that if these 10 paying clients put up climate strategies for their SME portfolios, they can channel up to 500 million euros into the green transformation of SMEs. So for every euro we earn, we want to channel 1,000 euros into the green transformation. We are convinced that with the team we have, we can manage this challenge as we have a strong and skilled team. We have a strong network in the industry. We know how to manage impact, and we have proven that we know how to develop software in the past. Also, our track record of the past 2 years shows the success that we had as we were able to develop a prototype with 20 EU banks in collaboration. We secured partnerships with Deloitte Netherlands and Mastercard Strive, and we got awarded by the Climate Safe Lending Network as a breakthrough solution. So looking ahead, we really need you. We are looking for financial institutions that are willing to pilot our project with us. So if you're interested in it, please reach out. Thanks a lot. Let's tilt together.
Can you describe your most favorite customer?
Our most favorite customer. So we are actually at the moment looking also into banks that do have like a relationship with their clients already. So where there's a loan officer really like taking an hour time to understand the business of the SME, to then also really understand, okay, where are actually the concrete climate actions that this SME can take, and then fund this necessary. Yeah.
Who are you competing with? Do the banks have internal teams? Are there other suppliers trying to solve the same problems?
Yeah, so I mean, this field is a very competitive and dynamic field. We see many solutions coming up, but we also see that in the market, what's really missing right now are automated solutions for the SME market. So we see a lot of solutions that require a lot of input from the SMEs, long questionnaires that take hours, sometimes days to be filled out. A lot of expertise is required to actually fill this out, and that's where the gap where we come in, because we provide a solution that builds on the data that basically every SME has, and then enables to enhance the data quality with a few additional questions, also asking for information that most SMEs know, and there we see a gap in the market.
Is there a history of a similar solution, not in the climate space, where banks successfully have worked with companies like yours to actually bring new loans to clients, which is, I guess, the essential business case?
That's a really good question.
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, it's what we see definitely that it's. I mean, it's a challenge, and that is one of our key challenges, really, to get into the banks, also due to the long decision cycles of banks. But we also see that especially the small banks really lack the resources to build up this data infrastructure themselves internally, basically. So, and we talk to smaller banks, and we see that there's interest and appetite for the solution. And of course, what we also see in the market, that in the field of embedded finance, there are a lot of solutions that are currently implemented, also being implemented in the previous years. So I think there's a dynamic, or we're convinced there's a dynamic, there's a need for this product, and we are convinced that we can achieve our aims. Yeah.
From my experience, especially SMEs have kind of different trust issues. Mm-hmm. For example, they don't like, sorry to say, Matthias, banks so much.
Sure. No.
And they don't like to share information so much. So how do you convince the clients of your clients to share the data with a small startup from maybe Germany, or I'm not sure where you're located?
Yeah, so we deliver the data first. So that means that the bank would then have the data already of the SME, and then through the data understands the products a bit better from the SME, and through this understanding then goes to the SME and can engage with the SME. So we really wanted to create a solution where it's not on the SME, like the burden itself is not on the SME to deliver this information, but that the bank itself can have this information and then builds also trust with the SME of like, look, this is what we have now analyzed. Is this, like, what do you think about this? So as an opener for further information and for further conversation with the SME. Yeah.
All right. Yes, the time's up. Thanks a lot for answering the question. Thank you. So in general, our customers love us for sure and share everything with us, but maybe it's for other banks. Of
course.
Of course. So that were the pitches. So to summarize, it was Polybion, Algonize, and Tilt. And now it's up to you. So I'm kicking you off the stage, going backstage, having about 15 minutes of hot discussions, and then coming back with some result and a winner. And as I said, also to make a little bit more the prize for you feelable, we're now coming to the winner of last year, sharing together with Brighter Future, as I said, the partner of our Impact Awards, what they did during the year with the prize that they got last year. What were the results? What did they achieve? So that you get a feeling about the real value of that pricing. And once that interview is done, I hope the jury is then ready to announce the new winner. So, therefore, I would ask Eden and Brighter Future, come on stage and share your views and insights. Hey.
So, Eden and Brighter Future have been working together for the past year on Eden's storytelling, and we know each other very well, but you may not know us. So, Stefan, can you tell everybody about Eden and what your mission is?
Yes, first of all, it's great to be back here, and we have the relaxing job today. We don't have to decide anything, we don't have to pitch, so good to be back here. But yeah, what does Eden do? We are enabling circular textiles, is what we always say. We've developed a chemical recycling technology for textiles. So essentially, we're on a mission to tackle the global textile waste and process it back into high-quality, reusable products that can be used for new textiles again, and thereby drive the textile industry towards circularity and reduce its reliance on virgin raw materials.
Got you. And you've got a really strong mission there. What inspired you to start Eden?
Well, initially it all started many years ago as a university project, and it was a question of that project, like, what determines the most sustainable t-shirt? Mm-hmm. Which sounds like a very simple question, but the answer is rather complex. And one small piece of that answer is that t-shirt needs to be recycled. It needs to be recyclable, and at the end of a hopefully very, very long lifespan, it should be recycled back into high-quality raw materials so that there can be a new t-shirt produced out of that again. And that was like the initial question, and making that possible with the technology at like high quality and competitive pricing and making that all scalable is very hard. But at the same time, that was the idea that fascinated us and made us dig deeper into the topic, did lots of R&D initially at the university and then proof of concept, and then did a first financing round and further developed the industrialization technology. And lastly, we did prove that with the pilot plant. And now we're fundraising again to bring the technology finally into pre-industrial scale with a demonstrator plant that then can deliver tons and tons of materials and finally getting out of kilograms. So yeah, that's pretty much the journey and what inspired us to do all of that, yeah.
And you've gone through a lot of steps to winning the Impact Award. Now, what communication challenges did you face? Mm-hmm. And how did storytelling help you overcome these challenges?
Well, in our case, I would say there's mainly two storytelling challenges. One of them is circularity itself, right? We're transforming a currently very linear textile industry into a circular economy. And there's many, many stakeholders that we need along the line, right? Everybody who grew up in Germany, for example, you know those containers where you throw in your old clothes, right? You need those companies, you need the sorters, you need waste management companies. Then we come in with our recycling technology, and in the end we need a fiber producer who produces a fiber out of that again. And then we need the brands that generate the offtake of the product. And we need all the industrial partners that are needed in between the fiber producer and the brand to get the product into the hand of the brands and then finally into the stores. So many different stakeholders that need a, let's say, common story to attract them to become interested in us. And then it needs a very specific story in, let's say, the sales process of convincing them to actually engage in partnerships with us. And that needs multiple different stories at different layers, and is one of the big challenges that we needed to overcome to really adjust that. And the second one is really at our heart, and that is the greenwashing problem that we have in the textile industry, right? You all know it, fashion and textiles is very much known for greenwashing. There's a lot going on now, more and more covered by PR, and also regulators try to prevent it. But for us, obviously, it would be very easy to just go out there and be like, yeah, the product is recycled, and that's why it's sustainable. And that's what a lot of players out there in the market are doing. But that can create a rebound effect again, because most of the impact of a fashion item comes from the energy that you put in production. And if you recycle the products and go out there and be like, it's sustainable because it's recycled, people use it just for wearing it 2 times, throw it away, let it be recycled again. And if then the recycling and sustainability story around that makes people do that even more and more, that can create a rebound effect. And that's a big challenge, and we try to tell a little bit more complex story around that and actually tell people as experts in the field what determines sustainability and impact in textiles and fashion. But that's definitely the harder way. But we believe if you go down that route and tell the little bit more complex story around this challenge, then at least we see it creates credibility and it creates trust. And we are very often invited to work with brands on the one side that ask us for our opinion, and then also regulators on German level or European level with all the associations to try to help build up this new, let's say, infrastructure in the textile industry to really create a positive impact. But that's definitely the harder way in terms of storytelling, the most complex way. But we think that struggle is worth it because you can create credibility and you can create trust, and thereby ultimately help the movement go into the right direction.
Got you. And we've been collaborating for the past year. How has that collaboration influenced Eden's storytelling?
I would say it's exactly what I just described, and professionalize all of that, right? We're like experts in our field. We have all the technologists on board that know a lot about how do you calculate the impact around that, and how do you essentially do all the recycling. But we're like the experts in our field, and we knew what strategy we wanted to go in terms of the storytelling. But you guys are just great in storytelling, and Aaron and his team spent so much time with us after the award, because it was the prize, right? To dig deep into our case, into our space, and really understand where do we want to go and what are the complexities of our case, and pour that into a professionalized storytelling on a high level, but also then for, as I said, the sales pitches that we need for each and one of those stakeholders to really convince them to become partners of us. And if I look back on the last year, besides all the technology development, building the pilot plant and showing all the KPIs around that, I would say the biggest step forward was gaining all the meaningful partnerships with textile collectors, with sorters, with automated sorters, and also with the fiber producers. We're currently closing partnerships with the major global fiber producers on getting the product into the market with our next plant. And I think the upgrade that you guys did on our storytelling and the individualization around that really helped us and was a big gain after the award. And now, as you know, we're working with Aaron on multiple other projects because it was just a good kickoff and helped us to develop in that regard.
Got you. Thanks. And there are lots of startups in the audience. What advice would you give to them for them when they're thinking about storytelling?
Well, since we're at the Impact Festival, I would say, and that's also true for us, that I see many impact startups out there that tell their impact story, which is great, but you need to approach customers as well. And there, the impact should be a big part of your story and your sales pitch, obviously, but you should also know what is the business interest of your customer, right? And just this week, I spoke to a senior VP of one major global fashion brand from America, and she was pointing out exactly that. She said, so many of those impact startups come and approach us and pitch us the impact benefit of their solution, and then I just challenge them and ask them, but well, how does that help me with my current business challenges and my KPIs? And then she said, many of us, of the impact startups, then say, well, what's your problem? And she always answers, well, it's all out there. We have our CSR reports, we have our sustainability strategies, we have our KPIs and our challenges. It's on our website. Just look it up and come here and don't only tell us a story of impact, which is great, but align it with our business goals and business KPIs. And I think that's very, very important. We all got to be sure about the impact of our technologies and solutions, but speaking to customers, we got to convince them to combine the impact and their business KPIs, because that's what's going to drive their decision making ultimately. And I think that's very important and can't be stressed enough with us impact startups, because if we are successful in that and selling our solutions, that's the only way of maximizing the impact what we are all thriving for. So yeah, I would say combining impact with business KPIs of our customers is the most important to get the real impact out there.
Got you. And we've got some time left. So there's a lot of people in the audience, and you mentioned your next step is a demo plant.
Mm-hmm.
How could the people in the audience help you or find out more about the work you do?
Well, first of all, you can follow us everywhere where you find us. And on LinkedIn, there's a lot going on with us. There's, let's say, for the last couple of years, most of our storytelling, and now we'll bring that on the next level. But how can people help us? First of all, investors. We're always happy to reach out to investors. We're currently fundraising to build the demonstrator plant, quite ahead in that process, but obviously always open to speak to investors interested in our space in circularity and in textiles, and also brands and all the stakeholders along the textile value chain are very interesting for us as suppliers, as strategic partners, and as off-takers of our products, obviously. And then in the end, I would always say, you as consumers also have the biggest impact on textiles, right? Be more aware of the impact and how you can influence it in a positive way. And the simplest answer to that question is, don't buy the fast fashion trends that you don't like anymore tomorrow. Buy products of a higher quality that you really enjoy, that you're gonna love for a longer time. It's gonna feel better, you're gonna enjoy that product more, and that's gonna create the biggest impact to use the product longer and buy higher quality. But I see the jurors are back already, so we have the decision, I guess. Then let's invite you back on stage and we'll make some room for you guys.
Perfect. Thanks for your insights and thanks for sharing the experience of the last year. Yeah, so let's see who will be the successor of Eden. Therefore, please come back up on stage. Yes, right slowly. Perfect. Some of you want to take the award so that you can hand it over. And then I hand it over to you to tell who is the winner and maybe also to give some reasons about why.
First of all, thank you, because you made it like 3 out of 100. You're all winners to have been on this stage today. And also thank you to everyone working on solutions for people and planet. It was a really close tie and a discussion. And to be honest, the golf courts almost kept us away from the decision. But the fact that you're working on a very relevant solution for our Earth, and that you're also tackling the big players, means, and you probably already know who it is, that the winner this year is Alganize.
Die alle drei auf den Namen. Ne? Oder dass die alle.
Congrats.
So all of you come on stage. We have Carl, Oma, Niels. We have one picture, but we have the whole team. Where are they?
Perfect.
Oma, where are you? Okay, he misses it, but congratulations.
Maybe you should take the trophy, maybe. Otherwise, Tim will keep it, huh? Yeah, sure. Woohoo! All right. Let's do one together with the jury and everybody.
And also the other startups, please.
Yeah.
Yes, now.
Come back on stage.
All the other ones. So, Holy Bion, Tilt, come on stage. Absolutely.
You were awesome too.
Perfect.
Woo!
Great. So you know what we have to do once a year or next year, because then you're sitting here and sharing your experiences by the future. Yeah, but I mean, you have now 1 year to recover from the drinking, so I think. So once again, thanks a lot for the partner for Brighter Future for doing that impact war with us, and once again, congratulations to you guys.
Viel Erfolg, ja?
Glückwunsch, jetzt spiel mal Frisbee.
Super cool.